Supervisor Kosmicki, we get you to start the flag salute, please?
Ready? I pledge allegiance to the
flag
flag
to the flag of the United States of America,
Republic
For which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can we get an acknowledgement of the certificate of posting, please?
So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, so 4-0. Madam Clerk, did you want to go ahead and make any kind of presentation? Oh, that's after. Okay, so presentations, do we have any this morning? Recognitions?
None, Madam Chair.
None? Okay. So public comment?
Comment in the chambers, you please fill out a speaker card and provide it. We can start off with Rob Bernowski and then Elia Salinas.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. Thank you for taking this time to listen to me. I want to address the agenda, in total, and, well, with my comments. So we gave you a raise, which I am slowly beginning to regret, but not 100%. Truly because I think that being a supervisor is a hard job, but it just seems you are taking steps to limit public participation with, again, the new rules you want to put in for public participation. You just seem like you're seemingly at war with us and those that might be of a different opinion or a different ideology, and I just want you to consider that. With another agenda item, it seems like you're escalating that war by making it harder for yourselves to be replaced. And I just have to ask yourself, is this why you ran? I mean, I know most of you, and I just cannot imagine that this is why you ran to be at war with us. You ran because I would hope you want to make San Benito County a better place. And I have to ask a question, absent COVID and the controversy around that, is this how you would be behaving? Because the way I look at it, there's so many other issues that we elect our elected officials to handle. The actual business of the county, like addressing crime, addressing issues that you may not even be aware of. With all the new housing on Fairview, if you're running a school district or the multiple school districts, what were you guys thinking would happen with school bus runs? I bet you weren't, because you're so busy with these other agenda items. And I tell you, it pains me. I don't want to be with war at you. I want to have you guys to my dinner table, seriously. That's the gold test, is would I have you to my dinner table? I would, all of you. But not if you're at war with us. We need you to tend the business of the county. And I sincerely would hope that you would stop all of these public participation limiting actions, including making it more difficult to replace you, and instead focus on what the people that are actually living here and working here have to deal with every day. Thank you very much. And by the way, I just want to make sure I truly honor all of you in the public service that you have undertaken here. Thank you.
Elia Salinas.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. I concur with Robert Bernowski, and lately we've been agreeing quite often. So I advocated for the Board of Supervisors position to become full-time because it is a full-time job. You didn't get a raise. You got an increase in your hours that you were already putting in, but now it's on the books and you're going to be paid for it. That being said, you're trying to reduce the work You complain that you're here at the Board of Supervisors, the meetings are too long. I strongly encourage the Board of Supervisors to consider going to meeting 4 times a week. You are now full-time, meet 4 times a week, doesn't give more work to staff, it divides the agenda and to 4 times a week. The work is still going to get done. You'll get more work done. And I personally would like to see less items on the consent agenda for more transparency to the community. There are items on the consent agenda that I like to raise questions to, and now you're limiting the public's input to 2 to 5 minutes on all the ones that the public wants to. So if I want to discuss 5 items or 1, I'm limited to that. And you're trying to discourage public input. That is not what a democracy is about. You're trying to discourage the public participation, whether it's in-house or on Zoom, and I totally understand that you have and you should use your discretion to limit public input down to 1 minute when you have too many people. But if you were to go to 4 meetings a week, 4 meetings a month, then you would be able to space out and use those that are controversy, those agenda items that are going to be a controversy where you're going to have a lot more people participate. Then you can still have the people voice their opinion. You may limit it to 1 minute, or you may leave it at the 3 minutes, because your meetings are not going to go as long as if you had a full agenda when you go down to 4 meetings a month. That being said, I really highly, like Robert said, I respect each one of you. And when I come up here and I speak, it's not personal. I feel that I'm an advocate, and I want to keep the board accountable for their actions. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go ahead and go then to board announcements. Department head.
Madam Chair, yeah, thank you. Yes, we have an announcement out of the clerk of the board's office. Jennifer Bouchette.
Hey. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, and members of the public. Today on the agenda for item 14, the approval of the action minutes of November 3rd. I would like to point out on the header there is an error which is out of staff's control. This is handled by Novus. It states Jim Gillio as vice chair and Jaime de la Cruz as vice chair. If you would like to make a friendly amendment today with us making these changes, or if you would like us to bring it back in another board meeting, it is up to the will of your board.
What is the will of the board? I think, we know that with Novus, when we transferred over from one system to the next, it had even designated me as chair before I was even chair, so we know that there's some quirks in the system. So what is the will of the board? It's just a typographical, she's making it for the record.
Madam Chair, I would
Yes.
just friendly amendment to make that adjustment. I don't think it needs to come back to
Okay.
the board.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. Yes, we have also another announcement out of the administration office. We have Jeanette Rodriguez, our management analyst.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I just wanted to give a reminder that next Friday, September 24th, we'll be beginning the tribute for lives lost to COVID in San Benito County. At 11 o'clock, we'll have the chair as well as the vice chair saying a few words. I will have Facebook Live going, and we are also going to invite local news, and then the tribute will be held for 1 month in front of the county administrative office. Thank you.
Can you tell people how to get a hold of you? Because I know that there are some concerns, and not everybody has had a chance to reach out to you, and time is...
Yeah.
Yes.
So you could call the county administrative office at 831-636-4000 and ask for Jeanette Rodriguez, and I'll be happy to help you guys with any concerns.
And who can call?
Any member of San Benito County.
And a member of the deceased Has to be the family member, right?
Yeah, so if
Okay.
you want a name to be on the flag, it needs to be an immediate family member, because this is technically confidential information to release a name. Yeah.
And we definitely like the community to go ahead and participate. Anyone who wants their family member acknowledged, please make sure you reach out to Jeanette. This is something that we're doing to commemorate those that have passed. And I saw that we had another person passed away yesterday, and we're at 66 now. I'm just really sorry to hear that number continue to grow.
Yeah. We do need the names to me by September 17th. And if I'm not in the office, you could leave the name with the Yesenia. We just need to give Rustic Turtle time to embroider the names on the flags.
And so they have a deadline of September the 17th to get you the information?
Yes.
Okay. And I know just recently we lost 2 significant members of the community, so I'd really like to reach out to those individuals, their families, to make sure that they allow us to honor them, their lives and their loss of life.
Yes, we would like that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeanette. Thank you, Board. We also have our lobbyist on the call. Her name is Michelle Rubukava, and she has a short announcement for your Board. Michelle?
I'm sorry, I was unmuting. Good morning, Board, Madam Chair and members. How are you this morning? I wanted to report out a very successful end of the 2021 legislative session on behalf of the County of San Benito. Your advocate and your CAO team worked on a funding project for the Riverview accessibility project, and through Assemblymember Rob Rivas's office and his staff, we were able to secure $750,000 to come to the county for that project. I wanted to thank Ray and his team for the assistance that they offered me. I also wanted to thank Assemblymember Rivas's office and his team for enduring my endless phone calls and texts and meeting requests. And I think that I feel that this has been a very successful year for the county. There's other funds that will be coming that are not specifically earmarked for the county under broadband and homelessness, but for a particular earmarking, $750,000, I think is an incredible feat, seeing as how we partnered up very late in the legislative session and in the budget session. And so I'm very hopeful that for 2022, starting much earlier and being more collaborative with other members such as Senator Caballero, we can continue this momentum and build on our successes. So thank you so much for entrusting me with this request, and I'm very happy that we were able to deliver for the county.
Thank you, Michelle. And I
Thank you.
just
Yes.
wanted to highlight, we brought her on really at the last, actually it was almost too late in this process, but she went ahead and worked really hard. So I want to thank you, Michelle, and thank the board for taking that step forward. I really appreciate that.
Well, it just goes to show how much the investment that we initially put into it, though it was fought with resistance, it paid off in dividends. And so thank you very much, Michelle, for what you've done. We appreciate that.
Big time. And one thing I want to add is we've already established some potential meeting dates to start working on next year already. We're going to be looking at a lot of different things, Highway 25 funding for that, some of the roads, as well as the master park plan to continue with that, and some infrastructure needs that the county has as well. So we're definitely going to go after more money and do our best to get more. So.
Great.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, congratulations, Michelle, and thank you for that update. I wish Mark was here to hear this, so maybe he's listening in. But yeah, just to piggyback on what Ray just said, we don't know at this point. Michelle, I don't know if you have a feeling, but hopefully there will still be significant amount of money available next year. This is a really unusual year, but hopefully it will carry over into next year. And yeah, I've had conversations with Assemblymember Rivas about this just recently, and I know he's encouraging us to get even more aggressive with potential projects, as Ray was talking about, and be ready, when the first of the year comes around. So it is an area that we need to get aggressive on. So, but anyway, thank you again.
And just Supervisor Tiffany, on that comment, it is looking like it will be another fruitful year for the state of California. And so I think Ray and I are very optimistic that we can build a bigger portfolio for the county in 2022. And so as far as what information we have available to us today, it looks like there will still be significant revenues to bring home to the county.
Underscore that the hiring of the lobbyists is, to me, it was a really big success already in our first year. And so I'm really excited for that. And thank you to staff and Michelle, great job. And thank you to Assemblyman Rivas's office. And I'm just really excited about where we're going with this regional park project. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Yeah, this is definitely a joyful moment for me because I know we've been working really hard just to get this far, and even the staging, it's definitely, in my mind, God's grace, because the staging of this thing couldn't have happened at a better time. I mean, we're obviously dealing with the impacts of COVID and the to a certain extent, the what it took to actually get to this place now where not only we have received a grant, but we still had faith in the midst of the struggles that we were dealing with as a county. We met with the high school numerous times. Supervisor Kosmicki was part of those conversations also, and then we met with the city of Hollister, right? And there was a lot of back and forth, differences of opinion. We figured out what it meant to come to the table and come up with something that was going to be beneficial for our county, and we pressed forward. So I'm really, really proud of Ray and staff for them not giving up and them kept pushing and coming up with solutions from even the parking lot project with the high school to just when it come down to getting our new RMA director with Mike Chambliss, who's very passionate and lead the ship to make sure that he's actually staging this thing with the planning and the grant applications, which is a whole separate deal. But I just feel like this is it really is monumentous that we're at this place now where we're going to see some actual results from that regional park. I'm really excited for next year. Thank you.
The next item I was going to talk about was an announcement for this Thursday. It kind of dovetails to this. Assemblyman Rivas will be here with our elected leaders to celebrate this, and that'll be at 9 o'clock in the board chambers, so the public is welcome to come. And we will have staff, department heads, and others in attendance. Immediately following this, we will be going having a tour of the park, and we'll have our interim RMA director there with storyboards and explaining kind of what is transpired through this process so far and what the plan is. So we look forward to that this Thursday at 9 o'clock.
Okay. I look forward to that. Okay.
We also have another announcement. Actually, it is out of the RMA office. We have our interim RMA director, Mike Chambliss.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors. I have a few. I wanted to let everybody know that we've set the 2 initial dates for the Sunnyside Park community meetings to gather input on the design of that park. The first one's going to be on September 27th from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. And the second one will be October 2nd from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. October 2nd is a Saturday, and then the night one is a weekday to give everybody an opportunity to participate. Once we have that initial meeting, we'll go ahead and put together a concept plan. Then we'll have 2 more and let people critique the plan so we can adjust it. And then I'll be bringing it forward back to you folks via the Parks Commission. The second announcement I have is Selena, our integrated waste manager. Her team competed for a statewide grant of $100,000 and received it. And this is for hazardous waste related items. Specifically, we are going to be doing additional bilingual outreach to help educate the public on how to dispose of hazardous waste. We can set up collection points at some retail places for things like fluorescent bulbs, etc. There's a plan to offer rebates for some people for less hazardous options, like LED bulbs instead of fluorescent bulbs. And there will be one mobile collection event where we will be doing it off-site from the landfill closer to the neighborhoods so that people don't have to travel as far. And then moving on to the last, I wanted to give you a quick update about the roads. Fairview paving's complete. They're wrapping up the shoulder backing. Striping is scheduled for October 11th. There will be traffic delays on that day as they're out there painting on the lines. And then work is proceeding on Best Road. And for Best Road, that road is closed, local traffic only. So anybody coming from South County who needs to get to the landfill needs to come all the way down to Fairview and then go up to John Smith and access the landfill that way because the Best Road shortcut is closed. Thank you.
Before you leave, a question for you. Okay, so going back to the 9/27, 4 p.m. to 7 p.m., and then the October 2nd from 9 a.m. to 4. Where is the location? Is that going to be there at the park itself?
So we're going to do it at the park site attached to Riverview 1 down on the old hospital road. Currently, the park site is having additional dirt brought in and leveled, so it's fenced off and inaccessible to us at the moment. And then the remainder of the park site is still a construction area for the Hospital Road Bridge.
Okay.
So,
do you have an address for the old Hospital Road location? Just so, because I know that this has been an issue that was brought back to the board multiple times, and I don't want to say, oh, out there on Hospital Road without giving them a general, specific area.
not a problem. We're going to get that a little later today. I'll make sure it gets emailed out to all of you.
Okay.
And the address will be behind the house at this address.
Okay. And then you mentioned Selena applying for the waste grant, and I appreciate that, and congratulations to her. What was the amount of the grant?
$100,000.
Oof, awesome. Congratulations, Selena. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Just to inform the board, we plan to bring the travel for the county policy back to the board, so it'll be at our next meeting. That's the plan with that. Just wanted to inform the board. As well as item number 12, I was just made aware that there's a typographical error. It's not $275 on the new rate. It's actually $286 on item number 12. So that'll be an amendment. It's a typographical error. And again, we can discuss that when we reach consent, if so choose by the board. Other than that, I think that's all the announcements that we have, Madam Chair.
Okay. So then let's go ahead and go on to board announcements. Who would like to go first?
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I attended the September 11th event in Hollister on Saturday, September 11th. I was, really inspired by that event, and as everybody knows, is the 20th anniversary of September 11th, and it was an opportunity to not only remember and honor the victims and the people who suffered through that, the service members who served in the aftermath of that, and also to recognize and give thanks to our first responders in our community and throughout the nation. So I was just really, again, inspired by that, and again, thank you to everybody who is a first responder, everybody who served after September 11th. And again, just want to remember all the people that passed away, unfortunately. We do have a member of our community who's Carol Heydrich, an employee at the high school, whose brother was the pilot of one of the planes that went down. And so I know Carol was in, I believe, Pennsylvania for that event. And I know the VFW, and thank you to the VFW, by the way, they put on the event. And I know the VFW is going to be recognizing Carol and her family at tonight's San Benito High School board meeting. And then just the other thing, I just want to thank staff for the San Juan Canyon mowing issue. We've had I know we're behind this year and staffing issues and things like that, but I've been trying to, communicate with staff about making sure we get the San Juan Canyon mowed. And I just want to make sure that going forward next year that the mowing program make sure that that's a priority and that we're not months, behind. I know there were some issues this year, but that canyon in particular is such a danger for fire safety, and we really need to make sure that that's mowed and taken care of earlier in the year. So, but thank you, staff, for taking care of that.
Okay. Supervisor Tiffany?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, I've been actively involved in a couple of CSA issues, and later I'm going to ask that maybe, and I've spoken to Mike about this, that we, on a future agenda, we update everyone on CSAs. But specifically, we have under public hearing, we have a Stonegate water issue that we're going to be dealing with. And I've been actively involved in, and this is a short-term solution that we're dealing with today, but we're, with the help of Mike and Reed, with working with CSAs, with Stonegate Water people, the Water Committee, and the San Benito Water Agency, we're going to be working toward a long-term solution. So hopefully we won't be here next year dealing with the same thing. Also dealing with trying to reach a solution for Cielo Vista's wastewater treatment plant, which is also on the agenda today. Also working toward moving forward with the EIR on the landfill, and I know that's progressing, and within probably the next 60 days we should be seeing the first draft of that, and obviously anxious to see that and have the public see that and get comment on that to see what kind of alternatives we may be looking at going forward. Of course, continuing to work on many issues with COVID, which we'll be discussing again to a certain extent today, and then just a lot of time spent on economic development issues, combination of revenue sources, of course, working with the EDC, working on a tax sharing agreement with the city, all really critical issues that all combine work toward more economic development in our county and community. And then lastly, I mentioned this last time, but I know that LAFCO is working toward putting together a joint study session. It looks like it's going to be in late October. That will include both the Board of Supervisors as well as the Hollister City Council and San Juan Bautista City Council. And when that is established, I would encourage the public to participate as well. Everyone needs to better understand what LAFCO is all about, including those of us up here and on the city councils, and this will be a great opportunity to hear more about that. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had one element to talk about, and that's the tourism presentation that we just received. It's moving forward, and you were a part of it, obviously, so I won't try to steal too much of your thunder, but I thought it was really productive. There's a game plan. We're going to work on stakeholder input. We're actually right now in the process of the companies that we're working with for them to actually make sure that we're engaging with the public on a more personal level, so that way we can try to get this conversation moving forward and figure out what the plan would be for a possible T-bid down the road. So it's really, really exciting. And yeah, just thank you, Chair Gonzalez, for being a part of those conversations.
As for my public comment, I just want to remind everybody out there, today is September the 14th. It's a very significant day. It's election day. And so I'm not going to tout what I want you to do, but just do what you think is right. It's a significant day for our state, and the consequences are significant. So if you haven't already voted, please go vote today. All right, it's imperative. Also, too, September is National Cancer Awareness for Childhood Cancer. So just want to go ahead and put that out. I couldn't find my lapel pin, but I will wear it on the 28th. But September is for the children suffering from cancer and fighting that. But, okay, so. All right, so let's go ahead and go to the first item then, if there aren't any questions. But, yep, we hit the public, okay. So, Mr. Chambliss, come on up. We'll go ahead and start the public hearing. It is 9:32. Let's open the public hearing.
Madam Chair, if I could just indicate the change that I made recently, and I'll start this off and then turn it over to RMA. First of all, let me read the title of the ordinance for the record. It's an ordinance of the County of San Benito establishing a water conservation program for the areas served by County Service Area number 31 for the 2021-2022 water year and revising water allocations adopted earlier this water year. I uploaded the new ordinance since the posting of the agenda, so it's available to the public, but all it did was add CEQA findings number 24 and 25, which were contained in the resolution. And by doing that, you don't need to adopt the resolution. And so when you take the action today, you'll just be acting on items B through D, and you won't need to adopt the resolution, which was subdivision A. And then I'll turn it over to RMA.
Good morning. What we're here requesting authorization for is to stop all agricultural water to be provided to the individual residences at Stonegate as a stopgap measure to help them reach the end of their water year. Their water year ends in March. At the current rate of consumption, they're going to run out of their agricultural allocation at the end of the calendar year in December. Unfortunately, due to issues in the aquifer where their domestic well is, their well is producing approximately 20 gallons a minute, and it will do that for a period of time of a few hours, and then it has to shut off and let the aquifer build back up. There's some sort of impediment, and the water has to seep through it slowly to build that aquifer back up. As a result, their domestic well cannot supply their needs solely. And so we need to use agricultural water to supplement the drinking water supply. It is treated through a treatment plant on site, so they're not drinking just straight agricultural water. Calculations completed by their water board show that if you take this action today and we reserve the remainder of their agricultural allocation, we can make it till the end of the year with a 300 gallon per day limit per household for drinking water and zero agricultural landscape water to be provided to the residents. Reed, our CSA coordinator, and myself are here for any specific questions. I will tell you that we did attend a public meeting last night with Stonegate residents. It was well attended. Approximately 40 residents were there. And the meeting went very well. There was no yelling, there was no shouting, there was no talking over anybody. And effectively, what it really evolved into was a community meeting regarding water issues and looking forward to permanent solutions. There were zero comments or requests for changes to the action we're taking today.
Okay, so I know that the board has questions, but we're going to try to do for this agenda is go to public comment first, and then we'll bring it back to the board. But I'm glad to hear that the meeting you had with the residents sounds like it was harmonious, and so that's good. But there are 75 lots out there and 40 showing up, so yeah, slightly over 50% participation. Okay, all right, so let's go to public comment then on this item, please.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. So in chambers, we have Alia Salinas.
Thank you. Good morning. One question, the residents out there have been encouraged to buy their own water tanks. What is the reason and the cost to them? Is that is the county going to be participating? I know that I know several people out there, and one of them doesn't have one, and it's being encouraged to buy one. So I want to know so that I can report back to them as to, is this something that is being encouraged by the county as well, or is this something that's just by the association? Thank you.
No comments on Zoom.
Did you want to address your question before we bring it back to?
Sure, that's a private issue between the homeowners. Out there, several of them have installed dual water systems where they have a supply tank and a pump so that they can supply water to their landscaping. And I believe they're purchasing water from a water purveyor for, I want to say it was approximately $4,000 for 1,500 gallons, somewhere around there. Don't quote me. We're really not involved, and it's not a CSA expense, so we're really not tracking that.
Okay.
Absolutely. I would probably advise any resident within Stonegate to get in touch with their water committee. They had a line on some pre-purchasable tracks with which they could kind of source that water.
Okay, all right. So we'll open it to the supervisors there for their comments.
Madam Chair, I have no comment. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I might add that, as I mentioned in my opening comments, this is a big issue, obviously, for the Stonegate residents. But the good news is that I think everyone is on the same page with the way forward here in the short term. There is, as Reed just mentioned, there's a water committee, a very active water committee, not just this year, but for over the last many years. And they're very knowledgeable. So they work closely with their homeowner association. They're part of the homeowner association. And really, this is something that they're coming to the county with in order to ask us to move forward, because they obviously have to ensure that they have drinking water. As I mentioned, we just recently, about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, we had a meeting with the three of us, Reed and Mike and myself from the county. We had at the San Benito County Water Agency with Jeff Catano, their board chair, two representatives from the water committee from Stonegate. It was a very good meeting. We not only addressed this issue and are following through on their request, but also talked extensively about long-term solutions. We're looking at, currently, as we speak, the well is being looked at further, possibility of a second well being drilled, possibility of working with Tres Pinos, possibility of looking at Sunny Slope water. There's a number of alternatives that are being looked at. So anyway, I just want to emphasize this is I think a short term, it's the right solution. It's what everyone wants. But we do need to work on a long-term solution. But thank you to Mike and Reed for working on this. They've done a great job. Thank you.
Definitely. Supervisor Hernandez?
Yeah, no comment, Madam Chair.
More questions than anything else. From my understanding, I'm hearing that there's 3 to 5 homeowners out there that are not following the water allotments. And so my question is, due to landscaping and they have horses there, if we should pass this and approve this, what are the consequences for the violators who are not adhering to it? Because from my understanding that if this goes through, it'll extend water to February of 2022. And if we have residents not adhering to it, they could run out of water as early as November. So where does that put the county? Do we have any liability? Are we enforcing it? What's the situation with that?
So you're kind of just peeking at the nose of the elephant behind the curtain. So this may be a somewhat involved answer. So there are 3 properties out there that are obviously irrigating landscape. I don't know their personal circumstances, whether they're violating the limit or if they're purchasing water from off-site and having it brought in through a use of a dual system. That is something that needs to be followed up on. We're attempting to get some technology in place which will allow real-time tracking of the water consumption. We've already stepped it up from quarterly to monthly reads. We may need to step it up to biweekly reads here shortly. Unfortunately, the way the water meters are set up, somebody physically has to go to the site, drive the site completely, manually read several meters that are not radio transmitting, and then come back and then process all that data through a computer program to figure out what's going on. This is one of the problems with, and actually the water district pointed this out. This is one of the problems with having the water in a CSA allotment, because it's not a dynamic vehicle which allows you to implement a rate structure that would increase as the usage goes up, similar to the city of Hollister. And that is one of the long-term solutions we're going to be looking at going forward, is possibly modifying the CSA to actually establish a water company. So we do have that dynamic ability to address these issues more quickly. Anybody violating the 300-day per gallon ordinance would be a code enforcement action. And we do have the appropriate staff and the appropriate tools to take action in that case.
Well, I'm not advocating that portion. I'm just saying in terms of justice and fairness, you know, you have 40 people that it sounds like that attended the meeting and were ready to buy into this, but you still have additional 35 that we don't know where they stand on it. And I did hear there was a number of 3 to 5 homeowners that were in that position where excess water use, whether it's from other means or extending their allotment, I couldn't say, but I just know that I'm aware that there's some situations out there. And as long as that's on the horizon, we're aware of it, and there are possibility to address it, then I have no concerns. Okay.
Madam Chair, just to follow up. Again, with this ordinance that we're moving forward, the ag water supply that's going directly to each home is going to be cut off, so they will not have access to that water. There will be water available for fire need if there's any kind of an emergency. The other thing I want to emphasize is that the water committee, and again, they are a very active committee, they are very much on top of all of the residents, and they're well aware of those residents that have potentially been in violation in the past. So I assure you that they're going to be working, talking to those residents if there are issues, or talking to the county about it. So it's not just the county taking responsibility for it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, so the recommendation then to the board, if there aren't any further comments, according to County Council, we just have to look at B through D and not the resolution, correct?
Right, that's correct.
So what is the will of the board with regard to this item?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we accept introduction and waive further reading of the ordinance, adopt ordinance, what number is it? It says XXX.
1035.
What, excuse me?
1035.
Adopt ordinance 1035, restricting the residents within County Service Area 31, Stonegate, to domestic, non-agriculture water use for the remainder of the 21-22 water year. And lastly, retroactively approve the publication of the quarter-page display ad that was published prior to today's hearing, and authorize publication of a display ad after publication in lieu of publication of the ordinance itself or a summary thereof.
Second.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that concludes at 9:46. All right. So the next item will be the regular agenda, item number 2. So let's go ahead and, did you want to introduce it?
Yes,
Okay.
I will introduce it, and then I'll turn it over to Supervisor Kosmicki. When reviewing campaign contribution ordinances, and this was brought before the board with the board's direction, there's many different ways to draft it. The board will be faced with a couple different questions if it's interested in pursuing this. The board could direct a limit on campaign contributions. $1,000 is an average limit, but they vary greatly from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. The city of Hollister recently adopted a $250 limit per cycle. The limit can be the same or different for different elected officers, such as the Board of Supervisors versus other elected officials. In addition, in one jurisdiction, I believe I saw a cap per capita, so that it was based upon the population of each individual district. You can also impose a limit on total contributions for an election. In Santa Clara County, this is voluntary, with an incentive that if the candidate elects to be subject to the voluntary limit, they're able to accept donations of $1,000 rather than $500. So the first question would be the limits that should be imposed. The second primary issue is the issue of disclosure, whether there's a desire to require disclosures less than the statutory requirement of $100. The third related question would be penalties for violation, which can be anything that the board desires, but a common punishment for violation of an ordinance would be a misdemeanor or a $1,000 fine. I should note that this can be either adopted by resolution or by ordinance. Based upon the time frames for this year, if the board wished to proceed, it could be adopted by resolution. In some cases, an ordinance is preferred, which we can address at a future date. The board is requested to provide direction as whether they would like an ordinance developed and provide direction to staff, and then staff would develop the ordinance and come back to the board with the proposed ordinance, and you could always make further changes at that time. So we're just asking for general guidance at this point. Approximately, perhaps a little bit less than half the counties have it. Right now, I didn't work out the actual percentage. But of those counties, they represent at least 75% of the population, so it seems like the larger counties tend to have these campaign contributions. Let's see. So when you look at the ordinances throughout the state, there are some provisions that are interesting in different jurisdictions. So for example, there is ways to address whether loans should be addressed, personal loans should be disclosed, whether or not disclosure of independent expenditures occurs. In Orange County, the campaign contribution did not apply to personal funds. There is other requirements such as no solicitation from persons who have county business dealings, and no receiving contributions in a county building. And one county adjusted the campaign contribution limit by COLA, an annual COLA. So it didn't have to come back at a future meeting. I will turn it over to Supervisor Kuzmicki, who can probably elaborate further.
Okay, and before we do that, go ahead and give your presentation, and then we're going to go ahead and open it to public, and then we'll bring it back for conversation. Sure. So right now, you're not advocating, you're just giving us your synopsis on
with
your
some advocating, right? Thank you, Madam Chair. So campaign finance reform, let's be clear here. If you do it right, this is a way to objectively level the playing field for candidates and give more people realistically an opportunity to run for office while also drastically reducing the potential for corruption and favoritism in local politics. And the current culture in elections largely, realistically, and severely limits the pool of candidates to a very small portion of our community. And all too often, those who are willing to, and this isn't everybody, or I'm not making any assumptions about percentages, but any of this is too much for me. And all too often, those who are willing to pander to special interests, developers, corporate interests, have been elected to seats. And that's just a conundrum in politics everywhere. When you go to the fundraisers, and I've been to them before, whether it was as a member of the media, when I was running for office to support other folks, and this isn't a knock on anybody, it's just the reality. When you look around, you got to ask yourself who's in the room, and oftentimes, and almost always the case at the larger ones, the big developers are there, the large landowners are there, and the large business interests are there. And that's, again, that's not to say that they're there for necessarily for negative reasons, but there is a reason why, folks donate thousands of dollars to certain candidates, and I'll get to that. The state sets a de facto limit of now $4,900. That's statewide. We got to remember that we're a very small county, 65,000 roughly people. So any limit that you have, to me, realistically, should reflect your population in a sense, and should be much, much lower than, $4,900. For the most part, like I was saying earlier, do you honestly think somebody is giving someone a candidate, and again, there are exceptions, but for the most part, if they're getting $2,000, $3,000, $5,000, do they expect something in return at some point? Do you honestly think supervisors and others have not been influenced by large donors through the years? And I would say, of course they have. That's just politics, unfortunately. And so what I've seen here, local fundraising is continuing to escalate. The numbers keep increasing. There's a growing tendency for large donations. We're getting into that area now where we're seeing six-figure levels spent, whether it's on specific campaigns or when you combine independent expenditures, which a lot of people don't realize what's going on, is that you may have a well-run, well-oiled machine of a campaign that might raise tens of thousands of dollars, but hidden there is that independent expenditure amount that basically special interest primarily. You might have the local unions donating and funding efforts to help somebody get elected, and the public is simply unaware that this is going on. Realistically, in my just experience, it shouldn't really cost more than $15,000, $20,000 is a lot of money to run an election here, and to have a fair chance at winning, as long as you're out doing the important part of the job of campaigning, and that's talking to residents and going door to door, and all that costs you is your gas money, unless you want to walk really far, which you're already doing. So what I'm going to be proposing, and I'll get to the details here in a second, is a campaign limit of contribution limit of $500 per individual per cycle, so that would be per primary and per general election. And I'll get to those details in a second, but I do want to just elaborate a bit on, I did my own research on other counties and other cities. So it's 24 counties in the state have campaign finance ordinances of some kind. That's roughly 41%. But as the county council mentioned, when you incorporate population, the larger cities tend to do it because they recognize that there are issues with large donations and the impact of that. It's over 75% of the state has some sort of local campaign finance ordinance in the books. Contra Costa County, $1,675 per election cycle is the cap. That's a population of 1.2 million people. Some other ones are a little different, like Fresno requires a disclosure of $25 or more. I'll get to my thoughts on the $100 and under thing. I don't feel like any donation should be anonymous in this day and age. It's an old law that is, in a nutshell, it's ludicrous, basically, that we allow people to donate $99 and they're anonymous, and then $100 donation, and you have to disclose who you are. Anyhow, Humboldt County, $1,500 per cycle, population 136,000. Kern County, $500 per cycle, population 900,000. LA County has a cap of $300 unless the candidates agree to a voluntary expenditure limit. So in some cases, they'll ask if you want to accept a voluntary expenditure limit. And if you accept that voluntary expenditure limit, then what these counties do is they allow you to have a higher contribution cap. Basically, it's $300, but if you accept the limit, it's $1,500. And we all know LA is huge. It's over 10 million people. Marin County, focuses on independent expenditures requiring disclosure of any contributions of $1,000 or more. Orange County, $2,000 cap, 3.2 million people. Riverside requires a disclosure of contributions of $1,000 or more. Real quick, I'll try to wrap. There's a whole bunch of them, but basically Sacramento's $1,200 individual cap, and then $250 in off years. I don't know if we need to do the off year thing or not. If we go forward with anything, San Francisco $500, population 875,000. San Mateo $1,000. Santa Cruz County $400 contribution limit. And Santa Cruz actually goes further. And I'm not advocating for this, but they have a rule that says no corporation, partnership, labor union, labor organization, or other business entity shall make a contribution to any candidate, any committee, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's taking it a bit far, but it does show that there are issues and that there are other counties out there that are watchful and understanding that, special interests that need to be weighed versus free speech in some other areas that I'm sure some might argue. And then as far as cities go, I'm not going to go through the gamut again, but 164 cities in the state of California on top of all those counties. Gilroy has a $750 per election. They've had that for 6 years, and Hollister, as just mentioned, $250 cap. Yet here in San Benito County, one of the smallest populations in the state, we follow the loosest possible restrictions in the state code. We allow the largest possible donations. And especially in a small county, a couple large donations can really swing an election in a big, big way. And I'm not just saying that, that's a fact. And I've seen it through the years. You get a few of these $5,000 donations, and all of a sudden you're the front runner. You're the de facto front runner because you have more money to spend on media and other things.
Can we wrap it up? Because you're kind of going into what I feel is your push for this item.
I can continue later. I mean, I'm the one that put this on the agenda, so
I understand, but you've read everything that's been on the agenda already that, was open for the public.
I have more to say, Madam Chair. I'm sorry.
I know you do, but it was supposed to be brief introduction. You've already given your push, your desire to vote for this. So we're going to go ahead and open it up to the public, please, and get their comments, and then we'll bring it back to the board.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. We'll start off with Rob Bernowski and then Alias Linus.
Thank you again for giving me this opportunity to speak. Please address the independent expenditure issue. If you cannot answer whether independent expenditures will actually replace the donations, then please table this item, because I don't believe that you can limit independent expenditures, and they will have a bigger influence on elections than they do already. Making it more difficult to run for local offices are hallmarks of political machines running municipalities, not the quaintness that I long to keep in San Benito County. What you are contemplating does not level the playing field. Does the $500 limit apply to candidate contributions themselves? If not, then you have the situation where those candidates of independent means have the advantage over those candidates who have to work for a living, like me. Are you able to limit independent expenditures? It also means that independent expenditures would rule the election process, which you can read that to be that unions will have complete control over the election process. Why? Unions are organized perfectly to do independent expenditures to influence elections and have no equal in a county like ours. I'm not anti-union. It's just a fact that they play a large role in politics. As a candidate, I am well aware of how they act, because they give me their questionnaire, knowing they're never going to support someone like me, but then they go and they do the independent expenditures, which there's no way an individual like me can match. So as far as the small donations are exactly that, small. The burden of reporting, gathering the name, the occupation, and employer is not warranted for small donations. Someone like me running for office and many of the others, people aren't making small donations necessarily because they don't want to be on the radar. It's all they can afford. Our democratic process requires more people get involved. That's what we want, everyone. We want more people in the community here speaking and more people participating in our election process. What you're contemplating makes it that much more difficult. So also I want to address, 20 years ago when I first got involved in politics, many people said they give the $99 or less mainly because of the cancel culture that existed back then. We know that cancel culture is even greater now, where a small business owner makes a donation to a candidate, then it goes out there and they say, well, we're not going to participate or visit your business anymore. Supervisor Hernandez knows this full well, that he got a letter from a union indicating they were no longer going to, or they're going to spread the word not to visit his business
Thank you.
anymore because
Thank you, Mr. Banowski.
of who he
Sorry.
was.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Alia Salinas?
Thank you. Independent expenditures is really important here. I want to remind Supervisor Madam Chair B. Gonzalez and Supervisor Colin Comiskey. Shoestring budget. And you're there at the dais. Supervisor Comiskey, your opponent raised so much more money than you did. You were successful, the candidate, and you're here. It didn't matter how much money he raised, you beat him. The mayor has now in Hollister $250. Of everybody at the dais in the city of Hollister, he's the only one of financial means that can afford to continue to run because he has the money and other people don't. We're a small community, and I know many, many people who give $99 to every single candidate. And it's not because they see that one candidate is better than the other. They see that each candidate brings something to the table and they're helping them out. I've seen it all the time. The financial needs of candidates is really, really important. And bringing this forward, you need to consider what you're doing. You're gonna allow only people that can afford it because they have the money to be able to run. Campaign contributions by a special interest. I've been called a special interest. I don't know why. I don't know what is special that I represent other than I'm in the cannabis industry. And I advocate for all other things. I'm told that I represent developers and I make money from developers. I don't. I come up here and I speak on my own. I don't make any money from anybody coming up here and speaking. And when I speak to you in any public forum, I'm not there representing a developer. I'm not making money speaking to you on any other subject that's going on in this county. And you limiting people to come forward and saying, the unions are strong. And they do represent a lot of county employees. There is a candidate whom challenged a city employee because the city employee had a yard sign from one of the opponents. That's not right. That's why we should be able to have these contributions of $99 and under private. Thank you.
Thank you.
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record and the district you live in. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good morning. This is Mia Casey from Hollister, and I think I'm in District 2. It's Colin Kosmicki's district. I just had a few thoughts about this topic that I wanted to share. Campaign limits sound like a good idea on the surface. Root out any chance of an individual being corrupted by large contributions. But, I think we really have to be careful about unseen ramifications before you move forward. First, it sounds like the state's already enacting new limitations, so do we need to do it here as well? And I'd also like it to be looked at very closely, the cost to the county of monitoring these kinds of limits. There's also been mention of the City of Hollister's recent campaign finance reform policy that was passed. I believe this policy contains a fatal flaw that this board should really consider. There were no limitations set in that policy regarding a candidate and how much they can spend on their own campaign. As an example, we have a wealthy mayor who's been in office going on 10 years. During the last election cycle, he spent close to $20,000 of his own money. You see where I'm going here? If you don't consider this aspect, you could create a very large socioeconomic divide and limit who can successfully run for office. If a person does not have a lot of expendable income and you enact these limits, they'll need to work 10 times harder to get individual contributions that add up to the amount a wealthy candidate can pump into their own campaign. This could limit an already scarce pool of candidates running for office. Should the county only have elected officials who are wealthy? What does that say about us? I urge you to spend a lot of time and careful thought before leaping ahead on this, to truly level the playing field and not economically disadvantage some candidates. Perhaps you should include language on limits for how much an individual candidate can give of their own money or loan to their own campaign. Regardless, I hope you'll give this the careful consideration that it deserves. Thank you.
No other comments on Zoom.
Okay. So Supervisor Cummings, if you want to go ahead and
Madam
continue.
Chair, and I just want to make, I'm going to be able to finish my comments this time?
That's just what I said, yes.
All right. Yeah, so just a couple, I do want to respond to just a couple things just to get those out of the way. I totally get the concern about the, if somebody has wealth, they can inject as much of that into their campaign as they want. I would say, on the other hand, if somebody's willing to work, I think $500, and maybe 500 isn't the right amount, but if you have a reasonable amount and you're able to go out and get those donations, you can certainly do the work and raise the money that's necessary to win a campaign. And I think I'm the test case for that. When I limited myself to $250 for my campaign and went out and got a lot of donations, very small donations for the most part, and still was able to raise enough to put myself in a position to barely squeak out a victory in the campaign. So as far as I was getting into sort of what I was hoping to put on the table and then see if we could discuss a few of these things. There's a few different avenues we could go. After reviewing all these others and looking at what it takes to run a successful campaign, I mentioned the $10,000 to $15,000. I concluded that $250, what I did was not enough. It created some level of a almost insurmountable disadvantage for myself. And again, everyone else was just following the state rules. So if everybody's on the same equal playing field, I believe that would, if we're all able to raise the same cap, I think that would, for the most part, equal out the playing field. And we could consider putting restrictions on a candidate, how much a candidate can put into their own campaign. I would certainly be fine with having that discussion. Now, as far as the $100 and under, this is one that I feel like this might be the most important part of this, to be really honest, because I've, for years in the media business, when I watched these campaigns, and you would see certain candidates somehow had like $10,000 and $99 donations. That's a red flag to me. And I'll tell you what can happen in theory when you allow anonymous donations. You could have, in theory, a development firm or a large special interest have all of their employees or associates, give a $99 check, so you could have 25 people or 50 people, and all of a sudden you have a $2,500 donation or you have a $5,000 donation, and nobody in the public knows about this. And if we think that this isn't going on, then I think there's a lot of naivety out there, because it is going on, and this is the problem with having anonymous donations. What is the difference between $99 and $100? Why is $99 anonymous and $100 is required to be disclosed? It just doesn't add up. And then some other possible elements outside of a cap and getting rid of the anonymous part. We could disclose, I believe you can require disclosure of independent expenditures. I don't believe you can restrict them, but I believe you can require disclosure of them, and I think that would at least be something. So, and I think we should do that. So if you have, if you have independent expenditure from a union or whoever it might be, you at least have to disclose that on your forms that they contributed toward your effort to try to win that campaign. And then the other area that nobody's mentioned is contribution of an entity. So if somebody owns a business or in other areas, I've seen models where 50% or more owned by an individual, that you can't duplicate that. So you can't give an individual contribution and then, do a contribution through a business. That would not, in some areas, that would not be allowed. And I think that could be something we could look at. And then the voluntary expenditure limit, I think that's getting a little gray, but that's something other areas have done. And then I agree with the misdemeanor penalty. That's just a standard throughout the state, $1,000 fine. Some areas say you can't serve for a certain amount of time if you're convicted of these penalties. And then I will add, Intergovernmental Committee met our recent meeting, unanimous vote in favor of campaign finance reform, doing a campaign finance reform ordinance at the county level. It was a unanimous vote, and that's members made up from the county, the city of Hollister, and the city of San Juan Bautista. And then I did hear the comment about, it makes it harder to replace us. I just really strongly disagree with that. And I think I ran intentionally limiting campaign contributions and keeping them small to really show that if you put in the work, if you go door to door I'm not going to give away my strategy, but go door to door over and over again, talk to people, listen to people, that's how you win a campaign. That's how you do it the right way. And but that said, I believe I was the exception. And in all honesty, what I've seen through the years, if somebody raises $50,000, $60,000 and their opponent raises, $15,000 to $20,000, the person that raised the $50,000 to $60,000, and usually largely through large donations at the core of that, those are the ones that really build you up to that 50 to 60 or whatever level it might be, 70 or 80, almost inherently they win. Almost inherently they win. And so I will wrap up here shortly, I know, Madam Chair. So my hope is that we can move forward with some semblance. We can have a discussion about at least some of these things that we talked about. We can definitely improve and make things more transparent, make things fair at the local level. And we have to decide as a community, do we want to continue to allow that culture that we've had for all these years? And I know people didn't like it, but I called it, this is what I was talking about when I mentioned there is still some semblance of a good old boy network here. Do we want that, or do we want to have fair elections so that everybody can participate? Thank you.
Supervisor Tiffany, do you want to go ahead and go?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to admit, I have really mixed feelings about this issue. I've given a lot of thought. I've talked to a number of people about this. I'll make some comments. I'm certainly not ready to commit how I would ultimately vote on this. And I would agree with a number of the comments made by the speakers, including the one that said we need to go very slow with this. First of all, let me say, I'm all for campaign finance reform for a level playing field, but that's if it truly does create a level playing field. And I think the problem here, as has been pointed out, is a lot of this discussion, I believe, and I think this is the case of the city, is really political, and it's really for good optics, but in reality, it doesn't get the city, and my concern is, does it get the county to really where we want to get? Anyway, first of all, let me comment on a few specifics that Supervisor Kosmicki's brought up. And I in many cases, going to agree with a couple of the speakers. And then I'm going to talk about some of the more general concerns I have. if we were to go forward with this, I think we need to take a closer look at the state guidelines. There are some state guidelines in place. As far as I know that Supervisor Kosmicki has made this a major part, the under $100. I just have to disagree with him on that. I really feel the under $100, and sure, why $100 versus $99, I get that. But the reality is there are a lot of people that just don't want to see their name in the paper. That's just the reality. And so although I hear his point about you can have multiple donations of $99 maybe from the same group, but you will unintentionally, I think, lose a lot of the people that do want to support a campaign on a small level, but don't want to be out there publicly. And so I think it actually discourages the small donors if you have to have a disclosure of everyone under $100. So that is something I just couldn't support if we went forward. As far as a cap, I think $500, $250 is certainly too low. I think $500 I feel is probably too low as well. I might consider something around the $1,000 level. I was listening to the limits on caps in these large counties, but remember, I'll look at the flip side of that, is that for those of us running, we have many fewer constituents that potentially can make donations versus the Los Angeles County, for example. So they can afford to go to a smaller cap. They have so many more people that they can reach out to. So that is something to consider. Certainly, this has already been commented on. If we do apply some kind of a cap, it would have to, in my mind, apply to the candidate himself or herself. Otherwise, you're just encouraging someone who is wealthier in that situation. And again, if we were to look at a cap, I would also consider looking at a total cap of some sort per cycle, whether that be 25,000 or whatever it is. So I think these are things we can talk about, but those are some of my my comments on some of the specifics. Let me just say, finally that, some of the concerns I have. First of all, as I mentioned in the beginning, is this real campaign reform? This was brought up by a number of speakers, independent money or PAC money. That is a huge issue. And the reality is that when there is campaign finance reform, unless that is somehow addressed, really all you're doing is shuffling money around. And you're losing control, because at least when the candidate is raising their own money, they are controlling their campaign. And if it's independent money that's out there, whether it be unions or business groups or any number of special interests, and frankly, there are special interests on both sides of the aisle, for sure. I mean, certainly to say that it is just on the union side or on one side of the aisle is just not true. It's on both sides of the aisle. And so you have uncontrolled money that is out there being spent for candidates because they can't donate it. So now you've got the unintended consequence of much more negative campaigning often, et cetera. So that's a major concern for me. Few other comments. If we put this in place, I think incumbents have an inherent advantage. So to a certain extent, this is potentially self-serving for those of us who are up here. It's harder for newcomers to come in, and so I think that that's something to consider. A couple of other final comments is, I'm not sure if, a little bit, if it ain't broke, why fix it? I'm not sure that we have seen, huge problems within our county. I look back on the people that have served up here, and we have a wide variety of different people from different walks of life. We have people from different areas. Some people probably of means, some people of not means. And so I'm not sure we need to fix this I'm not sure there's a problem. And then lastly, and I know it's well-intentioned, but the good old boy suggestion, I was reading about the smoke-filled back rooms. I have to laugh when I hear that. To a certain extent, there's nothing wrong with people that have been around the community a long time. Obviously, someone like myself, if you get old enough and you've been around here long enough. And so people that have been around a long time and have developed a lot of connections, that's not a bad thing. I've been in the community a long time, and I know a lot of people. And a lot of people supported me, I'd like to think, not because they expected me to give them something, but because they thought I was going to do a good job. And I think that's true I would like to think, all four of us that are on the board right now, and for future candidates as well. So, I just think I bristle a little bit at the good old boy network because it implies things that I just don't think generally are applicable here in our county. So, at any rate, those are some of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Make a few points, and I'll try to just be really quick. It doesn't sit well with me to assume that money is the value of the individual candidate. To a certain extent, what I'm hearing from Supervisor Kosmicki is you're only as valuable as the amount of money you make. It doesn't matter the candidate's substance, their ability to connect with the community and the constituency that they serve. And then one of the issues that I definitely have is, and it wasn't going to bring this up, but basically, as Supervisor Kosmicki brought it up, is committees are not meant to run boards. The fact that this came from intergovernmental to me is a problem. It's one thing for them to have dialogue about something that's actually going to advance. I mean, right now we don't have much. It seems like there's really no actual outcome through intergovernmental. That's a whole nother issue, but I'll just make that quick point. They're meant to express the will of the board, not to inform the boards, not run them. But I'm also not a big fan of bureaucracy. So when it comes to the substance of what I just heard, all I heard was bureaucracy. We're going to make life harder for the guy that is doing his best to try to get out there. We're going to make his life harder, right, or her life. That individual is basically going to have to do a lot more work and have less time to actually go out there and focus on their campaign, on talking to the people. It's a lot of work just to deal with the 460s and the 410s and the 700s, all these different reporting requirements. We have to make sure that we're on par, otherwise we get fined. So there's already a lot of accountability. To add more burden, what I honestly believe that the average everyday individual is going to have a way harder time running for office, knowing that they're just going to have a lot more bureaucracy in front of them. And then I'm also not a big fan of encouraging voter intimidation. I agree with Supervisor Tiffany that the $99 requirement is because if you think about it, the average everyday folks, most of them are like, yeah, I like you, I support you, but I don't want my name out there. I don't think that should be a big deal. And then I also am not big fan of following the Joneses. I'm not trying to replicate other counties. It doesn't matter to me. I mean, if there's elements of wisdom that apply to our county that encourage less bureaucracy, then I'll listen to that. But to complicate things, I don't believe there's wisdom in that. So ultimately, I feel that this is only going to make things harder for the average individual, and I do not support this. I agree with one of the comments Supervisor Tiffany mentioned is, if it's not broken, don't try to fix it. I feel like we're just going down a rabbit trail that's honestly going to create bad outcomes, not better outcomes. I mean, it's just assumptions that these things are actually going to make things better. In reality, I didn't hear any substance to why this actually is going to make things better. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I don't even know where to start on this item. I've got pages and pages of notes. Thank you for the speakers that spoke out. Mr. Banowski, I appreciate your comments. You and I don't always agree on many things, but I almost agree on everything that you said. You mentioned independent expenditure limits. You also said it's going to make it more difficult, for us, the public, to challenge us, and that you are challenging that quaintness of our community, and it does not level the playing field. I would also agree that there has to be some sort of limitation on personal campaign contributions, because if we do go with this route, then we're setting it up where only the ultra rich can afford to fund their own. I was one, as Ms. Selena said, a shoestring budget. So just like you, Supervisor Kozmicki, I went ahead and knocked on doors. I asked for donations, and I had a lot of $99 donations. I think the largest figure I had for a check was $250. And of course, because of the reporting, anything over 100, I went ahead and disclosed. So I kind of take issue at this. And then where it originated at the Intergovernmental Committee, I just find that whole committee is a joke. It's not a conversation. I have the floor. And I want you, Supervisor Kozmicki, to start bringing us some original thinking ideas. I don't want you to copy and paste from the city, because they have a joke that's going on there at their council. And I resent the fact that you keep bringing items from there that are not very well maintained in the community. You might have 2 board members that are agreeing on things, and they pressure the other 2 new city council members to vote on it. But I question the direction that the city is going. I have no jurisdiction there. I have no say, but I do resent the fact that you keep bringing things over from the city. You're an intelligent man. Bring ideas that are yours for your own original thinking. Going back to the FPPC rules, if $4,900 is a state limit, what's wrong with that? And the $99 limitations, I mean, that's something that's a state guideline. And you know full well personally that the FPPC is there because you went ahead and reported your own opponent to the FPPC during your campaign. So it's kind of like saying, well, their rule isn't good enough, but I'm going to go ahead and call them and report my opponent anyways. Going back to these limitations, the ability to donate to a candidate is a First Amendment right, free speech for an individual to support the candidate that they want. And by you trying to impose this on us, you are going to curb the free speech of every individual who wants to donate to a campaign that's $99 or less. And again, as I said, only the ultra rich are going to be able to run, and you're going to go ahead and disadvantage the little man. I was the little man in this campaign. I took on a 16-year incumbent. I challenged him, and I won simply because I was not him. And again, I'm not a good old boy. I'm a woman. I don't follow the rules of the good old boy network, and I'm not going to. And I'm thinking of the extra work that's going to be put on not only the candidate, but then staff, who's going to enforce this, who's going to look at it, who's going to monitor it. As it is, the elections office is already overburdened by some of the things that we're doing. I'm frustrated. I want San Benito County to run smoothly. I want San Benito County to be able to live and abide by ethics. And by putting this forward, the optics are, it looks like it's a good thing, but it's not. It's not. It flies in the face of what is right. And I cannot support it anyhow, any way, modified or otherwise. I say no, 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 hell no, no. So let's go ahead and take a vote on this.
Madam Chair?
Nope, you've had your say.
I just have to respond to what you said.
No.
I'm trying to correct your statement.
No, we're
This
going to
didn't
take a
come from
vote. Excuse
Can I
me?
get a vote on this?
I'm the chair. You are a member up here. We're taking a vote. All in favor of this item?
If the board, yeah.
We've all had our say and then some. And so
Right.
I'm done with this.
But I think that Supervisor Kozmicki wanted a point of.
Clarification, that's all. It's not to respond to your.
No,
I'm
not a point of clarification. Unless the board votes otherwise, the order of the chair stands.
Can I get a vote? Because I just want to clarify. It's very 2 short things. You
You've
said,
had-
you
you've
said
had
false
2
information, Madam Chair. You said false information.
You've had opportunity.
I wanna correct.
You've had opportunity to speak twice
You got
now.
personal with me, and I want to correct it.
The rest of us only spoke once. I'm quoting
Can I
from
get
the
a
news.
vote of the board just to make a quick
No.
sentence? I just want to
No,
clarify
please.
that.
Please stop with the tantrums and let's go ahead.
Didn't
Let's take a vote. All in favor of this item? All opposed? No.
Aye.
Your aye for a aye yes, or you a no?
For opposed, Madam Chair.
Opposed. Okay, so all opposed?
On the, whether we go forward with campaign finance?
Yes.
I'm a no.
Okay, so that's 3. Supervisor Kozmicki, you didn't vote, so is your silence a no also, or is it a yes?
It's a protest to your
Okay.
obnoxious behavior.
Obnoxious, you would know, right? Yes. Let's move on. So that is a 3 and then 1 abstention for his own item. That's kind of funny. So this one fails. Let's move on to the next item, item number 2.
Item 3,
3,
Madam.
thank you, 3.
Sheriff? Sheriff Taylor? Right there.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board. Like any good public safety person, I brought some backup with me, so I have Renee here from probation. We're asking the Board to consider approving a contract between us and the company is North Point. They're doing business as Equivant, and the software is Compass. And so Renee's here to kind of explain why this is necessary. It was really an ask of the probation department, I believe, with the prior sheriff and the jail commander. So this has been in the process for over a year. It's something that the staff feels that they need, so I'm advocating for them to get it. But if you have questions specifically regarding what Compass does and why we need it, then I think Renee would be the best person to speak to that. And we purposely put this on the regular agenda, just forecasting that there may be some questions about it. This is funded by the Community Corrections Partnership. It's recommended by the Community Corrections Partnership, which is our AB 109 funding, so it's not a general fund expense. It's not an impact to the general fund at all. It's reimbursed, and so will the maintenance contract will be as well. So it's a funded project that came out of the AB 109 committee, but I'll let Renee get up here because I'll talk to you all day.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Sheriff is correct. I started working with probation about 5 years ago. I've been with the county for almost 14. And one of the things that I was tasked with was programs in the jail as well as reentry. And so one of the gaps that I found was, you know, how are we classifying inmates? How are we screening them for programs? Are we doing our due diligence and creating programs that are going to be effective? And we know that data is really important in terms of, you know, is what we're doing working? Who are the people we're seeing? And are we having an impact? And so we were lacking in having a program that was helping us track that. So we came up with, we did a lot of research and found Compass as something that was recommended from some of the custody staff based on what they found. And this is a program that is nationally accredited. It's actually used by the National Institute of Corrections, the NIC. They train on this. And CDCR also uses this program at the state level. So some of the things that are benefits of the program that they use, that they offer. So I'll just give you a little rundown. This is the classification inmate management support program that they offer. So the company has a lot of different aspects of their, Ray could probably talk better about IT stuff, so I'm going to do my best.
You're doing fine. You're doing great.
Okay, thanks. It's kind of like Microsoft Office, and they have a bunch of different programs. So this is just one type of program that they offer. They offer court stuff as well as pretrial. So this is just one aspect of what they offer. So they offer classification, which is you know, how we place inmates in certain housing. And so that's taken into account their arrests, their charges, their disciplinary issues, things like that, if they can be housed with certain people or gang involvement, things like that. And that decision tree helps officers make the right decision on where to place people. That is also nationally accredited. Then it offers screening tools. So like mental health issues, suicide, PTSD, substance use disorder, aggressiveness are just a few of the assessments that they offer. We can also import our own assessments if we want. Discipline, gang tracking, programs management, which includes eligibility for programs, attendance tracking, completion statistics, behavior and education plans. It also tracks inmate complaints and grievances, as well as a reporting. So the reporting module has at least 130 built-in reports, and we can also query our own to give feedback to the CCP or the board or whomever needs data. This will also, help with grants. I have been asked many times for data, not just for probation, but for, criminal justice population in general, and it's difficult. We're moving into a society and a place in technology where people want data, and we need to be prepared for that. And now we have this beautiful new rehabilitation facility that's geared toward programming and rehabilitating offenders, and hopefully help them not get back into custody and in the system, help them stay out and be successful. And so that's my job, and I need something to support that. I need something to help me do my job, and help the people that we're working with. So that's just a little bit about the system. They did come and do a demo for us a couple of years ago. I was very impressed, and this is something that I hope that we can implement here, and I am appreciative of the sheriff's support and helping us move forward in this county and get, I think, more aligned with where we should be in terms of technology and tracking what we're doing. So,
If I might add, Madam Chair, if I can, it's one of our goals, one of our mission statements. It's just a piece of that where the board has given us direction to move forward in technology, and this is just one investment. And you're looking for was an enterprise system with different elements within the system itself, is what was discussed. So yes, this is obviously a mission that we're doing our best for the county. And ultimately, where we want to be is transparent for the community and making sure it runs smoothly in the offices, and this is just another aspect of it.
Well, two things that you mentioned popped up with my ears is it tracks the grievances, and then also to the grants. So it's great. We have a new public defender in the county because of the grievances that weren't being tracked, and anything that's going to bring in money to help you run your department more smoothly. That's awesome. So this sounds like a win-win for me. So let's go ahead and go to the public, see if there are any questions.
Can I jump in real quick?
Oh, yes, sorry.
So just to add, and I don't want to speak out of turn here, sorry, Renee, but it's my understanding, so sometimes classification in a custody setting has a negative connotation to it. This is not that type of classification that we're trying to impose any undue hardship on the residents of our correctional facility. But we have tried to have, and I will continue to support the staff in refocusing our attention to rehabilitation. That's one of the reasons why this community spent so many years trying to build a new facility, because one thing that our office was lacking in is programming. And by programming, that means Gavilan College coming in, giving vocational training, giving training to our inmate population, and trying to get them out of this recidivism and out of our custody and being productive members of the community. So when we're talking about this classification software, it's that type of thing that we're making sure that we're housing our inmates in a place that's safe for them to be housed, and we're providing them opportunities that fit into their needs assessment so we can make them successful. That's the whole point of this system. And the fact that that CDCR, the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, they use this system as well, and part of AB 109 is that we are housing inmates from the prison system locally here, and we are housing sentenced inmates that didn't used to happen years back. Someone got sentenced to prison, they went to prison. Now they get sentenced and they stay here. That's a whole nother demographic that we're trying to support here, and by having this tool that CDCR uses already and being able to import that data directly into our system so that we're on the same page, so that there is continuity between our custodial setting and the state prison system, and then back to us again. So it's just a really important thing. And for me, what I'm trying to advocate for is that I trust my staff, I trust the probation department, and they're saying that this is something that's going to benefit the people that are in our custody. I believe them, and I'm going to do everything I can to try to get them the tools they need to do their job. So thank you.
Thank you. So let's go ahead and go to the public, please.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. Alia Salinas?
Thank you. I wasn't going to speak, but I have a couple of questions. I would like to know whether this software is also going to entail hiring a consultant to be able to operate the software. If not, how many on staff in the county are going to be trained to use the software so that they don't come back and say we have to hire somebody because the person that was trained for this is no longer here? Thank you.
So part of the contract that we've already, CCP has already approved the funding for includes the training, the on-site training, and all staff that will be using it at the facility will be trained. So we don't need a consultant, and hopefully you shouldn't have to hire one down the road because we can then cross-train each other. So that should not hopefully be an issue.
And then to further that answer, the Community Corrections Partnership has also generously funded an IT position specifically for the Sheriff's Office that will be shared with the Probation Department and with the District Attorney's Office. Sacramento and I sat on an interview panel and we made that selection, and that person is in the background process right now. That's a position that's funded by the Community Corrections Partnership that doesn't come from the general fund. It's going to take some of the stress off of the IT department to service the myriad of systems that we have, not only in the Sheriff's Office, but in the correctional facility and in probation in the District Attorney's Office. So I know that Ted, who will be our new employee to be doing that, will also be trained in this and be well-versed to help us if we need anything. So it shouldn't take any additional staff time. Thank you.
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom.
Okay, we'll go ahead and bring it to the board then. Any comments from the supervisors?
Madam Chair, the only comment I would make, sounds like a great program, and thank you for bringing it forward to us. Thank you.
I have no comment, thanks.
Okay. Supervisor Hernandez?
It sounds like a goal is efficiency, which I appreciate. I know in a small community with limited resources, we need to be more efficient. So I appreciate Sheriff Taylor's intent to be more nimble. Thank you.
Okay. So I already made comments. I see it as a win-win. So at this point, then let's go ahead and let's take a vote on this. What is the will of the board for item number 3?
Move to approve as recommended.
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, you have a 4-0. I'm looking at the clock, and again, I'm trying to be mindful of staff. So let's take a little break. How many minutes? Okay, let's go ahead in 8 minutes and resume in 8 minutes. Thank you. We are on item number 4.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go ahead and open up this item. We have Tracy, our HHSA Director, present. She's going to go ahead and give a presentation on the incentives and a quick COVID update. We also have Edgar Nolasco, our Deputy CAO, that will be updating you concerning the policy and kind of where we stand in the stream of time from our last board meeting. I just want to first open up and I want to thank Tracy, Joe Paul, Melinda, administration, and all the staff in each department. There's been an incredible amount of work on the incentive program, which you'll see here in a few minutes of kind of what's been done, as well as the HR team and Edgar for working on the policy. There's just been a tremendous amount of work, and I just wanted to make sure that the board was aware of that, and I want to thank everybody for all their hard work. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and pass it on to Tracy, and she'll open up this section. Tracy?
Yes, good morning, all. So I'm just going to provide a brief overview of our vaccine incentive programs. As you're aware, we have 2 that are currently in our county. Prior to discussing the programs, I just wanted to show that this data is from the date that the board approved the incentive program. So we were going back to August 10th. So that was initially when we had discussed it at the board level, and then it was approved on August 24th. So we did draw some data from August 10th moving forward. And we have seen a 6.3 increase in COVID vaccine in the county. From that date, 2,325 individuals have received the first dose of the vaccine. So we tried to pull some comparative data. So from June 10th to July 11th, the data that we were able to pull was 1,916 individuals had received the first dose, and since these incentive programs were approved, we noticed a slight uptick in the number to 2,284. Currently, as of yesterday, we have the data for 66.3% of San Benito County residents are fully vaccinated, and 10% have at least have received their first dose. We pulled some race and ethnicity data, and from August 10th, we have noticed a large uptick in numbers with the Latinx community. We've been trying to outreach that community a little bit more to provide educational information on the vaccine. Here is the vaccine data for our weekly cases based off of vaccine status. And so the orange line represents the unvaccinated positive cases in the county, and the blue is the vaccinated individuals in the county. Dr. Ghilarducci reported at the last board meeting that they were forecasting that there would be the surge would slow, and we are seeing that here. So that is good news for the county, but we still want to continue to push the vaccine to individuals and provide them the vaccine. So this is the vaccine incentive for the first dose, the gift card program that's being offered through our public health office. That is for first doses received on or after August 10th. We've had 277 gift cards issued thus far. They're $25 gift cards in the total amount of $6,925, and we've given 31% of the gift cards to minors. For the cash incentive program, we've issued a total of $116,400 cash incentive, $200 cash incentive vouchers out. 21.47% of those are minors. And we've had some pretty busy weeks. Week 1, we gave out 267, and week 2, we gave out 227. And I would just like to echo what CAO Espinoza said regarding our partnership with the Treasurer's Office. This was a quick, fast process that we developed, and it's been fairly seamless. And I appreciate everybody's hard work and dedication to this program, as well as my staff. The last slide is just how many daily we've given out. Yesterday was a big day for us. We gave out 88 vouchers yesterday. A lot of individuals are seeking the J&J vaccine, which allows them to get the vaccine and then get the incentive on the same day. And so we have seen an uptick in that. We'll continue to monitor these numbers. Once we get past we'll continue to monitor for the first doses and see what the uptick is in those in those first doses after this was authorized. Some of these are, we're showing from just second doses. And so it'll be interesting to see how the trend increases or decreases. We are also providing some more marketing and marketing and banners for the public. So you might start seeing these in the county, throughout the county. We're hopeful that we'll have some on a billboard as well. And so if there's any questions, we do have our public health referral line that's available for any questions, and it's also on our website. And that is pretty much it for the vaccine incentive program. It's just me on today, the health officers. We weren't going to provide much more of an update, but if there are any questions regarding incentives, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, so can we go to?
We can go to the next item, and then we can ask the board, unless the
Okay.
ad hoc wants to.
Oh, yeah, so the ad hoc.
Yeah, the ad hoc.
Yes.
Madam Chair, yeah, I
Yes.
just want to say thank you to the staff, because this was a big ask and a big quick turnaround, and our staff really hit it out of the park, so to speak. And I've seen continued dedication from our staff and our public health staff in particular, and I just genuinely want to say thank you for getting this done, because as uncomfortable as it might be for some people from that fairness perspective and the back and forth and measuring all these things, it's working, and that's ultimately what our goal was. We're getting that vaccination rate notched up a few points. So just appreciate staff on that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just echo what Supervisor Kuzmicki said. This incentive program is working, and it's great to see, and thank you to the staff. I did have, Tracy, a quick question on going back to the slides. On the fourth slide there, the one that shows the 66.3%, fully vaccinated 10.5%, at least one dose. So am I right am I correct in reading that means that once the second dose is given to the 10.5, we will be at just under 77% vaccinated within our county?
That's an excellent question. I do have our epidemiologist on. If she's a little bit more savvy in the numbers, could you add her as a panelist, and she could answer that question for you? She's under the public health. You could just add her. Mallory, maybe you can just raise your hand so they can tell which one you are. Mallory, are you there?
I believe she's on now. Melanie?
Yeah, we can hear you now, Mel. Go ahead.
So that is correct, Supervisor Tiffany. If we did have, 10% of those who are partially vaccinated follow through with their second dose, we would be at about 60 or 76, 77% fully vaccinated. But that, I would like to also point out, that number, that 10%, has really kind of stayed the same since we began vaccinations. So don't put your hopes too high, maybe, right? Because we do have people who just, for whatever reason, don't return for their second dose.
That's discouraging to hear. Following up on that, I gather we're doing everything possible to reach out to that 10% to get them to get their second dose. Because really, the first dose is effective, but not nearly as effective if they get fully dosed and statistically. So what are we doing to try to get that 10%, off the fence and get a second dose?
I think all we can really do is focus on our messaging without, bullying people, so to speak. But really, it just comes down to messaging.
Right, I agree. But in this case, these are people that got their first dose, so I'd like to think they made that decision initially, so I'd like to think they're not against the vaccine. It just may be a convenience issue. I don't know that we've talked about this on our ad hoc committee, but we may want to talk about this further, separately, how we, reach out to that 10%. If we were at 76%, that for our county, that would be very good. So, and again, long-term, that's the only way we're going to really get outside, beyond this pandemic, is to get as many people vaccinated as possible so it doesn't continue to develop and turn into another variant, et cetera. So anyway, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. If there's no other comments, Madam Chair, we're going to go ahead and go to the second part of the
Yes, please.
presentation. I'd like to invite up Edgar Nolasco, our Deputy CAO, and he's going to go ahead and cover the second part.
Just give me 1 second. Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Today, I wanted to start off with thanking our CAO team with the Ray's leadership, Barbara Thompson with the County Council providing us all the support needed. This was a huge endeavor, the directive that we got from the board. We were able to successfully turn this around, this policy, and post it on our website. I just wanted to show you guys the website where we have it. This is available to everybody. It's on our Human Resources website. Under COVID-19, we have all the policy that we just amended to include the testing provision. And I'll just click on it real quick. This is our third iteration or third version of our policy. We update the policy as CDPH and CDC changes their guidance and criteria. As we all know, we have moved along since the beginning of February of 2020, and we've updated things as we go along. This policy itself on page 31 you will find the COVID-19 vaccine status verification testing policy that your board adopted, and we amended our COVID policy to include this. Also, while I have you here and I have everybody's attention, I want to show the forms that we developed with County Council on the exemptions for testing and or for vaccination. As we all know, the only employees that are under a vaccine mandate are behavioral health employees, and they have until September of 30th to be completely vaccinated as defined by CDPH and CDC. If those employees do have or require an accommodation, either religious or medical, we have forms on our website to help them guide the process, either with their medical provider or through the religious exemption. So just wanted to show that. Also, we have all of our other forms here for employees to read, or members of the public or anybody else. And things have changed. We are now at the 15th CAO message that got sent out on Monday morning, informing everybody that the policy is online and for them to read. And just give you a quick update on other things. We executed the contract with Triple H to include the testing. Many thanks to Tracy, who helped us get that contract together with Triple H, and we're fortunate enough to have a local vendor hospital to help us with the testing provision, because getting a vendor is very difficult, especially the twice weekly testing. We have about 100 employees in all walks of life, and we're potentially hosting two sites for testing, one here being at admin, the other one being at Health and Human Services. It's a self-administered test. When we sent out the CAO message from CAO Espinoza, we included what to expect on the testing. The testing itself is a non-invasive test. I call it, it's picking your nose. We did show a diagram of what it would look like. We are meeting with department heads tomorrow to explain more of the process of what to expect. We anticipate the first test to be conducted this Thursday, and then continuing after that would be every Monday and Thursday from 8 to 11. The thought is that we get employees early. The courier from Triple H picks up the test kits by 12, and we're hoping to have a less than a 24-hour turnaround. if we, for testing, the lab testing, and then they would notify us immediately. And then when I mean immediately, unfortunately for my colleague, Elvia Barrocio, her phone will ring 24/7 when it becomes a positive case, and we will contact that employee immediately for them not to come into the building. We sent the requisitions and consent forms to all employees. This is a requirement from our vendor in order to get the testing done. We sent that out to employees. Employees have, for the most part, have signed that and returned it back. There will be a consent form that will be signed by all individuals who test on a bi-week or twice weekly test as part of their test. We also went to larger departments like behavioral health and health and human services to verify those individuals who self-attested fully inoculated. We're in the process of verifying those outstanding individuals within the county. What we're doing is we're directing employees to come here to the admin building to verify their vaccine, and we're adhering to CDPH vaccine records. We are not taking a physical copy of the actual card. What we're doing is we're writing down the manufacturer and the dates that they were administered. 1 date for Johnson & Johnson, 2 dates for Moderna and Pfizer. So I just want to be clear with everybody that we are not taking a physical copy of the card. We are writing the manufacturer and the dates administered, not the lot numbers. We also, as I mentioned earlier, we developed our forms for medical and religious exemption as it comes to testing and the vaccine. We also developed an internal protocol with county council's help on how to do the reasonable accommodation, and they're all unique and different, but they all adhere to the EEOC, ADA, and Title VII guidances. And we completed the meet and confer with all the labor groups over the impacts. And I just want to thank our labor groups for meeting with us on short notice and being accommodating and understanding of what we're trying to accomplish here. And what the goal is here is to keep employees safe, have this be a safe work environment for everybody and for the members of the public that we serve. And I will open it for any questions or comments.
I just had a question. So the testing is going to be free to the employee, right? The county is picking up the cost?
That is correct, Supervisor. We do, in our policies, in the event that the employee wishes to do their own testing, we do allow that with the approval of the CAO's office, and it would be at their own cost and at their own time. If the employee wishes not to be tested here with the test given by HHH, however, the test will have to be pre-approved by the FDA as a valid COVID-19 test.
Thank you.
Edgar, if you may, can you elaborate further on all employees and what that encompasses, please?
The question came up regarding the policy itself as who does it apply to? And our definition of who is a county employee it is in our COVID policies before we amended it to include testing, and that includes all employees and volunteers. And the question has come up, what does volunteer mean? And I just wanted to share some background. We go back to our normal personnel policies that your board adopted, or most of the board adopted here in November of 2020. We have a definition of what all employees and what policies and regulations that everybody adheres to. Just as a sample, we have the anti-harassment, discrimination, retaliation policy that applies to everybody. That means volunteers, contractors, commissioners, paid, unpaid volunteers, employees, and supervisors as well. We have the workplace violence prevention policy as well, same criteria. The alcohol and drug-free policy applies to everybody as well. It is clearly defined in our personnel policies, and the electronic communication policy as well applies to everybody. We would use that same notion to apply the COVID-19 policy and the COVID testing policy guidance. Just to go back, We did make it mandatory for all individuals to fill out a self-attestation form. We don't require any medical information in there. And with our team, and I call our team CAO's office and county councils, we developed that jointly, and we brainstormed the idea of having an option to decline to state. So individuals wishing not to state their vaccination status do have that option, and that is an option to state. However, we will treat you as unvaccinated, but we do require a self-attestation form from all individuals that enter our facilities, minus the public. Just want to be clear.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Hernandez.
Yeah, I have a question about the testing, and definitely what Edgar just stated, which I think muddies the waters in our community a lot. One question is, you mentioned the testing. Are we talking about saliva testing also as an option?
Great question, Supervisor. We don't have a saliva test per se, but if an individual would, notifies us that they have some type of religious or medical accommodation needed because of the nucleic acid PCR test that we have, we would make our best efforts to provide some type of other test that is approved by the FDA.
Well, my question is, why don't we just do our due diligence now? Why would we wait?
Would have a saliva test instead?
Excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, if it's an option out there, I mean, this whole conversation started about mandates, and through this dialogue, we've said, no, we're not mandating, even though every board member, or I would say almost every board member, said it is a mandate. If we truly are trying to create options, this is why I think prudence is so important. Then why would we not broaden the opportunity versus be just very, very strict?
That is a great point, Supervisor. What we were trying to accomplish is having the testing to be as quickly as possible, and we utilized our relationship with Triple H to get that off the ground. We were able to turn this around, create a policy, and develop everything within 2 weeks, which was an almost impossible endeavor that I think everybody that was part of it. I can tell you that I personally reached out to several companies about spit tests. I think our county council also reached out to vendors to have a spit test. I didn't get any response. We have tried, and we are still looking for an alternative in the case that is needed.
Yeah, I know they're out there, but yeah, ultimately, I think we need to prioritize that. If you really want people to feel comfortable with saying, if I'm not going to get vaccinated, fine, I'll take the test. But I don't want a thing stuck up my nose that has carcinogens in it twice a week. They should have an option that's definitely less riskier. So on the other note of the employee element, I actually brought this up, and it came up when Supervisor Kosmicki called me out as an employee. It's the ultimate contradiction when it comes down to who hires me. The public hires me. I'm just using that as a point. I'm not going to beat it up. But the reality is that is a very confusing distinction, because the public should understand that, and they do. But obviously, when you're saying that whether it's a supervisor or a planning commissioner is labeled as an employee, it's really the logistical or the legal element behind the scenes that you guys do that the county does ultimately to try to preserve from liability. I think if that's the case, if their focus is on preserving liability, that's why options should be considered when it comes to, instead of mandating where it's optional, right? Because then you're preserving also the liability from getting sued in case someone has a severe adverse effect with this vaccine. So, but to the point is the employee element should be only scrutinized as it applies to, the legal element. It should never be applied through policy as far as anything having to do with this kind of stuff. Otherwise, we're going to lose people. I'm hearing rumblings about the planning commission is really upset about this situation, right? They go to a meeting once a month, maybe sometimes more, but at the end of the day, you end up having a lot of issues because you're going to have a hard time we're going to lose people. And I'm not going to ask any more questions on that, because we're going to have further discussion, but that's why this reasonable accommodation needs to be a very scrutinized element. Otherwise, we're not going to have enough variables to deal with the issues in a small community with limited resources, we're actually going to lose people, and then there's going to be other consequences, right? You're going to have firefighters quitting, you're going to have nurses quitting, and before you know it, we lose basic services, or really emergency service in those examples that are going to have its own very severe impact on a small community that has a very slow effect when it comes to rehiring people. Those are my comments, Madam Chair.
Go ahead and take it to the public, but I don't know what the pick your nose test is. Is that the swab in there? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, it is, Madam Chair.
okay.
So it's not the, what I've communicated, it's not the, if any of your members, the beginning of COVID, it was the test that you felt like it picked your brain.
Right.
It's not that one. It's literally, it goes about maybe half an inch in your nose. It's like picking your nose. You swab, and you're done.
Okay.
It's not a invasive one where you feel it picks your brain. It's not one of those. I wouldn't want to do that to employees or anybody else. We're putting out the policy, something that we would do to ourselves, we would do to others. We're trying to be as accommodating as possible. I just wanted to make a point that Supervisor Hernandez brought up, and I failed to mention, is that in the policies we did include a provision that we would only be testing as needed for individuals who telework or teleconference. So individuals that telework, we would only be testing them as needed when coming into county facilities. I failed to mention that earlier.
So they can continue participating if their job allows it, then through Zoom. And so going back to the concern about the planning commissioners, they can go ahead and attend the meetings by Zoom, because I do know that there is some disharmony there with the planning commission regarding the testing. Okay, and then going back to the saliva testing, is that like cost prohibitive? Is that why we can't go that route, or?
So we go back a month, when we got the direction from your board, we were looking at how can we get a vendor quick enough into the county to start testing. I know that I reached out to a couple vendors about spit testing because that seemed like the easiest. I never got a response. I don't know if Barbara wants to mention, I think also looked into it.
I think that it may be that they're being and this is just a guess, but by school districts and larger venues than our county. That people that can order thousands and thousands or tens of thousands of tests. And I think that the one company that I looked at was focusing more on school districts than other agencies.
I just want to iterate that statement. When I was reaching out to these companies, they would ask how many individuals would need tested. For our county, it's estimate about 100, about 120. It's not a lot. It's not a business for them. They're not incentivized to come here and give us our tests.
It's not cost effective for them.
It's not cost effective.
Yes,
So
I
we
understand
utilized, thank you to Tracy, her relationship with Triple H, and we did have I believe some credit for some free tests that we utilized as part of our contract, and we set up a contract ongoing to do these tests, and many thanks to Triple H, they were able to turn this around quickly enough. They're working around the clock to getting our employee profile set up and getting our profile set up for these twice weekly testing.
Okay. Let's go ahead and then go to the public then for questions, and then we'll bring it back to the board.
If you'd like to make a comment in the chambers, please provide a speaker card. We'll start with Alia Salinas.
Thank you. So with regards to the Planning Commission, I know that there's the discrepancy was that they actually were not explained that they could test before the meetings. They were all under the impression that they had to be vaccinated. So I think that makes a big difference, and also attending by Zoom as well. I don't understand the failure to disclose. I mean, if you're failing to disclose, if you've been vaccinated, you're not going to want to get tested and go through that process. So it's just kind of, it doesn't make sense to me why any employees would want to fail to disclose having to get tested. That being said, I can only think of one religion that is not prominent in this community that would be against getting your nose swabbed. So this religious thing doesn't pass muster here. And with regards to who is an employee and who's not an employee, and I agree with Supervisor Kaminsky, the supervisors are employees. You get a check from the county. You get elected to a position and you're hired by the voters, and you get paid by the voters when you get that check. So you are, and you should be, and I understand, you know, Supervisor Hernandez, it's just a political ploy for him to be at home and not, and continue to go out in public, and yet fails to be here at the dais where this is his job to be here. And you do have the option to be on Zoom. He's taking that option, but it is without reason, and it is not posted the way it's supposed to be posted. Although I do not believe that you should state that you're at home and that the public can show up at your home where you're having the meetings. I think that for the safety of the individual and their families. You know, show up to the dais, do your job, be here. Anyway, thank you.
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record and the district you reside, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Jessa Fraser. I am in District 3 in Hollister. I would like to cite the information given by the health officer a few moments ago. There was a particular graph that showed the breakdown of COVID cases within our county of broken down by vaccinated and unvaccinated. And what surprised me is that that graph actually is not that far apart. Between 530 and 626, there was less than a 10% spread between vaccinated and unvaccinated people. Then I saw that most recently we had 55% unvaccinated to 25% vaccinated of current cases. Not a huge spread. The highest was 90 to 30 and 90 to 20, only for a brief moment before it came back down. My point being, if you would like to test to be sure that you're catching and quote unquote keeping the community safe, you will need to, as of now, begin to test everyone that is working with the public, since you have got such a small margin at times between those that are unvaccinated and those that are vaccinated. Obviously, logic would dictate you're dealing with some vaccinated people who have a current COVID case and many more, but not more than 2 times to 1. And that, to me, it just seems crazy that you would only be testing one group, because you have said, all of the people up at that dais have said repeatedly, our job is to keep the community safe and to look out for the community. Therefore, you will need to begin to test everybody if you really want to keep the community safe. So I'll give you a moment to think about that.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record and the district you reside, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good morning. My name is Jackie Morris Lopez. I'm in District 2, San Juan Bautista. And I just want to say we are dealing with a global pandemic. The only way to get around this and squelch this pandemic, we all know, is by vaccination. So skating around that premise and allowing public employees to test, for me, is contradictory to what you all state, and that's protecting the public. You work for the county, you work as a EMT, you work as a fireman, you work as a police officer, you work as a social worker, you work as a eligibility worker for public aid and assistance. You are dealing with the public. This is a pandemic, folks. And also, I agree with Supervisor Kosmicki. You are employees of the county if you are a elected official. And you cannot have it both ways. As Supervisor Hernandez, who chooses to make a political statement by staying at home, but once again is out in the public. It rallies at gatherings, at his business. It's contradictory, and other counties are being more proactive in requiring that public employees and officials get vaccinated. The other issue is that if you have the option to stay at home and do Zoom from your home, then why not have a reduction in your salary because you are not showing up to your place of employment? Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please press *6 on your phone to unmute yourself and state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello there, this is Rob Bernowski again, and I promise this is the last thing I will comment on today. But where I have an issue with this is treating elected officials as employees. And here's why I do not believe it is appropriate that you do. So when the elected official gets unelected one way or another, i.e. fired, but does not resign, does that mean the elected official will then be entitled to unemployment benefits? Similarly, if the elected official is walking around, maybe he's at some event put on by the county, or maybe not, just talking to constituents, and gets injured, does that then become a workers' comp claim? I could go on with several examples like this, but I have never been of the mind, even as an elected official, that I was an employee of the entity in which I was serving. I'm an employee of the people, but not of the entity. And I realize that you are compensated. I tend to look at that as a stipend, but it's a very slippery slope to me, where once you say, yes, the elected are employees, you just open up a huge can of liability down the road, whether it's nefarious or not. So, so please consider that very, very carefully. And I do sympathize with the planning commissioners that might only be in the building once a month or something like that. Treating them as employees seems, for the same reasons, just as bad. Thank you very much. That concludes my comments.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record and the district you reside, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name's Vicki Brackett. I'm in District 2. I just have a couple of questions. Am I allowed to ask a question?
You can ask the question. We won't be able to address it, but go ahead.
Okay, well, when are we going to talk about who approves the religious exemptions and the medical exemptions for these mandated vaccines? I think that's a legitimate question that people would like to know. As a taxpayer, I would like to know, since you're imposing your political views on the people that work in this county.
The accommodation process would start with the CAO's office and county council, and we would determine that if, in fact, that is a bona fide religious exemption, the exemption, depending on who the individual is, would apply to the testing or the vaccine. Only our behavioral health employees are mandated to be vaccinated, and that's not by any board rule or regulation or resolution. This was done by CDPH, by the state. The testing provision does allow for religious accommodation, and our forms are online for employees to see if they do in fact have a closely held religious belief and they believe they are exempt from religious for religious reasons for the testing.
Okay, isn't that subjective? I'm just curious. It sounds like a very subjective process to me. And the medical one as well. I mean, are you a doctor? I mean, who determines for these county employees whether it's a medical approved by your standards or not? I guess to me, it just sounds like it's very subjective. So I'm just asking for more information.
Just gonna comment real quick. The EEOC has guidance on what is a religious exemption, and we would follow those guidelines. For medical exemptions, we are not doctors. However, we do require for a board licensed physician to sign your form without disclosing any medical information. What we really need to know is if your accommodation is acute or indefinite.
And is that written down anywhere? And thank you for taking the time to answer my question. Is that written down anywhere for the public to see?
As I stated earlier, it's in our policies online for viewing.
Thank you.
Sorry, you used some initials, and so I wrote them down. CDPH and EOC, so.
So CDPH, California Department of Public Health. I just wanted to make that clear that the board
authority that you're
didn't
citing.
mandate anybody to get a vaccine. CDPH, through a health order, mandated behavioral health. The other one is EOC, which is a federal guidance that provides sort of the oversight for all things that we do as employees through the federal government.
I was just trying to make clarification. We're not making up the rules as we go. We are following guidelines that have been set aside by California and/or federal levels.
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
So, sorry. And normally we don't answer questions like this. That was a one-off, and we're not going to do it again. Okay, because we don't. Sorry, is there any other? Okay.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and your district, and you have 3 minutes.
This is Stephanie Castro. I believe I'm District 3. I don't understand, going back to the testing, why are you testing twice a week? Why aren't you only testing once a week? You guys talked about only doing once a week testing because twice a week was kind of ridiculous. Nobody else is doing twice a week testing. So if you talk about other counties and following other counties, they're not doing twice a week testing. They're doing once a week. So why twice a week? You're just doubling your costs. Also, you need to do the spit test. The PRC test up the nose, just because it only goes in a little bit, the end of that swab has chemicals known to cause cancer in the state of California. You cannot use those. When they react with your mucus, they can cause cancer. So you cannot use those nose swabs because they're going to cause even more harm. So you can't use the nose ones, you have to use the spit ones. The other thing is, sorry, I'm trying to catch my breath. I'm on a walk. You have to test the vaccinated as well. The CDC said, they came out and said, the war has changed. They realized that their phase 1 trial of preventative, this shot is supposed to be preventative, it failed. It failed. It is not preventative. It will not prevent COVID. They will get it and they will spread it. Why are you not testing them too? So you're going to test the unvaccinated, even though the vaccinated can carry COVID and spread COVID to vaccinated people. They can spread it to their vaccinated coworkers. That makes no sense. For you to discriminate and to single out people as if they have some type of disease or something like that, that is so wrong. You cannot do that because we know the vaccinated will get this. We know the vaccinated will spread this. You cannot discriminate like that. You cannot isolate people and say you're going to get vaccinated or sorry, you're going to get tested and you're not. That is such hypocrisy because we know that they will get it and spread it, whether they're vaccinated or not. Everybody is capable of getting this and spreading this. There is not anyone who is immune to this. There will never be, unless you have had COVID. You might have immunity. They said you do have immunity. They don't even know for how long. Fauci refuses to address that. Why? Why won't he address that? We know that people have immunity, and he won't even address it. I haven't thought about that. Really? That is such a lie. You guys are being gaslit. You guys are being gaslighted. You are being so snowed over by.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and your district, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ima Gonzalez, and I am in District 1, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I have a couple of comments. First of all, the IRS defines an employee as someone who's on a company's payroll and receives wages and benefits. Which is what you do. You are on the payroll, you do receive wages and benefits. You got CalPERS, you got insurance, you have entitlements. Your wages are also reported to the IRS. If you were not an employee, none of this would be reported. Now, I agree with Supervisor Hernandez in that he should not have to be showing up if he doesn't want to. But the thing is, he is an employee, so there is a solution. One, give up your wage and go back to a stipend, which is what you were getting before. Two is resign and allow somebody else who is willing to come into the chambers to do your job, because it is a job that you were elected to do. And my other thing is, as far as religious exceptions, I think that there's some good comments being done on here. As far as can I buy a certificate off the internet that says that I'm exempt because my religion does not allow me to get a vaccination? So there's some questions that need to be answered and some considerations that need to be given. But anyway, the reason I was calling is because I do take exception with the wages and not being an employee as being stated. When you just gave yourself a really nice wage increase, you were on a stipend, go back to the stipend. You said you work 40 hours or more a week. It's a full-time job. Everyone said that. Everybody voted for the wage increase. So by that definition, you are an employee. So I'm kind of confused as a taxpayer who is paying your wages. Anyway, that's my comments. Thank you very much.
Muted, please state your name and your district, and you have 3 minutes. No further comments.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and bring it to the board. Do either of you from the ad hoc want to go ahead and start off?
Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Appreciate it. Yeah, so on the employee part, to me, there's really no debate about whether supervisors are employees. We are. That's an indisputable fact. We're on the payroll. We receive benefits. We're expected to work full time. As far as other volunteer board members go, let's just make sure we're underscoring the fact that, like, let's say with the planning commissioner example, that they do have the option to take part in the meeting by Zoom if they don't want to get vaccinated or tested. So there really, to me, isn't really, there really shouldn't be much of a controversy there. If maybe there was some confusion on the facts, but I just don't see any reason why we wouldn't make sure they're held to the standard, because we're giving them that option to do Zoom. And then we talked in the ad hoc about another thing we could do with those folks is, because they're not employees who are regularly working, if they have like a meeting once a month or once a quarter, we would just require the testing before the meeting. So, the Thursday before the meeting the following week, or the Monday before the meeting the following week, they just get tested, and that should be fine as far as I'm concerned. And then just let the intent of the rules. We don't want people to be coming in the chambers, whether they're planning commissioners or other volunteers. And I appreciate all the people that serve on these boards. They're really important. We certainly don't want to lose people, but at the same time, we have to balance, being consistent and also, sticking with the intent of the policy, which is to keep our employees safe. So we have a lot of people in the clerk's office and others who are coming here and working, and then we have people from outside, the planning commissioners and such, coming in here who, if they're unvaccinated, that could be an issue. And then, ultimately, I'm more concerned about losing people to COVID and losing people's lives than I am about potentially losing a commissioner for what I see as just unreasonable circumstances. If somebody wants to walk because they're being forced to do a meeting on Zoom, then I would say so be it. I'd rather take my risk with that than take my risk with getting people sick and dying from COVID-19. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'll be very brief. It's all about keeping people safe, keeping our county employees safe, and also, as I've said before, setting an example. We're expecting others to have safe behavior, get vaccines ideally, and so certainly anyone who's associated with the county, whether it be a volunteer on a commission or other board or otherwise, I think it makes total sense that we follow the same guidelines. And again, as has been mentioned both by Edgar and Supervisor Kosmicki, for those who are either telecommuting or in the case of a commission, maybe meets once a month or quarterly, they have several other outs. They can Zoom in, they can get tested just prior to that meeting, which might be just once a month or once a quarter. So there's really no reason for them to have an issue with this this policy. And then lastly, this is, again, all about encouraging more people to get vaccinated. Just get vaccinated. The science supports it. Yes, you can get breakthrough infections if you're vaccinated, but it's at a much lower level. And most importantly, once again, I think I read where you're 11 times more likely to be hospitalized and ultimately get very sick and die if you're unvaccinated versus vaccinated. And that's the key. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be very objective and to the point. Obviously, I disagree with the board. And I know me and Supervisor Gonzalez have always had respectful conversations, but nonetheless, we don't agree on certain things. And I only mention that because it's the importance of the board to learn to work together for the sake of the community. But just to point out again, the objective reality is, we're talking about following the science. At once we said 2 weeks to slow the spread, then it was flattening the curve. And here we are almost 2 years later. So it just, you mentioned the standard, Supervisor Tiffany. The standard is broken. There is no standard, because if there was, we would have division, we would have consistency, we'd have clarity, we'd have the public basically adopting what we said because it's rational, right? It would be very hard for the public to say, why would I do this? Why would I not do this when it just makes total sense? Let's just to clear the air, right? We're talking about, it's confusing the reality to call a supervisor, an elected official who's hired by the public, right? It's their money. One of the commenters on Zoom mentioned that you're using my taxpayer money. So that's a little bit confusing. It's funny how we talk in a lot of ways from two different sides of our mouth. And when I hear Supervisor Kosmicki said, let's be clear, the fact is very clear, is it's, you're an employee. And then all of a sudden you talk about a plan commissioner and said, oh, well, you're actually a volunteer. You can rewind that part of the video, and it basically shows that I don't even think we're unsure about what day today is. So my point is we're literally looking at now an opportunity to literally force someone into a mandate situation. If we were trying to do our due diligence, we would say, hey, these folks can do their job reasonably. They could do it from an office outside or from their home, right? And here we are actually talking about forcing the public into a mandate situation. Out of respect for the board, the optics doesn't look very well when we're basically saying this is about public health. It's safer for you to not be around someone if you're at risk, right? Or if you yourself have the virus, if you don't want to wear a mask, if you don't want to use a vaccine. But we're saying, but we still want you to go into a chambers that is a higher risk. That's better than you doing your job reasonably outside of that risky environment. Are we sure we're trying to be clear? Are we sure we're trying to be consistent? Again, the public hires me. I don't see a point in time where I'm going to see our CAO sit down with Supervisor Kosmicki per se and say, you're not doing your job, Supervisor Kosmicki. I need to reprimand you because I'm your employer and you're my employee. Talk about the twilight zone. To me, there's no clarity with that. Again, you want to lose people, you confuse them. That's the best way to do it. So at the end of the day, my big ask is going to be for clarity. I agree with Supervisor Tiffany. Vaccines have the science has shown that it reduces symptoms. It doesn't eliminate risk. You're still infectious. There's still a chance of you spreading that virus. I would like to talk about immunity. If we have people that have gotten the virus, and a study shows just recently that 13 times stronger immunity than actually the vaccine, then why aren't we actually allowing folks to show antibody tests and say, hey, when I do enter a county chambers, which is what these rules are supposed to only apply to, now all of a sudden we're broadening that conversation where we're actually trying to force people into a riskier situation. Why don't we actually talk about antibody testing that says, well, actually, if you basically show that you have antibodies, then you're actually a better case scenario where you're going to lower the risk, not only for yourself or anybody around you. You're not going to be as transmittable as someone who can actually get the variant and probably mutate it. That chance is a lot higher. So I would like to talk about immunity. I would like to redefine our policy when it comes to a volunteer that is specific to just that, a volunteer, someone who's at will, not in a contract. I think that's probably the easiest clarification. If you're not in a contract with the county, you're not an employee. My contract was with the public. They elected me. They hired me. They're the ones that pay me. It's their taxpayer dollars. Just the same, a volunteer is a subsidiary in that sense of that elected official, because a planning commissioner, as a perfect example, is appointed. We appoint these positions. So the public trusts me. They hired me, and then I hire someone else to do that job as a volunteer position. So again, if you're not in a contract with the county, you don't get hired directly from the county, then you're not a volunteer. And you know, I don't like dancing around with these words. So, and then I do agree with one of the speakers who asked the question, which I've been wondering, right? Who is ultimately the arbiter of these exemptions? We're talking about a medical process that is going to be processed by human resources. How does that even make sense? And even apart from that, why aren't we having clear medical exemptions that says if you end up basically following this checklist, if there's something in here that says you qualify under, then you automatically know when you apply you have an exemption. And then the last thing I wanted to mention is a reasonable accommodation. Again, if this is about public health, and I'm trying to ultimately share that reality that the optics of this is we're trying to force you into a riskier situation. Well, why don't we actually reverse that and give reasonable accommodations? We basically look at all of our employees and say, okay, we're going to test you guys. Oh, by the way, or you're going to get a vaccination. But not me agreeing with that policy, but nonetheless, if that's the will of the board, then how about we look at all of our employees and say, well, which one of you can actually work from home? Why don't we send you home? You can work from home. You can reasonably do your job. There's way less risk because you're not in a risky environment. You're not spreading it amongst other people. You're home, and we're going to pay you because you're going to do your job. So why don't we send people home to a safer, it's safer than getting vaccinated and safer than even getting the virus because you're home, you're in a bubble, right? Why don't we send you home so that you can actually do your job, and we're going to give you that ability to do your job without increasing risk. Those are my asks. It's going to be for this exemption process. I know we're still ironing it out. I'm really concerned. The last thing I'm going to mention is I received a letter from the union, the local firefighters union, and I see this trend growing. It really is the goal is trying to create that unifying element in our community, because we haven't reached that point. We're actually getting that much farther divided. We need to learn how to listen to the public. We need to learn how to listen to the people that are working with us. That basically, from what I'm learning, and even locally, it's about a 30% loss that we're looking at, give or take, right? Depending on the agency, 30% of people that are possibly not going to be around. And Supervisor Gonzalez mentioned it. What happens? You don't test, you don't get vaccinated, we let you go, right? They're going to take unemployment. Are they going to get medical benefits? So there's all these situations that we're going to have to deal with. It's going to increase costs. And by default, we're still going to have to go look for somebody else. And assuming that they're actually in line with taking the vaccine, we already have a hard time hiring people. I think we really need to slow this down, revisit this. And again, these are my exemptions that I want clarified, especially with that volunteer position, the immunity position, the medical and religious exemptions, objective evidence to the public of why they would qualify or not qualify. And then the last is the reasonable accommodation element. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Item itself is so convoluted from where it's at right now. There's so many issues that have been raised. First of all, I'm not even going to get into the employee definition. We all know with the EEOC, you have a definition. We all know with our county handbook, we know who's an employee and who isn't. So I says, I'm not even going to go into it. I'm a little disappointed with the Planning Commission, however, and their antics and what's going on with their inability to conduct business simply because we have three commissioners boycotting the process. But that's just another kind of worms that I don't even want to embrace. I'm disappointed, but it is what it is. I too did receive that letter that Supervisor Hernandez referred to from the firefighters, and it was dated on September the 12th. And I think of that letter itself, I would like to look at deleting the criminal component that came from Dr. G's through the California Department of Public Health and his ability. And if we can't remove that criminal component, can we at least not impose it? So that's one thing. Again, and I'm just talking out loud because I'm not on the ad hoc for vaccines, so I don't know the conversations that have taken place or haven't. In terms of the Zoom participation, if for whatever reason, because of your objection, because of your religious status, because of your political position, if you cannot come in, understand that pursuant to the governor's executive order N 29-20 that was issued on March 17, 2020, you still can participate through Zoom legally and officially without it being a violation of the Brown Act. Now, I do know that that is set to sunset on September the 30th, so we as a county have to figure out what are we going to do September 30th. Okay, so we know that there's going to be an extension?
I don't think it's been signed by the governor yet, but it looks that there will be extension. They'll update you as soon as it's signed.
Okay, so then the September 30th day, though it's looming, it's not really an issue. It will be addressed by the state, not by us, but by the state. Okay, good, because like I says, that's something that I don't even want to entertain. As elected officials, I believe, and this is just me on my soapbox, I believe that we are role models and we are held to a higher standard than anyone else. And I think that we should make sure whatever we're doing, however we're carrying ourselves, is that we try to build a consensus with the community and we aren't portraying ourselves as being divisive. So I'm just going to put that out there. I'm concerned some of our behavior is not really conducive to working as a team. There's only 4 of us on here. Once we have a 5th person, it might be a little bit easier, but while there are 4 members on the board, we really need to work together as a team, and I don't see that. I heard some of the speaker comments, the public comments that came in, and my bottom line is the safety of the community. And so I think that our HR department has addressed the reasonable accommodations already. They're defined by the California Department of Public Health and the EEOC, both state and federal, and so I don't have any concerns regarding that. So I don't think we need to decide anything other than to receive an update. So what is the will of the board with this item? It doesn't look like we need to act on anything, do we?
Madam Chair, it looks like the 3 of us are in agreement about the policy. I don't see any reason. I do think with the health order, we have to be careful about, jutting ourselves into the process with the health order, because that could open up a can of worms on a lot of other issues with people might have specific issues with health orders. I think we have to stay away from the health orders. That's just my personal opinion. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just reiterate that. I think we all received that letter from the firefighter union. And again, I think there's confusion that that was a health order, was not a decision, although I'm in support of it, but it was not a decision made by this board. So
Correct.
I don't think we can weigh in on that. But again, as far as this agenda item, I think it is a discussion item, and it sounds like the 3 of the 4 of us are on the same page, and I think the direction the county is going is a correct one, and I don't see any need for any changes.
Okay. So then,
So Madam Chair, if we're done with that item.
Madam Chair, I had a question.
yes, Supervisor Hernandez.
Yeah, just really quick, and I'll be to the point. on the actual public health order, again, it's putting the public into a really confusing environment. And this is the question that I received from the firefighters union: is this public health officer going to actually throw me in jail or give me a misdemeanor? How is he going to punish me? And I said, he can't. And that's just the reality. So again, if we want consistency and clarity, then we push for that. Right now, from what I'm hearing from the board, or at least Supervisor Kosmicki and Tiffany, is we're going to allow this health officer to punish penally, criminally, firefighters who've been doing their job for 18 months. And just now, at the end of the 18, now all of a sudden they're being forced to take a vaccine or get tested when they've been on the front lines this whole time. And he's trying to do something that is outside of his jurisdiction, and everybody knows it. It's a huge contradiction. We're literally stepping in what we created. It's going to become a muddy mess. I don't see how that's going to create a good outcome. So anyways, those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excuse me, if I might say, I don't know if Barbara can weigh in on this. I think it's certainly not, and I don't want to speak for Dr. Girladucci, but I don't think it's the intent that there's going to be anyone that's going to be prosecuted in this situation. But Barbara, maybe you can speak to, I think the language is probably pretty standard language in terms of.
It's standard. We could, if the board directed, we could discuss that with him, whether he wished to have that removed. But that leaves the discretion in the DA's office and they would, they would have to evaluate something on a case-by-case basis to determine whether it warranted that type of intervention.
Yeah, Supervisor Hernandez, I think, I don't want the public to be misled. I do not think that is really what's going to happen in this case. So if we need to get clarification with that, maybe we need to do that. But that should not be the message that the public is hearing today.
Madam Chair, just a real quick point of clarification.
Go ahead really quickly.
I will. So to the point, what you're saying, Supervisor Tiffany, and again, with all due respect, we're saying we wrote something that we're not going to enforce. We're going to put it on the DA, who's a publicly elected official, who's basically in a political position. And ultimately, when it goes through the court system, if it comes down to actual misdemeanors or handing out this, it goes through the sheriff's department, which is another elected position. Again, it's something that we created, and now we're gonna step in. That's my final comments, Madam Chair.
So shall we?
Madam Chair, so this recommendation, I would just, obviously this is something that the doctor actually moved forward with, so it's kind of outside the guise of the board, but it's something that we could probably take back to the ad hoc and look at it and maybe report back at it at a later date, if that's okay with this board.
That would be nice, yes.
Okay, well, we'll do that.
Okay, thank you. So I'm looking at the clock. Do we want to go ahead with the next item, or do you?
The next item is about 5-10 minutes, so if you guys want to take one more before lunch.
Let's go ahead
that'd
and
be
do
fine.
that then.
All right. We have Mike here.
Uh-oh, let's sleep.
Oh.
Ready whenever you are.
Ready.
Okay,
Go
thank
ahead.
you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board. I would like to discuss the water treatment plant over at CSA 22, which is Sila Vista. When I first came on with the county earlier this year, I did a tour of both water treatment facilities that the county is responsible for. And there are issues at both facilities. I believe we're working our way, the facility near San Juan Bautista is a paperwork issue with the state, and it has finally been submitted to the state to get that one resolved. And the issue out at Sila Vista is an issue of age. The plant itself was constructed in 1987. It provides service to approximately 76 parcels, and it includes wastewater collection and treatment. Now, when we say treatment, that's treatment to 1987 standards. It's not treatment to 2021 water board standards. We hired the Wallace Group to come in and perform a condition assessment of the plant due to the condition it's in. And I'm sparing you the photographs of the condition it's in. There are cracked roof trusses. The lighting in the facility is literally falling off the ceiling and not working. The ventilation in the whole facility is not working. Literally, there were box fans from Target in the holes for ventilation. Floor has issues. The facility itself, pumps are broken, and so they have spare pumps. General housekeeping is an issue. The list was long of deficiencies, and we provided that report to you. And I actually think that report had pictures in it, and I apologize for that. But anyway, basically, between those deficiencies, the facility has also received 4 notice of violations from the Water Board since May of 2005. And we have 45 Category 1 effluent violations since March of 2016, which is primarily due to salts and total suspended solids. Recently, the Water Board has issued new waste discharge orders to all small systems, and Sila Vista is in the process of getting a letter sent to it saying you have to comply, and the current facility cannot comply with the new standards. So we are going to have to either replace it or come up with another solution for treating the sewage issue. One other thing that we recently discovered is that the sewer collection system also was the county's responsibility. And at no time since 1987 did anybody inspect it, clean it, or do the required cammering. You'll have an item coming at the next meeting to approve a contract with a company to go ahead and provide those services. So as we move forward with this solution, we know the condition of the collection system also. Basically, there's 2 options. Option A is to replace the existing facility with a water board 2021 standard compliant facility, and that cost is approximately $5.7 million. Option B would be to demolish the existing wastewater treatment plant and connect to the City of Hollister collection system. That cost is approximately $1.2 million, which also includes the impact fees for collecting. The goal of today's report is to receive direction from the board for me to approach the city to begin negotiations about going with Alternative B due to the extreme cost savings that Alternative B provides. There are several factors in favor with the connection. Number one, this type of connection would be permitted through LAFCO because it is an emergency. We have a failing sewer system that is in violation. So that does meet one of the state standards for the city to provide outside services. Number two, Sila Vista is within the city's sphere of influence. It always has been. And number three, with the recent development of Roberts Ranch on the other side of the fence from the Sila Vista facility, a sewer line was extended to the property line with Sila Vista in preparation for connection to Sila Vista and possibly additional connections to the south. So in order to discuss this with the city, we need your blessing, and then once we enter into those negotiations, I can report back and receive direction once we know the particulars.
Let's go ahead and go to the public really quickly, and then we'll bring it back to the board.
If you'd like to make a public comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom or in chambers.
Okay, so go ahead, any of the, who wants to go first?
Sure, Madam Chair. I'll be quick. The $1.2 million, just to clarify for the public, where's that money coming from if we go that route?
We are looking at different financing strategies for the CSA to cover that. We are trying to provide a loan at their existing CSA assessment that would be repaid by that, and then the city sewer fee would be an additional expense to the residents.
Okay, just want to make sure that the CSA is going to cover it. We're not going to cover any expenses. That's the point of the CSA, you know.
That is the point of the CSA. They have retained legal counsel, and our legal counsel is working with their legal counsel to resolve that issue. Correct?
Yeah, I won't support the county putting a dime toward this project. I want to be very clear, just as one supervisor. And then the other thing, just real, as an overriding issue, CSAs are an issue on this agenda as a whole, and that they're a mess. And I just think it comes back to this idea that the county has been going around, you know, developing subdivisions for decades, and it's really, this is the result of that, is these infrastructure issues that some of us talk about. So, thank you.
Yeah, my only comments, and this is in my district, so I've been involved in this a bit with the people from Cielo Vista and with Mike. Obviously, we have to deal with this situation. Frankly, it's clear that connection to the city of Hollister by far and away makes the most sense for all the reasons Mike already explained. You know, the cost is just alone, it makes total sense, and where it's located, it makes sense. So I think there's no question we should give direction. Obviously, the cost is a big decision, and it's something that has to be addressed and worked out, but this is the first step in going forward. And then last comment I would just make, and I already touched on this briefly, and when it comes up at the end of our agenda today, I know that Mike and his team, Reed, are working very hard to get on top of all the CSAs within our county. This is just representative. This may be one of the worst or best cases that we're dealing with, some of the problems we're dealing with within the CSAs. So I'd like to, get an update on that, on some of the other CSAs. But anyway, I think it makes total sense that we go forward with this, trying to get connection with the city of Hollister. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez?
No comment, Madam Chair.
Okay. My only concern is, I agree with Supervisor Kazameki, is that the county shouldn't bear the costs. I understand that we're in a better position finance-wise versus the CSA and the Homeowners Association, but this is a enclosed community. It's not going to, the waste treatment plant is not going to benefit anyone other than the residents in that area. And so I want to guarantee that this is going to be a loan, that it's in writing, and that we are, as a county, going to get paid back. It sounds like it might be a very slow process, at the current rate of the CSAs, but I just need to make sure that the county isn't carrying the burden, because that's just not fair. It'd be different if it was going to be a project that's going to benefit the entire community, but it's not. It's going to benefit, the one subdivision because of whatever the situation, that arose that took them to that position, that it's not a workable system that they have presently.
I understand, and that can be prepared as soon as we conclude negotiations with the city. It'd be premature to do it now because we truly don't know.
Okay. All right. So I have no further comments. And so what is the will of the board on this item number 5?
I would excuse me. Madam Chair, I would, I'd make a motion that we adopt Resolution 2021-119 and direct RMA staff to investigate potential solutions and develop course of action resulting from the attached report, including engaging the City of Hollister regarding a potential connection to its sewer system.
Second.
Okay, so I have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so it's 12:13, so we'll take the break then at this point.
Yeah, Madam
So
Chair.
we'll
we
have
could-
you read in the closed session items for the record.
We think approximately 45 minutes.
45? Are you sure?
No, I'm not.
It's because we keep giving the public a time frame, and then we haven't been able to adhere to that time frame.
Yes.
So 40, oh, that's good. So 45 minutes will take us to 1 o'clock then. Okay, after it's read. Okay. So we'll say 1:05. Okay.
Okay, number 27, closed session conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to D2 and E5 of Government Code Section 54956.9. Potential litigation related to the oral threat of legal action related to the incident occurring in San Benito County Library on August 18th, 2021, as memorialized by the email of August 20th, 2021. 28 is closed session conference with real property negotiators. Government Code 54956.8, 1135 San Felipe, Hollister, California, APN 0511100340, negotiating parties. TTM Ventures LLC and the agency negotiators Barbara Thompson, Joel Allingwood, Ray Espinoza, Gabriel Orozco, and under negotiation, both price and terms of payment. 29 closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, name of cases, In Re National Prescription Opioid Litigation, United States District Court, Northern District of Ohio, Eastern District, case number MDL 2804, case number 1-17 MD 2804. In Re Purdue Pharma LP, case number 19-23649, United States Bankruptcy Court.
That's it? Okay, so then we'll go ahead and.
Public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. Public comment, please.
Okay, if you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom or chambers.
Okay, perfect. All right, so we'll resume at 1:05 then.
Are we going in the back room or here?
There it goes.
Okay. All right. So you want to go ahead and report out then?
There is no reportable action except on item number 29, in which the board approved the Malincroft bankruptcy plan on a 4-0 vote.
Okay. So then let's go ahead and go to item number 6, oh, which we're taking 26. Number 6.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, and members of the public. I am here today to discuss the amendments made to the board rules and procedures. Your board had requested this item to be placed on the agenda for further discussion. This item was brought on the August 24th board meeting, which your board discussed the amendments and made further recommendations. To start off with, the amendments to the rules of procedures, this has had no changes and was tentatively approved at the last meeting on the 24th. The continuation of meetings, there was no changes made and was tentatively approved at the 24th. Speaker cards, there was a change made to this item. We took out cards to be submitted prior to the agenda being called. That language was removed. We also have provided on the speaker cards that the members of the public fill out. Their district was also added, so they can fill out their district number.
Excuse me, Jennifer. You sent us an email yesterday on that addressed this to, if I understood it correctly. Has that been addressed with this change? Or is
No, that will come back if that legislation is finally approved. And just for members of the public, the proposed legislation dealing with 2920, extending it, which was Assembly Bill, may require items not to be, the ability to comment on a public comment item may not be, you may not be able to shut off the time to register for that public comment item until that item is completed. We'll see what the final language is. We'll see if it's approved, and then we can come back the same day that that's enacted. You know, when we implement it, we'll either come back in the September meeting or October meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Next one. This item, there was no changes and was tentatively approved for general public comment. Yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Supervisor Kozmicki, you had a question?
If we get a summary, pretty long paragraph there.
So, public speaker time.
Can't hear. I didn't hear Supervisor Kozmicki's comment, sorry.
He was just asking her to clarify. There's a lot of information on the screen, and he wanted her to clarify to see what it is. So if you look at the very bottom, she has in caps, Section 3, Item B. So the document that they submitted to us, the rules of procedure, I don't know if you can see my screen, but it's the document that was there, and so that would be B, Section B,
Section 3.
3B.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can read it off.
You're fine. I just
Yeah.
wanted it just to take a second.
And so if you have the red line, her slides are following up with the red line version that we have.
Yeah, the only thing I saw, and maybe I missed it, but on the speaker cards, and I understand that people can be anonymous if they choose to, although I do think we should encourage people to give their name, but we are asking for, well, we did at some point ask for people to give at least their district, and I don't see that I did not see that in this language. I don't know if that's necessary, but I don't see that. Maybe I missed it. And also, I would like to know, and I can't remember if we talked about this, at least if they are a resident of San Diego County or not. But anyway, that was the only comment I saw, so.
I did not add that into the board rules and procedures. We just added it on the speaker card.
Okay, so it's on the speaker card.
Yeah, if you would like.
Yeah, if you also look at the staff report, the sections 1, 2, 3 within the actual report itself, it's the background summary.
I saw it there.
Yeah. And
okay, so we don't need to have it here.
No,
okay.
it's on the other one. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Speaker cards.
Would you like me to go over this item more in detail? Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm fine also.
Okay. Public comment on consent items. This also did not have any changes from the last meeting on the 24th. For regular agenda and public hearing items, there's also no changes made to this item since the 24th.
And excuse me, on the consent items, just to be clear, and I know it states this, is that we are gonna, the supervisors will pull consent items after the public speaks.
Yes.
So the public cannot pull a consent item, but they can ask to have it pulled either before the meeting or during their comment, and then we, if we choose to, could pull it. So but it is,
Yes.
okay.
Correct.
Or if they have questions about an item and the board so chooses to pull that item to get that,
Right,
to get
right.
that answered, they don't
Right,
technically
right.
have to,
Okay,
ask
thank
it.
you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Hernandez.
I guess the only question is how do they know to ask a question if they haven't heard comments from a supervisor? Because they might have questions as it relates to the dialogue, but if they have to talk after, then they don't have that opportunity.
That was a
They
question.
talked before, I'm sorry.
That was a question that was raised previously, and we're trying to be on a uniform way that we're handling every agenda item. So we're going to the public first, and then we're bringing it back to the supervisors. Otherwise, the supervisors are speaking twice on each item. And so we're just trying to, I hate to say that word streamline, right as Elias Salinas walked into the room. But we're just trying to make it consistent. That's a better word, consistent.
All right, Jennifer.
Okay?
Go ahead, Jennifer.
Limitation on time. There was actually item number 3 was added. The board chair shall have the authority to ask a board member to finish up their comment after 5 minutes of speaking. So this was newly added from the recommendation of your board from the 24th.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to, I had brought up the issue of the person with the floor has the floor not being able to be interrupted. I want to make sure that that's included in the rules. I know Robert's rules were mentioned, but we're not actually bound by Robert's rules. So I just want to make sure we add that portion that we can't be interrupted. Thank you.
Yeah, that's on N.
It's the next item. Yeah.
It's there.
So when a member of the board is speaking, they are not to be interrupted by another board member while they have the floor. So that is newly added. Also with item O, it's also been newly added. I will read it off. Board members shall not use electronic communications during a public meeting of the board at which he or she is in attendance with anyone in the public or between themselves while at the dais or participating in a public meeting. Electronic communication is defined as electronic text or visual communication and attachments distributed via email, websites, instant messaging, text messaging, Twitter, or comparable services. In the event of an urgent family matter, a board member wishing to respond to a telephone call or text message during the meeting shall do so during a recess or shall excuse him or herself from the meeting to place the return call or text in a manner that does not disrupt the meeting. And that was newly added in the recommendation of your board.
And I was concerned about that because they said with this, everybody has their own personal phone, they have their county phone, and I'm just concerned about communications here at the dais, because when we are at the dais and we are sitting here, anything that we are communicating out, say for example, we get a Facebook post and we respond to it during the meeting time, we then open up ourselves to any kind of communication for that Facebook. Likewise would be for text or email, and so we really need to be careful as supervisors that we adhere to the policy. Other jurisdictions literally collect the phones in a little basket before the elected official comes onto the dais, and so I don't think we need to go that far. But if I see it and I'm seeing it, I'm just saying I'm seeing it. I will make it the attention of county council, and then we'll kind of take it from there. Okay?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I just think the personal is different than the And there's also the issue of, I mean, not to put, it's our county council, but I've gotten texts, and I'm sure you have too, I've gotten texts from our own staff. So what are we, I'm confused on what we do in that event. And I know there's a confidential attorney-client relationship there, so it's not necessarily a Brown Act issue, but just to clarify on the county council is giving us advisement part.
And that's why it's such a gray area,
I
so.
think that the way that was written.
Mike?
I believe the way that it was written was that staff is exempt from that provision. And we can, of course, discuss it at some other point in the future. I think that we'll talk about it later, about whether or not, who should be the enforcing role of the rules. But that's a question about whether or not whether or not just a point of order is called, and then it's up to the supervisors to, comply with the rules or not, depending on how urgent, a call is, or if they have to step out of the room.
Yeah, the way I read it says, cannot communicate with anyone in the public or between themselves while the dais. So I guess that would be, if you read it literally, that would exclude interaction between, because I was one of the same thing, Supervisor Kosmicki. Some kind, there's been text back and forth on something that would be allowed.
Well, we could forego the language, but then I would say suggesting surrendering the phones.
But I think that would be allowed the way that this is reading, as long as we're okay with that.
So we would have to monitor ourselves is what we need to be
No,
really
but in other
mindful.
words, the way it's written, we could communicate with staff.
Yeah.
We just
Staff
can't
is
among
exempt.
ourselves
Yeah.
or with the public by text or. It doesn't.
Yeah, I'm fine. I don't have anything to hide. I don't have any issues. I'm just
Yeah.
thinking if there's an emergency and I'll just step out if I have to, that's fine.
Right.
Okay. Supervisor Hernandez, are you on board with that?
That's fine, Madam Chair.
That's
fine.
Okay, thank you.
So for the next one, committees, the only thing that was added to this one is the chair shall attempt to distribute an equal number of committees to each board member.
Yes. It is disproportionate right now. There's another item on the agenda. We'll talk more about that. Okay.
Lastly, the agendas, there was no change.
I had a question about that one,
Yes, go ahead.
Madam Chair. Just really quick, one is the authority of the chair to hand out committees. If you think about it, evenly distribute, it assumes basically that, there's a lot of variables, right? Whether it's maybe a certain person can take on more, maybe not so much, whatever that means. And I'm more than willing to take on more, so that's not why I bring it up. But the bottom line is, I don't want to weaken the chair position. And then the other element of it that I'm concerned about is, when it comes down to, what committees, right? Then all of a sudden, I think if we get down this road, then we're going to say, well, I should be based off of X, Y, Z, be on this committee or on that committee. Again, weakening the chair position and not really having that chair delegate, because we're not in charge as individual board members of managing the meeting. The chair is. We're not in charge of committees because the chair is basically their task to ultimately delegate assignments or duties. So I think that position should have more authority for obvious reasons, and I don't want to hurt the authority by all of a sudden now trying to create these measures that assume equality, but in reality, there's just subtle nuances to why things happen, and to try to restrain it to a specific rule versus giving it a little bit of freedom, I don't think is wise. At the end of the day, if you want to lobby for a committee, then do it on the dais, and that's fine, right? But yeah, that could be a whole nother conversation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I respond? Yes. I think it came about because, just as an example, this year, the former chair gave himself a handful of committees and ad hocs all together, and again, I'm fine doing the work, but I had close to 20, and he had a handful, and there's a clear discrepancy there, and that's what really was the issue. So, thank you.
We'll see it even more evident on one of the slides on item 8. Yeah, not laughing at it, but it's it's laughable, the situation that arose, yes.
For items to be submitted, there has been no changes made to this item since the 24th. This item has, the agendas have, there's been no changes
Let me,
made to this item as well.
I'd like to comment on this, and maybe I just didn't fully pick up on it. Excluding ad hocs, and I know we have ad hocs on the agenda coming up, but what do we mean by that? And in other words, if there's two board members that are on an ad hoc committee together, they cannot ask for an item be put on the agenda. If that's what we mean, to me, that makes no sense. I mean, the ad hoc committees, by definition, they're working on things, and they may feel that it's appropriate to put something on the agenda, and that, that would be true whatever ad hoc committee we're talking about.
May I interrupt? I think that might have been, Supervisor Hernandez, was this at your insistence with the ad hocs on that? Because I circled it too and put it after it. Yes. Okay, so.
Yeah, that, historically, right, as I would say, as the elder board member, the experience is there's always been a respect for the chairmanship, for the chair position. The moment that you allow ad hocs to pretty much put what they want on the agenda, right? I mean, a perfect example is you have EDC, which can apply to anything, right? Then you technically you put that authority of the agenda, which belongs to the chair, into the hands of an ad hoc. I think that minimizes delegation. It actually creates more issues, and I know that there's been issues that I've been concerned with, and I brought it up earlier with even the committee, the intergovernmental. That's a committee, right? But the point is there's got to be this respect process through this delegation process, and bottom line is we're a 4-member board. So to me, the simple answer is if this doesn't make sense to you, Supervisor Tiffany, my recommendation is we make it very clear that anything going on the agenda should be by a board majority, 3 board members saying, yes, we want to put this on the agenda. And that obviously would mean it would have to go in public session. But the other element is we also have to pay attention to the reality is COVID has created so many issues that now we're literally getting into a whole lot of weeds in people's lives and everything else that we're doing. We only have so much time. If we ask staff to run with something and do a bunch of work, and then all of a sudden it comes forward to the board, and for whatever reason it dies, then we just wasted a lot of money and a lot of time. So I want to slow down in how we manage the conversations. And you've said it before, Supervisor Tiffany, I'll leave you with this. We really shouldn't be considering things that are on the agenda that aren't going to get support but that's not happening, right? We're having everything and anything thrown into the agenda. I just feel like Supervisor Gonzalez is losing that risk chairmanship authority. And I think there's issues that are being created because of that. And I have an issue with that, and me and her don't agree a lot of the times, but nonetheless, I respect the chair position. I think it's there for a reason, and I want to respect what we've always done.
Okay, well,
If I can interject myself here, now, the last time this came to us, I think those of us sitting up here had mentioned 3 because we are only a 4-member board, and somehow we got an agreement to 2. So can we, if you're saying yes for 3, can we put 3 there instead of 2 as a majority? Would that?
We can't, Madam Chair, I think we talked about that. That's a Brown Act issue again. We're having.
No, three in because we can all talk in public. Because this is all at the dais talking, where 3 of us saying, you know what? Yeah, I would like that on rather than just the 2.
I guess I agree with Supervisor Tiffany. If we can, if I can help speed this along, I think the ad hoc. It's 2 board members. It would be a waste of time to force us to come to the board as an ad hoc and say we want to have this on the agenda. It's an assumed we want it on the agenda or if it's Supervisor Gonzalez and Hernandez, which was the case with the tourism ad hoc or the regional park ad hoc that Supervisor Hernandez and I sat on, and we brought forward something. So there's some hypocrisy going on here. If you're on an ad hoc, that's the point of the ad hoc, is that there's 2 board members. If we come to the board as 2 board members, then we're just going to be pushing it off for 2-3 weeks because you have the 2 board member support either way. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Tiffany trying to speak.
Yeah, again, I think that's the point of an ad hoc, and we can, there's all kinds of examples. You know, maybe the two from the ad hoc with the agreement of the chair, or something like that.
Well, and the reason I'm asking is because this is on agendas, and it's saying 2 board members, excluding the ad. We're not even talking about the ad hocs on that little blurb there. So it would read, if we didn't have excluding ad hocs, the board shall have a consensus of at least 2 board members for an item to be placed on the agenda for discussion. So the words excluding ad hoc, it's kind of confusing things, because the ad hoc is a whole nother thing that we're talking about, and we will be talking about that in item number 8. And I know last time we were here, we were talking about 3, and then the conversation went back to 2. So I'm just trying to see, are you guys all in agreement with 2
Well,
or
and
3?
I think we need some clarification also. Are we talking about this being put on the agenda outside of the meeting prior,
No.
or are we talking about it at the end of the, you know, we've agreed that at the end of our agendas, we're all going to have an opportunity to ask for something to be put on the agenda, the next meeting, and we have to get agreement of at least one other person. Are we talking about that, or are we talking about, you know, separately outside of the meeting when the agenda is getting developed? And I think to Supervisor Kosmicki's point, he's saying that if an ad hoc's working on something and they feel it's important to get on the agenda, if they have to wait, then we've lost 2 weeks, potentially. So that's, I think we need to clarify that.
Okay. Ray and Barbara?
Sure, I mean, I can comment on that. I just think, I think there's logic with regards to that. The ad hoc, I mean, historically, would bring items back to the board to express what work's being done and get direction from the rest of the board. That's been the avenue and the forum. So again, I don't know. I think taking that away would probably be the best approach. It's going to be 2, whether it's 2 from the ad hoc or 2 from the board members, through the last agenda. So the last item on every agenda we're going to have is items for discussion for the future board meeting. So then the board can then at that time say, hey, you know, if something off topic outside of the ad hoc work, the board can do that with 2. If the board so chooses to do 3 board members, it's up to your board, and that's totally up to you. But I think that's the approach you should take. Is that going to be 3 board members or 2? I think with the ad hoc, I think just historically it's always been, if the board's already approved the ad hoc to work on these things, the intent from the board is to come back and report back to the board to get, so that's already built into that. So it should be 2 with that.
Yeah.
But if it's something beyond that, what maybe Supervisor Hernandez is asking for, the very last item on our agenda today, if you look at it, the very last page, right before we adjourn, there's future agenda items. That particular item is where maybe Supervisor Hernandez is asking maybe we do 3 supervisors for an item that's separate. So that's what I wanted to convey back to your board. It's up to your board. What you wanna
And I
do.
believe a concern. Go ahead. I was just going to explain your concern that while there's 4 sitting board members, since there is an empty seat. Isn't that where you were coming from?
Yes, Madam Chair. Yeah, basically, we're not a 5-member board, so we're officially in a position where we don't have. It's going to be harder to get consensus. And Ray's accurate, and there is no hypocrisy, because the intent of the original intent with the ad hoc that I've always been a part of has been no secrets, right? It's I'm telling the board what we're doing, what's going on, you know, unless there's like some private information that obviously can't be given out. But for the most part, the intent of what's happening has literally it's all about informing the board. And I'm trying to remember what word Ray used, but basically he was right. It's all about getting direction, or ultimately it's like, look, we're presenting you information, and then let's talk about that information and then proceed with direction. But the way that these things have panned out lately, and I'll just use one example, like with the whole cannabis thing, it hasn't been about direction. It's now let's move into a policy. We're getting a presentation about literally policy, and then all of a sudden you have stakeholders coming, the community saying, wait, the last time you guys involved us in this process, and now you guys are running roughshod and basically trying to implement something now. There's been no conversation with us. I'm trying to encourage us to actually be more successful. And the way that ad hocs have been used, and maybe that's probably the biggest focus, is the way that ad hocs have been used have always been about, here's what we're providing information-wise. This is what I think as an individual board member, but obviously I want you guys to know that I want you guys, I mean, if I want this thing to move forward, right, which is about not wasting time, then I want to make sure that I present something that's going to get you to know that that information that, you know, we're going to come to its decision together on how to move forward. But that hasn't how it's been panning out. Just the fact that we had a presentation on the policy with no delegation, and I mentioned delegation and stakeholder input, and I was ignored. That's why I have such an issue, because it just seems like the dynamics of the ad hocs have completely changed. So those are my comments, Madam Chair.
Well, let me just follow up on that. Maybe there can be clarification that the ad hoc can ask for something, an item be put on for discussion. But I should point out, Supervisor Hernandez, that I recall the tourism ad hoc committee put forward an item on the agenda, and it was already fleshed out what you were recommending for, our approval. The Public Defender Ad Hoc Committee came forward with specific direction. So we can't pick and choose. I know you're talking about certain other ad hocs that you mentioned cannabis, but if we want it just be a discussion item, I guess we can talk about that. But you yourself have been part of doing the same thing that you're frustrated with other ad hoc committees doing. So we got to be consistent here.
No, I 100% disagree, Supervisor Tiffany. Anything that we bring forward, it's always with, we want the board's will. So even when it came, we were always informing you guys, and we were actually really good about that. We informed you consistently on the process. You could have jumped in and said, I don't like the way this is going. We could change direction. It's at open door. But we made sure that before we started getting into details of policy or whatever, what we were going to do or the process, we basically just shared with you what was happening. And to be clear, the public defender, that was with actually a committee created where it wasn't just I and Supervisor Gonzalez. We had a bunch of stakeholders in that whole conversation. So that wasn't private. It was very public. So no, it's about intent. And we provided a whole lot of clarity. It was always with respect to the board. It was like my thought in my head when I was in the delegation was, anything that I'm learning, I want to make sure that I share that with the board right away, because I want them to ultimately, they're going to buy what I'm selling. And if not, then obviously they're going to tell me, because I'm going to be very transparent from the upfront. That wasn't the case with our committees. That was the case with some of these committees that I've had issues with.
But then you just made your own point. You want to share it. The ad hoc committee wants to share it to the rest of the board. That's why the ad hoc should not be excluded. Ad hoc should have the opportunity to put it on the agenda so it can be shared with the entire board. The ad hoc committee cannot make a decision. It has to be approved by the entire board, whatever that is. So anyway, I maybe we're just talking about semantics here, but I think, I think the ad hoc should be able to get something on the agenda to discuss, and give direction potentially, and potentially make a decision, but it has to be approved by the entire board. That's always the case. Anyway,
Madam Chair, I appreciate it. I didn't know about the committee that was going on in the background, so that was kind of, and I'm fine with that. I think it was a good process, but I didn't know that was going on. I had no idea there was a committee that was formed to go over that stuff. As far as the secrets, there is no secret. We're bringing it to the board to share it, and so there's no secret when we come to the board. I think what's happening here basically is that Supervisor Hernandez, you just disagreed with the ultimate outcome of some of these things, and that's probably frustrating with COVID and with cannabis, and that's fine, but that doesn't mean just blow up the whole process. I would suggest, and I'd be fine with compromising on this to get through this, is that if the ad hoc wants to put something on the agenda, if the board chair ratifies it, gives a consent, if not, then we just bring it to the agenda and we take the extra 2 weeks. I'm fine with that, if that's okay with the rest of the board.
Well, I was just hoping that we can exclude or just omit the excluding ad hoc phrase for this item F. If we could just go ahead and then 2 supervisors would be to decide during open session at the end of the agenda, as long as 2 agree that an item goes forward. But let's get rid of that. And if Supervisor Hernandez, if you really want to expand on your concerns for ad hoc, we could talk about that at the end of the meeting and then possibly put another bullet on the process for ad hocs, because we're beating a dead horse. And F, I don't think we need that phrase, those last 3 words, excluding ad hocs, on that one F, item F. Are we okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine, as long as we clarify the ad hoc. Go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may, I'm totally fine with that, totally understand that, I'm fine. I want to make sure that the board's aware that if the board has to come back, the ad hoc has to come back and then get approval, it can take a month, it could take even longer. So I just want to be aware that it's already a long process that we go through. It's just going to add some more time to that, which we're totally fine with, and I have no worries and no issues with. But it just, if someone we want to get something on quickly. There's been times with COVID, things, all of a sudden something comes up, and I call you, hey, we got to get something on, because this is what's happening, and
Madam Chair, if I might, I think Supervisor Kuzmicki's suggestion is a good one. We could, obviously, if there's 2 of us, whether we're on an ad hoc or not, we're saying that at that agenda item at the end of the meeting, we can put something on the agenda. Okay, so we've agreed on that. What I think we're talking about is if the ad hoc committee, prior to a meeting, wants to get something on the agenda because it's important, what we could say is that, just to address Supervisor Hernandez's concern about taking control away from the chair, we could, as Supervisor Kuzmicki is saying, that the chair has the authority to approve that, that item getting on the agenda if the ad hoc committee recommends it. And then the chair continues to hold control, but it doesn't force the ad hoc to wait 2 weeks or longer to get it on the agenda. I think that's a good compromise.
Okay. So we're deleting those excluding ad hoc with those 3 words at the end of F, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right.
I think the way that would go is that the 2 ad hoc members would talk to the CAO about placing something on the agenda.
Yeah.
And if there's any concerns during the final agenda review, then it would be coming back, at the next board.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, if I might make one, it's not on the ad hocs, I'm just gonna, we talked about this, is the only comment I would make, this is for the agenda item at the end of the meeting when 2 people want to put it on. I do think that the chair should have the discretion, or we should talk about this, is if it's felt that this is a very controversial subject and there's no way that there's going to get 3 votes or it's going to take a lot of time on the county staff, there may be situations where it may rise to the level of it getting 3 board members to get it on the agenda. I don't know how to handle that, but I think that is a concern that I have. I don't know how the 3 of you feel about that.
Madam Chair, yeah, if we can do it through the Brown Act without dealing with violating the Brown Act, that's.
We could talk about anything in open session, and it's not a violation as long as we're all having this conversation.
I do recall there was a COVID resolution a few months ago that Supervisor Hernandez brought forward that had absolutely 0 chance of getting approved, and it basically became a political circus here for about 2 hours or 3 hours. So I think that would be another example of why we should have at least 2, but having just 1 or the chair was trying to be, I think she was trying to be amenable with Supervisor Hernandez at the time. Didn't support it, but supported putting it on the agenda. And I think we learned our lesson. So we're trying to find a balance there. I just don't know how you would do that with what's the level of controversy, so.
Yeah. I don't have the answer.
Yeah,
sorry.
Madam Chair, again, we're talking about controlling speech, right? We don't want hot topics, so let's figure out how we can shut down hot topics before they even come to the dais. And to be clear, Supervisor Kosmicki, you said it yourself. Supervisor Gonzalez, who is the chair, agreed to bring it on, the person that handles the agenda.
Yeah, I don't have a good answer myself. It's not just a hot issue. It's a concern of, and I know we talked about this, about directing staff to do something that, they may put in a lot of time on something and then it's not going to pass anyway. That's, I guess, part of my concern. But I guess we'll just have to deal with that on an individual basis.
And
I think,
or not.
And we'll have a
I
fifth
don't know.
board member soon. This should all be moot at some point soon.
I'm hoping so too, yes.
yeah, and
Yeah,
I think that's been
today's
part.
election day, so we should.
And that's been part of it. It's
forward.
just education and learning. That's been a piece of it. But I think we got clear direction. It's two board members. I think we're good with that.
But I did have a question, because originally when we were first talking about this, I thought it was 2 to get it on the agenda, but 3 to do substantial work, like drafting an ordinance or coming up with.
And there was a conversation about 3 people.
That's where we
yeah.
give direction in the board meeting to go do that.
Yeah.
So you would need 3 people.
Yes,
Direction
yes.
to go
So-
do the work. Right.
Okay, so are we in agreement then?
Yep.
Okay, all right. So just delete those, and that's for Adam F. Those last 3 words. Okay, so item 8, we didn't do anything different, right?
Yes, this item, there was no changes made.
Okay. And then 11, we're okay on that one too.
So that is the end of the amendments. Staff recommendation is to provide staff direction and adopt amended rules if desired, or provide any further recommendations.
Okay. So let's go with the staff recommendations. Do you want to go one at a time? How do you?
Public comment and then.
Oh, sorry. Public comment, I'm sorry. Madam Clerk.
Here in chambers, we have Elia Salinas.
Thank you. So I came in a little late, so I don't know exactly what I missed, but something about input, and I've noticed lately, is this not on? Okay. What I've noticed lately is that the chair is controlling the dialogue between the public and the supervisors. What the public is used to is that the supervisors have a discussion, the public knows where you stand and can question what it is you're saying in your discussion. What you've done now is you go to public comment, and I have no idea, the public has no idea where you stand, what you're about to say, if we can question or add anything to what you're saying. You're controlling the dialogue of the public by doing so. The agendas in the ad hoc committee, it's 3 people, 3 to give direction. The chair manages the meetings. The chair decides and appoints, and on the ad hoc committees and on commissions. However, it's up to the individual to take the assignment and for y'all to vote on it. Asking the chair to say that the chair has the final say-so on what goes on the agenda, the chair's only one vote. There are 5 supervisors. If 2 ask for something to be put on the agenda, that's the way it should be. If you have 3 people say something, now you have an inclination of where this is going to go. That's the way I see it. Unless you're saying for just to clarify, let's put it on the agenda. I'm not one way or the other. It's irrelevant because if you're saying you need 3 people, the way the public is looking at it says, oh, well, there's 3 votes for what's going to happen on the agenda. So it doesn't even matter what's about to happen. I think you should keep it at 2 no matter what. Even giving direction to staff, if you have 3 people, the assumption is that something is about to happen and you already have 3 votes. That's the way I look at it. It may not, but that is the way it's perceived. With regards to monitoring the phones, the text messages or whatever, you can't monitor the person that's on Zoom. So that's only the people that are here at the dais. So how does that work? This is about democracy. We all have a voice. And I don't think you should shut down the public from having a voice. Thank you.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments on Zoom.
Okay. So then, we've kind of already talked this until it's a dead horse. And so what is the will of the board in terms of there are plenty of staff recommendations there? I suggest we just go down them 1 through 13. Do we need to vote on each one individually, vote them all at once? How do we want to do that?
Madam Chair, I think all at once. I think we kind of just went through it, so I think there
Okay.
should be clear direction on
Then would you
the
like to
recommendations.
give a motion then?
Yeah, I'll move to approve as recommended by staff with any slight amendments made verbally here in this discussion.
I'll second that.
Okay. So I have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Madam Chair,
Yes?
I can't vote in support of this because I don't agree with them all being lumped together. I agree with some, but not all. So yeah, I guess if you guys put me into that position, then I have to say no to all. Thank you.
Okay, so Ray and Barbara, we had a motion, we had a second, we voted, so
3-0 and it passes.
okay, then we'll just leave it at the 3-0 and let it pass at that. Okay. Yes, oh, sorry, 3-1, sorry, excuse me. 3-1 for that item. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
So then that would take us to item number 7.
Good afternoon. We received direction to bring back an evaluation between the contract, janitorial, and staff. I want to take an opportunity to thank Ms. Rodriguez. She did a tremendous amount of work and, in my opinion, a great job. So I'm going to turn it over to her, and I'll be here for color comments if you want them.
Good afternoon. Do I have to push anything for to show the resume? Okay. So I'm here to review the janitorial contract, which you guys requested after approving the 4th Amendment to the contract. I'm going to go over our current contract and as well the in-house cost first contracted. So our current contract we signed in 2019 for the original amount of $519,000. We do have a 30-day notice to quit option, but it's currently due to expire in June 22. The 4 amendments were to add either scope or location, and the final amendment brought us to $616,571. On top of this, we also had an additional contract for emergency services due to COVID. That was an additional $324,590. So this was on top of the contract. The original contract didn't go away, and we still have that one currently. So at the end of all of the janitorial costs, it's going to be $941,161. 1 year cost with emergency services, and all the amendments would be $465,195. Now that the emergency services have ended, the frequency has drastically dropped in services, and we are seeing complaints throughout the county, mainly about frequency, and our biggest ones are that the trash cans and recycling bins are full and not being emptied enough, and also cleanliness has been a big concern because of COVID, and knowing that they're not getting wiped down in common areas as often as they were before. So the contractor is currently fulfilling their obligation according to the original contract. So I gave you guys a table of the 3 different schedules for cleaning. I'm not sure if you were able to look at that, but we have a recommended schedule, which I will go over later. This is our first schedule, Schedule A, and a minority of our departments are on here, only 7 of them. And they have 5-day-a-week services in the restrooms, lobbies, receptions, and waiting areas. And then 2 days a week services in kitchen and break areas, offices, cubicles, conference rooms. And only 1 day doing deep cleaning in the restrooms and the kitchen areas. So what's missing from this is our carpet cleaning, window cleaning. Other than that, frequency hasn't been an issue with Schedule A, I believe. Oops, sorry. Schedule B, we have the same things missing from this schedule as Schedule A. The bigger issue with this one is the frequency. Restrooms are only being visited twice a week, and there are complaints about not having paper goods in the restrooms, which we have resolved with the contractor. They're leaving out extra rolls of toilet paper, but there is still concern with cleanliness because of COVID. There are also other areas like the break rooms where people take their lunches that are only being visited once a week. Schedule C was added last. In RMA, they added carpet cleaning and as well as window cleaning, exterior and interior, and we would like to make sure this is extended to all of the departments moving forward, whether we go with another contract or get in-house employees. So our recommended services, the main difference is that we would have a more frequency in services in our restrooms, disinfecting in common areas like break rooms and stairs and conference rooms. So those were the 5-day-a-week services we would recommend. And our 2-day-a-week would be like dusting, refilling hand sanitizers, spot cleaning doorways, sweeping and sanitizing the hard floors, and then in the restroom, deep cleanings. And 1 day a week would be vacuuming, emptying all the shredded paper, and also cleaning the dispensers in the bathroom for paper goods and waste receptacles. Other recommended services which aren't on our contract all would be monthly cleaning of interior and exterior windows, quarterly shampooing of the carpets, cleaning and sealing of tile and grout in the bathroom break areas and lobbies, and then also cleaning all light fixtures. So none of these services are currently on our contract. In comparison, if we had in-house, we would have flexibility to change our schedule and our services as needed. We would be able to add locations and services versus our outsourced contract. We would see a change in cost and also have to go through the board whenever we made an amendment to the contract, which takes time of the supervisors and staff as well. We could have a faster response in-house if we have unscheduled requests versus outside we have to wait until we have somebody in-house to deal with whatever the request is. Our quality would be better monitored in-house because we would have a supervisor that could monitor it on the daily service versus outsourced. Right now we don't have a PM in-house as part of the contract, and the quality monitored is more just reported by staff on the day-to-day. Manage of cost of goods, that's something that we would get out of a county service that Mike knows about and might speak on later. one of the big things with outsourcing, especially during COVID, was that the contractor is having trouble retaining staff, and this makes quality suffer as well. In-house, we would have an obligation to make sure that the employees have safety training and also benefits that we would provide to the employees. So costs. In-house, this number is on the high end. For staff, it would be $533,267 for 7 staff members, paid at $27 an hour. This is on the high end. Janitors could start at $18 an hour, but we just did all 7 at $27 to make sure we really covered the cost, because I would rather report over than under to you. So that would be 1 manager, 1 lead, and 5 janitors. For training each year, we're estimating $3,000 per employee, so that's $21,000 a year. And then we would have a one-time cost of start costs to purchase vehicles for $420. That's 6 vans at $70K, and then $5K for each vehicle for maintenance a year, $30K. And materials, we were estimating $100K a year. So per year it would be $684, $267, and then the first start cost would be $1,104,267. So the year cost is comparable to the current contract with the emergency services, which is $465,000, but that doesn't include all of the services that we feel we need. So if the services we thought we needed were included in the contract, it would be closer to the $684,000, which would be the cost for in-house.
One thing, if I may, Madam Chair, if I can chime in here, I know that the analysis was worked on with RMA, and this, I think the 5 janitors is a little bit on the high end, but we could probably start off with 3 and lower that, be pretty close to matching the contract. But we don't know what we don't know yet. And how much work's involved and the timing. But I know that in discussions with Jeanette, that we should be able to do a lot more with staff in-house than with the contract. And especially right now, the way things are playing out with COVID, there's just been a heck of a time for them to retain their employees, which has been causing a lot of problems. And they got to come back and retrain them. And I think that's been some issues that we've been confronted with. But I just wanted to share that point. I think probably realistically 4 janitors probably could do it. I think, again, we got to also consider that it'll be under RMA, which it's another it's another division within RMA that they need to manage, and they do manage facilities and other areas, but I just wanted to share that with you. I think it was important to bring up and highlight.
Our facility staff has the bandwidth to add this supervisory function in the existing group, but I really would encourage you to add services, whether we do the contract or we do in-house. For example, the staircase in my building has never been cleaned since I've been here. And that becomes a hazard after a while with people tracking rocks and et cetera in, and it's not in the contract, so they're not required to clean it. So we really need to go through the contract if we go that route and do another reissue, so we get the appropriate care for our buildings that they need.
No.
Adding these services would make the costs go up, so I just want to let you know that that's one of the things missing.
Okay.
How many more slides? Do you have a few more slides? And
One more slide after this.
And then we can open it up.
Okay. So again, just being able to monitor quality and then the level of service and the services that we have would be a lot easier in-house. So then the last slide is just asking for recommendation from the board on how to move forward. I know we are leaning towards having in-house staff. So if you have any questions.
I know that this item came back to us because there was a concern. It might have been on the consent item or whatever, and it was pulled. And gosh, how much of this cost is triggered because of COVID? And if COVID cease to exist tomorrow, in a miracle situation, would it still be this exorbitant amount?
So,
Go ahead. Why don't you go ahead and go first, and then I got a comment, and then you got a comment.
Yeah, and then I know Supervisor Kozminski, were you the one who pulled it?
Yeah.
I was, yeah.
Yeah,
I
okay, so
think
then
both of us
we'll
did.
let
Yeah,
you.
sorry about
Yeah,
that.
no, we'll let you have it, next one.
so the emergency services contract we added in addition to our original contract for the cleaning for COVID was $324,000 for 15 months. So within a year, the original contract with the additional cleaning was the $465 a year.
So, but I do want to be very mindful for the board. So, during the Great Recession, there were mass layoffs, and ultimately this office got laid off, and we were making ends meet. I mean, with internally, really, for a while there, taking out our own garbage, doing our own. It was really tough. It was a tough time. And then we ultimately got some more services because the bathrooms were not being serviced, which was actually an issue. We just cannot have bathrooms not being cleaned. So we brought limited service in because it was just going to be too costly to bring in a bunch of staff yearly. And so that price obviously is low without the emergency services. So as time goes on, COVID hits. And guess what? Everything needs to be cleaned. So then that's when all of a sudden we have this large amount of money coming in to cover the cost to keep things clean. So I wanted to paint the picture for you, kind of how things played out. I think in general, there are a lot of things that aren't being done, as the interim RMA director mentioned, that needs to be done.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're paying this amount now and we can afford this, I think we could probably pretty much match that and get those things done with staff that will be here, that we can give direction to. So with that, I'll pass it to the.
I was just going to answer the question, so go.
Okay.
Everything's good.
I was just going to add too, just because that number includes the emergency services of the 465, it's still missing basic stuff that we need in the contract, like carpet cleaning.
Do we need to go to public first, or what do we want to do?
Your call.
Yeah, public. Be consistent.
Okay, that's fine. I just had one quick question, but
In chambers, we have Elia Salinas.
Thank you. And again, thank you, Supervisor Kosmicki, for pulling it from the consent agenda item, which is why a lot of these items I believe should not be on the consent agenda item. But that being said, yeah, I was concerned as to so much money going out to janitorial services and why couldn't it be done in-house? And it's good to know that it can be done in-house. You can do more in-house, although that is a really high ticket. The supervisor, I just want to confirm that the supervisor will also be a person that's going to be cleaning and is not going to be under some SEIU title that says they only supervise and they don't have to touch anything. So let's just make sure that if they're going to have the title of supervisor, that they're also going to be doing some cleaning. So that the way the CAO says is you could start with 3. Is that 2 and then 1 supervisor, or is that 3 and then 1 supervisor, being a total of 4? So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and your district, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Jackie Morris Lopez, once again from District 2, San Juan Bautista. And thank you, Supervisor Kosmicki, for pulling this from the consent agenda. I think that it is outrageous that we've been paying almost $1 million to outsource this service, especially since we all agree and everyone's trying to bring jobs to the county. This would be an excellent opportunity to provide some local citizens with some local work. I agree with the previous speaker that the supervisors should also be involved in cleaning. And I disagree with that one staffer that said we should start with 3 people. I feel that, that's part of the things. People always want to cut the corners on
the actual workers, and most of the money goes to the top, to the admin. So I disagree with that comment. I think you should staff it appropriately, and maybe in the future look at pulling carpets out of the public buildings. It's kind of, retro, and they hold a lot of bacteria and germs. So that might be something, but I commend you on pulling this from the consent agenda and really looking at it. And as a taxpayer, I think that's just way too much money to outsource, and it's an opportunity for local work for local people. Thank you.
No other comments.
Okay, so go ahead, Supervisor Kosmicki, since you pulled it.
Okay.
Go ahead, Bob.
You want to go ahead? Okay, thank you. First, a question. Are benefits included anywhere here or not?
Yeah, benefits are included in the number for staff.
In the $27 per hour?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then just a couple comments. Yeah, I think ideally if you can bring it in-house, it's funny you mentioned the Great Recession. I lived through that, and, I remember very well cutting everything we could, and this was certainly an area that we looked at. I do think that it's got to be properly staffed, but I do think $27, although I don't know what piece is the benefits, does seem awfully high. Also, just going to mention, because from my background, I can tell you that you're definitely way on the high side in terms of the cost of the vans and in terms of maintenance. $70,000 each for a van is extremely high. Depending on what kind of van you get, but just, a cleaning van, it's certainly, you'd probably be half of that. And as far as maintenance, $5,000 a vehicle, unless they're older vehicles, that's very high too. I realize those are one-time costs, but nevertheless, those are definitely high. But bringing it in-house, I think makes a lot of sense. You can better control your costs and control the quality of work too. Thank you.
So the 27 an hour doesn't include the benefits. That's just the higher end for like a manager.
Okay.
That's the base salary. But if all 7 of them were at that amount, which wouldn't be the case, it would be 533. I just wanted to offer a higher number rather than underestimate. But the base pay could be down to 18 an hour, depending on the position.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Madam Chair, too, if I may, just to add, it's not 3 employees, it'd be 5 employees total. And all 5 employees would be doing some work at some level. The 3 was what I was referring to for the workers. That was kind of our original estimate with the buffer for the first year. And obviously, we'd have to gauge what the workload would be, and if we needed to hire more, we would come back to you. But we would, we think 5 on the low end and 7 on the high end. That's basically what that comment was about, and I want to make sure there was clarity. With regards to the unions, yes, they're, we're a union shop. So supervisors obviously don't fall under the SEIU. It's more the workers, but it might be under MEG or some other union. So just an FYI on that. And then there's options too that we have that we've been working on internally to look at electric vehicles to lower our cost. That's one thing that we've been working on, as well as subvention funds picking up their portion of the cost with this, which actually would lower our general fund obligation. So that's just another point to bring out to the board that we didn't highlight.
And I spec the vans. I went off the state contract for a Ford van, which you're right, it is $30,000. And then racks, ladder racks, etc. Added the other money.
And by the way, if I might add, and I had a conversation with Sheriff Taylor about this morning. When we if we go ahead with this and we do go out to bid, I would like to see us do a better job of consistently making sure we're going local if we can. Obviously, that means that the local dealers have to be responsive and competitive. They should be able to be competitive. I know when I was doing it, I was able to, but I hate to see us go out of town when we don't have to.
No,
so anyway,
absolutely.
just a general comment.
When we're trying to pull up numbers, it's just
no, I know,
from
I
your
know.
desk, it's easy to grab
Yeah,
that
no, I
number.
understand. I'm just in general making that comment. Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Yeah, so I pulled this. I know I think there was support on the board. So I think this is a success for the entire board if we move forward with this. That we're looking out for taxpayers' money, finding creative ways to save some money. And I would just say on some of these numbers, I'm glad that there's some flexibility. I agree with starting with not that we don't want 7. We want whatever number is appropriate to make sure we're cleaning the buildings. But if you start too high, it's going to make it more difficult to go back. So if you start at, say, 5 and then inch up to the 7, that makes a lot of sense to me. And I appreciate that thinking. And that might actually bring that number down pretty significantly. And then the vans, I totally agree. I think we should get the lowest price. I think that goes without saying. But also include the locals to make sure that they're involved. That number on the vans, I'm not from the car business, but it seemed pretty high to me. And then I would also point out that after the 3 years, because those were 3-year calculations, we still have the vans, right?
Yeah.
So the next 3 years are going to be much lower in cost than the first 3 years. And so we could potentially be seeing savings, slight savings the first 3 years, and then significant savings the second 3 years and beyond. And I'll also just add, generally I'm a supporter of outsourcing if it's cheaper, if it's a longer term, better, more manageable. But in this case, it's just proven to not be the case. And it looks like the more responsible route is to go in-house, and that's what I'll be supporting. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. In general, basically, I talked to staff pretty thoroughly about this item, and it makes sense, but I appreciate Supervisor Tiffany bringing up the cost of the vans. I was curious about that too, and yeah, because I don't know what kind of vans they are. I mean, I know Mike mentioned the racks, so there's probably an added cost, but yeah, that was my only concern that seems to be addressed. Thank you.
Okay. My concern is that we have a contract here that expired on June 30th. So if we take it in-house, is the cleaning service still continuing performing services, and do we have to wrap that up before we go in-house? What are we
We
doing?
can provide notice. Again, there's been some issues, but it would have to be strategic. We'd have to plan on hiring folks and going through a process. There might have to be a transition, kind of probably layered, still having that done while bringing people on board. So we can come back to your board with a plan, if that's okay with your board, and really lay that out, how long it's going to take to hire these folks, and be a little bit more specific on dates. That's what I would recommend if your board so chooses to go this direction.
Okay. And right now, this firm is still responsive in terms of doing the duties. Okay. All right. I have no other question.
And I think that's what Jeanette Rodriguez was just mentioning, is that there have been some issues, and I think that's still ongoing issues that we are constantly contacting them and addressing. So we want to make that very clear. But if your board so chooses to move this item forward or have us move forward with this, and you want to do it prior to next year, we just need to know that, and then we can start the process.
Okay. So then what is the will of the board for item number 7?
So, go ahead.
Well, I just want to clarify. So what CAO Espinosa just said, we have to make a decision whether the timing as well. I would prefer to get going as soon as possible, whatever reasonable process needs to occur between now and then. And one last thing I forgot to ask earlier, do we need 6 vans? Could we get by with 4 or 5 and just, because they're not all working at once?
If we had 7 people, we'd need the 6 vans.
They're all working at the same time, or?
They will all be working at the same time. They'll be on a swing shift. But we do have 17 different buildings all around town, including downtown and over by the old Kmart location. So, yeah, we will need at least 4 vans to start with 5 people.
Thank you. Well, I'll move that we move forward with the process of hiring as staff recommended in the report here.
In-house, right?
In-house in a reasonable time frame.
I'll second that.
Okay. So then we have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, 4-0. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, that takes us to item number 8.
We have our clerk of the board. She's going to be presenting this particular item. Jeanette Frenchette.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, and members of the public. I am here today to discuss the update of the ad hocs and commissions. I would first like to start off by stating that in the board report, there was a typo. It should state approve the creation of the ad hoc ARPA programming and funding and appointing Supervisor Gonzalez and Supervisor Tiffany. So that would also be in the staff recommendation as well. I went ahead and updated the PowerPoint and documents, and I provided copies in the back of the room.
Thank you.
I would like to first start off this presentation by showing you our county website. Our office has went ahead and provided this information so the public can view. I'll show an example. So for example, LAFCO, it's almost complete. It has the contact information, it has the meeting time, so it states where the meeting is at, the time, and the date of the month. It also has the website, which would take you directly to LAFCO, so you could see the agenda. Also, staff is working on providing agendas and minutes under every commission, so it just provides more transparency for members of the public who would like to come and see the commissions. It also has the commissioners, their terms, and the bylaws on here as well. Staff is still in the process of editing this, so I would say another week or two it should be completed. Also, we have our ad hocs. It lists all the ad hocs, and under each one it has the supervisors that are appointed.
And there's also, just to add, there's descriptions in there of what the ad hocs do, what they're, if you scroll down there, you go right up on top. They got to be temporary in nature. Their advisory committee comprised of 2 board members. Just kind of gives you an overview. When you go back to the committees and the commissions, if you don't mind, go back. You'll notice that in there you have the same thing up on top. It is required to agendize the item post. And again, all of these items, I mean, there's a lot there. It's just a one-stop shop. So I want to thank the clerk of the board and Vanessa for working on this. Just makes it a lot easier. It makes it easier for you as well when you're reaching out to fill some positions that you're obligated to fill. So go ahead.
And moving forward, when these committees have any meetings, we will make sure to be adding the agendas and minutes that are published, just so it is like a one-stop. You can come here, and if you want to see an agenda or minutes, it'll be easily accessible for the public. So just some general knowledge on what a committee is. A committee is established by the board normally and is normally subject to the Brown Act unless it is statutorily exempt, example, an ad hoc. The Brown Act committee is a commission, committee, board, or other body of a local agency, whether permanent or temporary, decision-making or advisory, created by a charter, ordinance, resolution, or formal action of a legislative body exempt as set forth in the all committees must follow the Brown Act rules. To follow the Brown Act rules, we need to have an agenda posted, which is time, place, date, and a place that the public can attend, followed with minutes by the organizer or department within a reasonable time. So these are some of our current committees. It's a pretty long list, so I will just briefly go through them. I have also provided you that sheet as well in front of you so you could view them. Committee voting. The primary member votes. In their absence, the alternative would fill their spot and would be able to vote in this circumstance only. Alternative members can attend the meeting, but as a member of the public, they cannot vote, make a motion, or sit in the dais unless the primary is absent. I just wanted to make that clear. These are some of our open vacancies. Planning Commission, there's an opening in District 2. Parks and Recreation, there's a opening in District 3 and 5. Community Action Board, there's an opening in District 1, 4, and 5. The applicants must live in the Supervisor's District. The applications are available on our county website under the Clerk of the Board's website, or you can come to the clerk's office and we will provide a copy. The applications are to be turned into the Clerk of the Board's office. The supervisor will make a recommendation and the appointment will be brought to a future board meeting for approval, and this process could take a month.
Madam Chair, can I ask a quick question?
Yes, please.
Jennifer, going back on the committees, I had a question about the landfill committee. I was in the impression that was a ad hoc committee. To my knowledge, we haven't had minutes or anything like that, so we need to clarify that.
Yeah, and so that's the reason why we're here today. We're going through this. The board gave direction. We met with the chair, the clerk of the board. I know we've had conversations with county council. We were being very clear today. All of these committees that fall under committee have to go through the Brown Act process. So,
Okay,
and
so
that
the
landfill has been going
will-
on for a while. So that
It is going to be a committee,
yes,
though.
that is the committee that was established, and basically, what needs to be done is we need to post. So what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that all the department heads, all staff, so RMA, for instance, he more or less, we have Mike here that would be managing the landfill committee.
Okay.
He will now have to post it, he'll have to, create an agenda, make sure that the public has access, and that's what will happen with
Okay.
all of these. The ad hoc, that's not the case.
Right.
But again, we can't have them going on forever. Now, the landfill, that was the reason why it did get converted to a standing committee, is because there was a lot of work that was done. This committee's been going on for a while now.
It was an ad
Yeah.
hoc, but now it's been converted.
It's been converted over, so.
I understand. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, Madam Chair, I just had a follow-up on that. So if there are only 2 members, isn't that by definition an ad hoc? Because we're not,
No, if you,
forming a quorum or anything?
no, the exception to the Brown Act committee right here is, and I can paraphrase it without going it, 2 members are normally an ad hoc, except if it's a standing committee with subject matter jurisdiction, or it has a time period that's fixed by schedule or resolution. So if it's a standing committee, it becomes
Yeah.
Got it.
That's one of the qualifiers. Yeah.
So excuse me, so then another follow-up, like on the landfill, then it would have a regular schedule?
Well.
No, it can either do.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
It can either have a regular schedule or it can have a subject matter jurisdiction.
Yeah.
And so this one it doesn't have to have a meeting
Okay.
schedule, but it has a subject matter
Subject.
jurisdiction, which
But
is
even
staying
though
around.
there's 2 supervisors, not 3, it still would be open to the public? If it's
This one-
if it's a standing committee?
Yes, it's open
that
to the
correct?
public, it's a regular Brown Act.
Access, public has
Okay.
access to it.
Okay.
And if you did not want it to be a standing committee, then you dissolve it until when you need it, and if you need it as a specific issue, then you reform it for a specific
as an
issue
ad hoc.
only. Normally, the ad hoc committees are tasked with a specific issue, and then they resolve and they finish.
Right.
Where a standing committee, I have a definition of it here,
Yeah.
is when they have a continuing subject matter jurisdiction and they make regular recommendations on a specific subject matter.
Right. So if this was landfill expansion only, short-term, that could be
could
potentially
be.
an ad hoc versus if it's landfill, which is ongoing,
Yeah.
that's different.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
And now to ad hocs. I would just like to state that myself, Chair Gonzalez, and CEO Ray Espinoza, we did meet last week and we went over the ad hocs together. Some of them were abolished. I guess I'm skipping ahead. The definition of ad hocs is defined below are statutorily exempt, not subject to the Brown Act. To be exempt, the committee must be of only 2 board members, must be an advisory committee, must be a temporary committee, not a standing committee, and must not have a fixed meeting schedule. Beginning of the year, the chair, county council, and the CEO will determine standing committees versus non-standing, which are ad hoc. In our meeting, we did abolish the following ad hocs: affordable housing, hemp, streamline, RMA, roadmap to recovery, future outlook, public defender, and CARES Act funds, because these ad hocs are no longer meeting.
Okay, and stop for a moment, go back. And that's because the purpose for which they were set up had been already completed?
Yes.
And so that's why they're abolished?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I was a little, and I know you were on this committee, or, I'm sorry, ad hoc. I was a little surprised to see affordable housing being abolished, so.
Only
that was a question.
because the prior board, before we got on, had already did all the arena, the numbers and so forth, and I know that some people wanted it to be relooked at, and that can be re-established, but in the future.
Yeah.
But for the purpose in which that was set up,
Right.
it had already completed its task. But it's, yeah, affordable housing is not a dead issue, yeah, not here, yeah.
Some of the edits that were made: sports complex was renamed to the county master park plan. Vaccine was renamed to COVID vaccine. AB 109 was removed from the ad hoc list and was listed on the committee list under Community Corrections Partnership. County facilities was removed from the ad hoc list and was listed on the committee list as a subcommittee. The Mental Health Advisory was removed from the ad hoc because it is a standing committee under the Behavioral Health Board. Emergency Medical Services contract was removed from the ad hoc list because it is a standing committee under the Emergency Medical Care Commission.
Excuse me, Jennifer, where did the county facilities go? You said it
It is now under the committee list as a standing committee.
County master plan.
Oh, county master plan.
Isn't
Okay.
it?
No,
No, hold on.
county facilities.
County,
Oh, there's a standing committee now?
It has to do with the actual facilities at large. I mean, we're constantly dealing with facilities, and so we've been meeting for a while in the past. We haven't met lately. It was under ad hoc, but we feel that this really is more appropriately should be listed under a standing committee. And
So
And I'm
that's a
looking for it
separate,
too.
so county facilities should be a separate standing committee?
should be.
Because I don't see it
Yeah,
listed.
and we're gonna.
Okay. I
Yeah,
didn't see
go
it
ahead.
anywhere. That's
Yeah, and so that right there needs to be. I know we talked about it. That might be we have a couple of typographical errors.
Yes, it still needs to be added to the committee list.
That one needs to be added, as well as we had a typographical error on the under the American Rescue Act, which we're going to talk about here in a minute. So we'll add those on, and then the board can pick whoever you want to have on that committee.
Okay.
But we do need to address the facilities. That's a big, I mean, it covers all facilities, the civic area, and the Briggs Building, just a lot of the facilities we have, so.
This is the current ad hoc list. Today, your board will either approve ARPA programming and funding and appointing Gonzalez and Tiffany pending your approval. And the rest have been for the year of 2021.
okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, yes, Supervisor.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, how is economic development and EDC business impact not economic development? Like, they almost seem like they're the same.
And they're the same two supervisors, so, even if they are different, it's still the same supervisor, so it's kind of like a non-issue. But that's the reason why I wanted that ad hoc list. And when I printed it up, because again, I like to have little, notes so I can write my name, and I'm like, no wonder Supervisor Hernandez and Supervisor Gonzalez are in the dark because we're not on any of those ad hocs that have the information. And whether it was by accident or design, I can't tell you. But the prior board chair set these up. I didn't. You didn't. None of us up here did.
I was going to
And
say.
yeah. So we can't blame anyone because the person who did it is no longer around to point the finger at.
He's in
But
Florida.
but it just solidified in my mind why I feel like I'm in the dark, because I am in the dark. I'm not part of the ad hoc, so I don't have that information. And so this was just a poignant example for me, like, well, damn, no wonder I feel like I don't have the tools.
If I might respond to Supervisor Hernandez.
Yes.
I mean, we could combine the EDC and economic development. I mean, they could be combined, because you're absolutely right. It really, EDC is just kind of a subsection of economic development. So whatever you decide would be fine, I'm sure, with me, and I'm sure Supervisor Kuzmicki.
Mm-hmm. So.
Yeah, so we're
Thank
done.
you.
I think you had one more slide on the recommendation, and then we'll just hand it back to your board.
Okay. On December 14th, the current ad hoc committee list will be terminated. The incoming chair will reevaluate the list for the year of 2022. And beginning of the year, the chair, county council, and the CEO will determine the standing committees versus non-standing, which are ad hoc. Today's recommendation is to approve the creation of the ad hoc ARPA programming and funding, appointing Supervisor Gonzalez and Tiffany, discuss revised changes to the ad hoc and committees list and provide staff direction, and accept the update and report from members of the Board of Supervisors regarding the current committee assignments and ad hoc committees. So every meeting, on the very last item on regular agenda, your board will have the opportunity to give a report on ad hocs and committees that you guys stand on.
With one edit, Madam Chair, if I may, could we add the facility committee to this as well? And then
Yes.
your board, you as a chair.
You're calling it county facilities?
Yeah, county facilities.
Okay.
County facility committee. And then if you can appoint two individuals, two board members. Thank you. That's all we have, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right, so I'm trying to see where exactly how I need to deal with that in terms of, let me go to the staff recommendation. Accept the update, approve the creation. Okay, so the first one that's actually going to need a motion is going to approve the creation of.
But we'll need to open it to the public first.
Oh,
and
sorry,
then-
public
and
comment,
then,
you're right.
But I did want to make sure that you can ponder over who you would like to select for the facility committee. But yeah, I recommend going to the public first.
Before we go to public comment, can I just raise another question? We talked about this at a prior meeting. Since there's no one on the board that is running for reelection, there's no changes. Assuming we get the fifth person appointed before the end of the year, hopefully sooner than later. Can we? I think it would make sense because there's not going to be a change of the board. Can we, in December, vote on a chair, vice chair, whatever, so the chair can work on putting together the committees, prior to that January meeting? I think the timing makes a lot more sense. It doesn't work every year, but it would work this year. It's just a thought.
Madam Chair, I'm fine with that.
Okay, so then December we look. Okay, yes, because it'll be easier for the staff too. Yes, okay. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, but December, okay.
Yeah, what we'll do is we'll put an appointment of the chair and vice chair for the new year on that day, on the December the
14th, I think it is.
14th is correct. Yep. So we'll do that.
Okay, all right. So then let's go ahead and go to the public, please.
If someone in the public would like to make a comment, please provide the speaker card. Elias Salinas?
I wasn't actually had any comments until I heard y'all speak. So I know that the Madam Chair was upset a while back, I think last month, when the Ad hoc Committee had met and something went out on the news and she was contacted by the news. That being said, that had she been directly contacted by the Ad hoc Committee, that would have been a violation of the Brown Act. So I don't think, other than those that are on the Ad hoc Committee are not in the dark, those that are not on the Ad hoc Committee, I think I said that right, that is why when you come to the dais, you report what's going on in your meetings. I think that to be more transparent, even if you don't have a meeting and you don't have an update, at least make a statement that the committee that you're on, whether it's an ad hoc or a standing, make a statement whether you met or you didn't meet, and that's all there is to report, so that we all know that you're meeting or you're not meeting, and also we can keep track. Are you not meeting? And if you're not, then we can question what's going on that you're not meeting. So, thank you.
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay. Okay, so let's bring it back to us in terms of supervisors. Anyone like to chime in first? Yes, go ahead.
Madam Chair, sorry. I was just going to move, because we have to make a motion here on, I'll just move to approve as staff recommended with the minor adjustment of merging together economic development and EDC ad hoc.
And also, I think in the staff report, the ARPA is actually Supervisor.
Yeah, and I thought that was
Gonzalez.
a separate item, but I'm fine
okay,
lumping
my
that in.
apologies.
That's,
Yes,
I'm
it
fine.
is. It's a separate bullet, you're right.
You
Sorry
want to
about
do it
that.
separate or
You
together?
can treat them separately, that's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
So you wanted to merge economic development and EDC?
As
For staff
recommended by
recommendation, so-
Supervisor Hernandez.
Okay, so then I'll go ahead and second
Oh.
that,
Yeah.
since it doesn't change.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Yes, Supervisor Hernandez.
My only recommendation is since it's a committee, is maybe we can have some specificity on what economic development means. You know, because I guess it's hard to understand what exactly the goals are when it's just a broad term, right? Those are my comments.
I mean, I don't know how much more it needs to be defined. It's economic development or
Yeah,
EDC
I
business
mean, we could, I mean, I think everyone knows what economic development means, but we could go further and say economic development / revenue generation or something like that, because that's partly really what we're focusing on. I don't know. Do you have any?
Madam Chair, yeah, I mean, the only other thought I have is, I'm not sure, forgive me if I'm wrong here, Supervisor, you probably want to be more in the loop on direction. I mean, at some point we could do a brainstorming. I think we've done that already, but we could do another brainstorming session as a group to make sure we're all on the same page as far as, ideas and things. But generally, we're just, we're going through our list of priorities that we've already basically discussed at the board level. Thank you.
Yeah, and it really was, I think the creation and the essence of it was for revenue generation. That was really looking for possibilities of generating some revenue for the county.
the thinking outside the box, yes.
So I apologize to Supervisor Kazmicki, when you said staff recommendation, I just assumed it was both bullets there. But if we can add the facility committee then to that item, because that was also an item too.
Yes, as recommended, yep.
Oh, okay, hold on, because I put facility as a separate one, and
Okay,
then the
that's
governance
fine.
as another. Right now, I just want to deal one at a time. So I like the idea to merge the economic development ad hoc with the EDC business impact. It's a no-brainer. Same two supervisors. It doesn't really change any assignment or anything. It just becomes, and whether you want to call it / revenue generator, whatever you want to do, that's fine with me, because it is developing business connections and revenue. as opposed to the other staff recommendation. Then there's approve the creation of the ad hoc for the ARPA, which would put Supervisor Tiffany and myself on that. I'll go ahead and make that motion to move to approve that one. And again, acknowledging that there is a typo on the agenda. And so,
Madam Chair, can I make a clarification?
yes, go ahead, Supervisor Hernandez.
And I agree with everything that you just said. And I don't, my main point in mentioning it just so that we're careful not to have overlap. I know that technically, like the ARPA is funding coming in, but that's obviously not revenue generation because that's from the feds as a stimulus. So all I'm saying is just to try to keep it to where there's jurisdictional separation so that that we're not stepping on each other's toes, basically trying to do something that some other ad hoc or committee is doing.
Understood.
Madam Chair, just a point of clarity. I just want to be, so we have a first from Supervisor Kosmicki for the first one. Did we get a second and did we go to vote on that?
I thought I seconded.
Okay, did we, I don't know if we went to vote on that.
Oh.
I don't think we went to vote on that yet. That was the reason why.
Oh, well, thank you. Okay, so we are voting on the merging of economic development, EDC, business impact ad hocs. We had a first, we had a second, so.
And the rest of that, right?
The rest.
And the rest of that first paragraph?
First paragraph.
Oh, okay. To accept and update the report from the members, the Board of Supervisors regarding committee assignments and ad hoc committees, in addition to the update and report, discuss and revise changes to the ad hoc committee and provide staff direction. Okay, so all in favor with that?
Aye.
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 So we have a 4-0 for that one there, okay? And then the second one was to approve the creation of the ad hoc, the ARPA program and funding to appoint Supervisor Gonzalez and Tiffany to the ARPA. And so that was my,
Your motion.
That was my motion.
I'll second that.
so we have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 So you have a 4-0 for that one too. Then you have the county's facilities, right?
Yes.
Okay, so again, the county facility, give us a brief overview again what that is, because I remember seeing a report from Mr. Chambliss, a few times, and Benny had started with Mr. Young, and so that's all the upgrade and the updates for.
So what that entails is it entails facilities in general. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done, or either completely rebuilding some of these buildings that we have. So we're confronted with a lot of issues with the facilities that we have, and so really what that's about is update concerning our facilities, addressing any needs that may arise, and any future planning that may arise. So it's kind of a general thing, but it deals with all facilities. So that's what the topic's going to be covering. And we need 2 supervisors to be on that.
Okay. And rather than appointing someone, I would like to see if anyone wants to serve on that right now first. Is there any preference for any of you 3 other gentlemen here sitting that would like to? And I know some of you are already overloaded.
Madam Chair,
I'll do it, Madam Chair.
And I have no issue with being overloaded. I want to be clear about that.
Okay.
I'm fine doing it. If Bob wants, Supervisor Tiffany wants to do it, I'm good with that too.
Bob's all, I have no problem with it.
If Supervisor Gonzalez, if you want to do it, I would invite you, but I'm fine doing it. I think I was on it actually when it was an ad hoc.
Yeah, I think that you and Mark were on the ad hoc.
Yeah, I believe so.
And then when Mark left, I went on it, but frankly, you and I are on a lot of things together. I would be happy to be on it, or I would be happy to step off it. I heard Supervisor Hernandez said he would be willing to be on it.
Well, I'll let Supervisor
I can
Hernandez be
step
one of the
aside.
chairs. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So if you want to keep it, I'll let you keep it if you're on it. I don't necessarily need to be on it.
It's fine.
Okay. So then Supervisor Hernandez and Kosmicki will then be on that. Okay. So did we need to make a motion for that?
Yeah, might as well. Yep.
Okay, so I'll make the motion that we put both Supervisor Hernandez and Kosmicki on the county facilities committee.
I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 We got a 4-0 on that one. Okay. Yay!
All right.
So that takes us to the consent item.
We still have to go over our, were we going to do updates on ad hocs?
I believe, hang on a second.
Sorry.
Was there more?
Well, in the staff report, it did talk about updates. You can highlight that if you want. I know you
Well,
guys.
you know what, and that is a good idea. Okay.
And I know that there was some, I know Supervisor Tiffany actually, under Board of Supervisor announcements, highlighted a lot of activities that he was working on with the ad hocs, but this is the place to do it.
Okay.
So, and in the future, just an FYI, that's the plan. So the plan is to have this item, that we will link to all the ad hocs, and your board members then can speak on the ad hocs, the updates, what's happening, and actually have open dialogue, which under Board of Supervisor announcements, we don't really have as much leeway when it comes to that. So anyways, so feel free to comment on anything that you'd like to comment on.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Do we want to take it individual by individual or ad hoc by ad hoc?
How we go
or we
supervisor
start-
by supervisor,
Okay.
and then you let us know if there's
Okay.
something that needs
And
to
I'll
be
try
surrendered
yeah,
or something like that.
I'll try to be brief here. Landfill, just the main thing, that there are a number of things. But I think the main thing for the public is we've requested a town hall meeting on the landfill just to be proactive in communicating with the public. There's been a lot of concerns and feedback, and just to make sure that we're there to listen to the public outside of the EIR process, which of course there will be ample opportunity for the public to comment during the EIR, but it was just a thought just to make sure again that we're going that extra step that I think has been requested from the public, and I would be glad to take part in that if that's possible, as just being a supervisor there, or if we need to choose. I think we're on the landfill committee, so that probably makes the most sense. Economic development, and if I'm going to go piece by piece, if Supervisor Tiffany or whomever sits on that with me, obviously chime in. We for the EDC part of it, we met with the EDC director, and he gave us a breakdown of what they've been doing, some of the programs that are going on there with the EDC, and just looking at our options going forward in light of the city of Hollister pulling out of their part of that deal, the $100,000. Economic development, additionally, we're dealing with the issue with the local company that has an expense that's pretty extravagant to fix a railroad crossing, and we're potentially looking at, and stop me if I should stop speaking at some point, but we're looking at potentially developing an impact fee incentive program for expanding businesses and new businesses that come to the area. The initial thought is, and this is something that Supervisor Tiffany and I discussed, was potentially looking at, waiving a certain portion of impact fees that would be paid back over time through sales tax revenue for a given period of time. And so that's very, very initial thought on that. So that's something that could potentially be coming back as an economic development recruitment tool and a way to help our business community. And then the Pajaro Flood Prevention Authority approved the Hollister Urban Area Plan. That's something that we might, I'm sure Mike Shambliss is aware of that. So that's something that we might want to discuss at some point. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's see, the library ad hoc, I think we're trying to get a meeting set up here in the next week or so, although there hasn't been anything recently discussed. Just going to piggyback on a couple of things that Supervisor Kosmicki mentioned that I'm on ad hocs with him. As far as the economic development, and yes, we are looking at possibly a incentive program both for existing businesses and new businesses, and I want to emphasize that the incentive would be based on incremental sales tax that would be generated, whether it be an expansion of existing business or a new business. The idea being that it would be a win-win, benefit the county as well as the business, and there would be, in the incremental increase, there would be a sharing of some of that increment, both to potentially waive some impact fees, but also, of course, the other part would come to the county. So that's something we're going to look at. And whatever we come up with, of course, it would come back to the board. But the idea being it would be a template for other businesses going forward. I was just going to mention, I won't get into COVID vaccines. That's a very regular ad hoc that we, and it's of course a very fluid situation, the pandemic, so we regularly meet on that. We are with the tax share agreement. In fact, we have a meeting coming up later this week with both people from the county as well as people from the city. Brett Miller, the city manager from the city, and I think with some significant help from Supervisor Kosmicki. I think we're getting close to an agreement, and that's very encouraging, because that's going to be a key item as we go forward with any number of things, but particularly as we talk about economic development. That's a key item. Let me see what else was going to on the landfill. Just add a little bit. I know that the public would love to hear all of us on the board speak out more on the landfill expansion, because it is a very important issue. But because we are waiting for the EIR to come out, and ultimately the board will have to make a decision on the expansion, we are obligated to stay relatively neutral on the issue at this point. With that being said, I think definitely both Supervisor Kosmicki and myself, and I'm sure I can speak for Supervisor Hernandez and Gonzalez as well, we would love to see a lot more education and information out there to the public, and that's where the town hall meeting would come in, and other things to try to get more information out there, so the public can make an educated decision as to what they would like to see us do once we get there. As I mentioned in my earlier comments at the very beginning of this meeting, I think we're within a roughly 60 days or so, I think, of seeing the preliminary EIR. And then there'll be plenty of opportunity for public comment, and then there'll be eventually a final EIR, but it's going to be a very robust EIR, which will present, I think, a number of options for us to look at as a board. And so I think that I'd like to think it will not just be a black or white decision. And I think that's pretty much it as far as what I have. So thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez? Peter?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I accidentally muted myself. Yeah, I reported on the tourism element in the beginning, and that was pretty much, I would say, the biggest report. We have a $750,000 grant conversation coming up this Thursday. So, yeah, that's all I have to report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I've got a few things. I've been approached by the AAA, the Area Agency on Aging Committee, and Supervisor Hernandez, I think you're on that with Supervisor Kosmicki. Okay, so I don't know if you're able to attend the meetings, Peter, but if you can't, they've asked if they can get their second supervisor attending. Is that an assignment that you can maintain and keep? And if not, do you want me to start attending those meetings in your stead?
Madam Chair, I have been attending. The last meeting I had a conflict on my schedule. I had I had overlap basically, but I have been attending. So yeah, I can attend. I don't have a problem attending.
I know the assignment's going to expire in December, but I know that they want a second supervisor on board. Okay, so make sure that you do. Okay. Now, I'm going to sound rude and obnoxious here, but I personally want to cease attending the intergovernmental committees. I find them a waste of time, very disrespectful. It's supposed to be a meeting of the minds of the jurisdictions, and frequently I find the other jurisdictions giving orders to the county. And the last meeting I attended, I boycotted the last one. And I stress that I boycotted it, simply because the meeting prior to that, they had invited the RMA staff, Selena Stutler, to come out, and Mr. Chambliss to come out and give a presentation on the landfill, and it was so disrespectful. Neither of the county staff was even given the opportunity to give the presentation. And then when conversations were being held, and I said, I find it ironic that the city of San Juan and the city of Hollister are telling the county what to do, I was muted. And then I was challenged that if I couldn't be respectful, that I was going to not be allowed to speak. And I'm like, hello? You invited our staff to come and present, and then you never gave them the opportunity to speak, which I thought was ironic. And so I am not going to be attending these meetings for the rest of the year. I'm just letting you know. If anyone else wants to be on it, Bob or Peter, I won't be attending. So, anyone want it? They attend on Thursday. The meeting is one time a month on Thursday, 4 o'clock, 4 to 6, by Zoom. By Zoom. Supervisor Kosmicki is on it as well.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, I do think they're important. I know you don't, that's your personal view on them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we should necessarily, promote a dissent between the jurisdictions, and so I think we should continue on. I don't think I just disagree on the fact that they're ordering us. I think, for instance, the homeless riverbed issue, we all agreed on that, and, including yourself, Supervisor Gonzalez. And just to be clear on campaign finance, they didn't actually, I proposed campaign finance reform 2 years ago when I started campaigning. So they didn't actually, and I personally asked for that to be on the agenda. So just as a couple of examples, I just respectfully disagree that they're ordering. I don't think they're ordering us really to do anything. It's just basically recommendations. But I do think it's important.
I think it's important if everybody's meeting to work toward a common goal. I don't see that. I see that other jurisdictions are trying to, and that's my opinion, and I find it not a great use of my time. And my schedule is frequently very, very busy, and I have to pick and choose of what I can, and that's not one I choose to invest any more time in.
Madam Chair, I would be willing to serve on it. Supervisor Hernandez, though, do you have an interest? Because certainly if you do, then I'd be happy to step aside.
I appreciate it, Supervisor Chivney. I used to be really excited about sitting on the intergovernmental, but I understand Supervisor Gonzalez's frustration. At the end of the day, it is staged to be successful as far as the way that it's, the fact that you have all these agencies talking. I think that's awesome. But if there's not a goal, then it's just a lot of talking without any real direction. And I think that's the issue that I had with it. That's why I say that really the intergovernmental is one definitely that should be different, in the sense that the Board of Supervisors should give direction as to what they want to work on, and then see if the other agencies agree. and then obviously you can have a common goal set, because then it can come back with some real tangibles. But until the board actually directs it, it's just a lot of ideas and opinions, and then we get into, I think, we work all. There's a lot of work on the staff side without any actual results, and that's what I worry about. I just want to see results, and I haven't seen it yet. So I'm not personally interested in it until it's different in the way that it's organized.
So Bob, if you want it, then can we go ahead and change Supervisor myself off of that one and put Supervisor Tiffany on that one, the intergovernmental meeting?
Okay, is that an ad hoc or committee?
It's a committee. It's a standing one. It has an agenda.
And when
They
does
meet
it
regularly.
meet?
Thursdays from 4 to 6.
Thursday.
But only once a month. It's the first, what is the first Thursday a month?
First Thursday
a month.
in the evening or something? Okay.
From 4 to 6.
4 to 6,
Yeah.
okay. All right, that's fine, I'm good with that.
They try to get out by 5:30, but we're frequently a little bit over. I think it's an hour and a half, not quite 6 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm good with that. You can do we have to vote on that, or do we just leave it, just switch it?
You can.
Technically,
You can. It'd probably be good that you do.
Okay, I make a move that we put Supervisor Bob Tiffany on the intergovernmental committee. Could I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 4-0. It's all yours, Bob.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll try not to take your lead and boycott at the first meeting.
Sorry. Yes. Okay, in terms of the AMBAG, I've been attending that pretty regularly with Supervisor Tiffany. We've been doing that by Zoom. That's pretty informative. I'm really pleased to be part of that. CSAC, that has turned out to be a very positive relationship there, and it looks like they might be able to be helping us here at the board directly, so I'm even more so happy about that. First 5, I was attending on a regular basis, and the last 2 months I've had conflict in my schedule, so I'm kind of off of the loop in terms of when we're meeting. The governance committee, that's a consent item number 19, I think it is, so we haven't quite got to that yet, but that's a new committee that we'll be setting up. Intergovernment, we took care of that. The IT, we have been meeting on a somewhat regular basis with the IT. We do need to get back together and have a meeting sometime soon, because some of the members of the soon-to-be established task force are asking, the RCRC task force are asking if we have a meeting. And I was wondering if we can change the IT committee title to IT committee /broadband, because that's really what we're focusing on right now. And I know when this committee was initially set up, it was supposed to be an internal IT for the county, and it kind of got appropriated to the broadband and the need for broadband and distant learning. So just consider that if we're going to be doing that. The Juvenile Justice Commission, we really haven't been meeting recently. We had something that had to get passed March, April, May, and right now it's at the probation department and implementing some plans in terms of how do we deal with the services that are going to be needed for juvenile offenders and trying to keep them out of the prisons. So basically, it's trying to cut the pipeline, from the schools to the prisons for the local youths, and using some sort of educational component to keep them out. LAFCO has been interesting. 2 meetings back, we learned the history on LAFCO, and we were way off topic. Where's Reed? I saw him earlier. He kept admonishing us and tell us that we were off the agenda, but it was such a great history on LAFCO and why it was in place and the things that LAFCO is responsible for. I think all of the commissioners that attended the meeting were just very, very pleased at the conversation, even though it deviated from the agenda. The Mobility Committee, wow. If we can get some sort of advertisement on that, because that is explaining, that is with VTA out of Santa Clara, it's with Caltran, District 4 and District 5, of course, City of Hollister, County of San Benito, City of San Juan, and it's what's happening on Highway 25 and 156 and 101, all the changes. And so if there's any way we can broadcast that information, I try to share it whenever they have some sort of video or public service announcement. But there are some major things happening and improvement with 156 and 25. And granted, they are down the calendar somewhat, but the local governments are being responsive to the needs of the commuters and the commuters that are concerned about the freeways and so forth, the highways. We are doing something. I'm a delegate to NACO, and I'm ashamed to say I haven't had a chance. The first conference we had, Supervisor Hernandez went to the conference for me. I had the death in the family at that time, so I declined to go. And so I'm kind of neglecting that area. The RDA successor agency, I still haven't a clue of what that is. And so is that one of the ones that we killed or we abolished? No? Is it meeting? You think so? Well, I know I'm not meeting, so I need to be included in that one for some reason, if I'm on it, because I haven't yet. Okay, so would that be through RMA? No?
RDA is an old thing. Governor Brown got rid of them.
I think it's down. But it's still, but this,
It may be through.
it's still, there's still some things that are, that we have to finish off
So
on it.
it's intact, but it hasn't been meeting?
Yes, there's still things that are going on, and I gotta double check. I know, we've taken items to the board, and I know that, Joe Paul's the one that's been spearheading that, so I'll double check with him. But I do know we just recently took an item to the board, I don't know, a few months ago. So I'll get back to you on that, Supervisor Gonzalez.
Okay, thank you. And I think that's all of it. On the committee, the schedule that you put out, I'm still not listed with Supervisor Tiffany for the behavioral health. There's two of us there, so make sure you added me to that one. Other than that, I think that's pretty much it. Yes. Okay. So, anything else we need to do with that item?
No, that was a good first go-around for the first time, so I appreciate that.
And that will be
A standing item
Okay,
every
good.
meeting. Yep.
So then, question for you, as we give our supervisor announcement, shall we wait until the ad hoc item to give the update on the ad hocs?
I think that's the appropriate place to talk
Okay.
about it. I mean, that's, so I would recommend that if your board can hold off on.
Okay.
And then you could talk about other things, other events or other things that you may,
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. All right. So without further ado, let's take us to the, do you ladies need an afternoon break? Are you okay? I asked the ladies. We're good? Okay. Only because, they're out. You're welcome to step away if you need to. I'm more looking at the hourly staff, and so for them, I used to teach HR, and so, but you're more than welcome to excuse yourself. Okay, so the consent item, 9 through 26. What is the will of the board for the consent items? Anybody want to pull anything on?
Madam Chair, if I may, based on
Public.
our comments from the earlier discussion, can you maybe ask public comment? Because if there's something that they may want to discuss, your board may be apt to pulling that item.
Okay.
Yeah.
I apologize. I saw the light at the end of the tunnel and I just, okay, so can we go to the public? I'm sorry.
If you'd like to make a comment on the consent agenda in the board, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please press *6 on your phone and state your name and district, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Janet Payne. I am a program director with Anthem Blue Cross, and I would like to provide comment on consent agenda item number 16. Anthem Blue Cross has proudly provided Medi-Cal coverage to San Benito County residents since 2013, and we currently serve over 9,500 Medi-Cal beneficiaries in the county. Anthem submitted written comments on this that more fully supports my comments today, but I do want to take this brief public comment opportunity to highlight points I believe are important for you to consider ahead of this important vote on changing your Medi-Cal model for county residents. In these hearings, we have heard that the county desires to have a more local control over the provision of Medi-Cal services and into the plans that provide those services. I would like to reiterate that there are other models of care that provide for more local control, and this change is important enough to take the time to ensure those avenues have been explored. Additionally, DHCS has outlined a process where counties with 2 commercial plans can submit letters of recommendation for their preferred plan partners. The recommendations are a formal part of the RFP process and it would allow the counties to have an immediate voice in the outcome should you not vote for model change today. Anthem is a proud leader in preparing for the upcoming CalAIM requirements. Yes, all plans are required to implement a baseline of these changes. However, not all plans have the capacity to implement a number of the in lieu of services such as asthma remediations and recuperative care. We have both statewide and local partners to make this happen, and we host over 75 calls a month with our counties and partners to plan for the January 22 rollout. Anthem has long been committed to our members and partners in San Benito County. We hope for the opportunity to bid in the RFP to continue that service. Again, there is no rush to change the model that denies consumers choice and disregards competition until you've considered all options in the thoughtful, transparent process. Thank you.
No other comments on Zoom.
Okay. All right. So if there aren't any further public comments, what is the will of the board for the consent? Oh, I'm sorry, Elia. I did not see you up there.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's see, 10, 11, 12, 13, all have to do with behavioral health. Just exactly what benefit does San Benito get from behavioral health with services here in-house? Is everything actually going out to contractors? Has there been an audit of this department, exactly what is done and isn't being done? I hate to pick on this department, but I come up here several times a month with regards to the consent items just on behavioral health itself. With regards to item 16, that August 24th meeting was just crazy. So I don't know if an RFP was even mentioned at that time. With regards to item 17, what other contracts do we have with R3 Consulting Group? Do we get other benefits from them? Item 21, 22, 24, Mike, I'm not trying to pick on you. Resource management, with regards to the, it says here that they applied for $400,000, and I want to clarify, they're going to apply for the funds, and in the meantime, they're going to adjust the budget. So you're going to approve and use $300,000 now for the park, or are you going to wait until that $400,000 gets approved and if it comes through? With regards to the Union Bridge, can we get, what is the total cost? I thought we were supposed to be putting that on the agenda items. They're wanting an additional $630,000, $630,200 for that. And that's just not, that's not even for replacing the bridge itself. That's doing for other work, it's my understanding. So what's the total been to date with regards to that we've extended out to that project? Item 24, let's see. Oh, I'm missing something here, so I'll just skip that real quick. Oh, the funds with, what monies are being used? I last spoke at the last meeting and I was saying that the money that was being used, I want a clarification on Fairview Road, that was monies by the landfill, money that was set aside. So this money's here on item 24. Is that also landfill money? because it says it's to the road funds, John Smith Landfill Road Improvements Division, and I don't know why it's in lighter color instead of the dark color. Let's see. And on item 26, it states that this report has some changes from the previous fiscal year's reports, that we have a new investment advisor and therefore new reports. So what are the changes? You're just saying go look for the changes yourself, and I realize that the board, you know what to go look for, but the public doesn't know what to go to look for. So what are those changes? You should be transparent with the public to put at least the numbers and the difference on there itself. So thank you.
Okay. Any other comments?
No other comments.
Okay. So what is the will of the board in terms of the consent item? I'll go first, and Eli, I had the same questions on 10, 11, and 12. So I would like to pull 10, 11, 12. 16, I want to pull that only because the comment from the public speaker, because that item's on the agenda, because I have been pushing it for the last almost a year now. 24, 22 and 24, I would like some explanations on those two items. So what about the remaining supervisors?
Madam Chair, may I ask, would it be appropriate if 10, 11 were addressed together, and
Okay.
22 and 24 just to
Questions
say-
also?
Yeah.
Okay.
If those could be addressed together.
You said 10.
Well, I'm just.
10, 11, but it's 10, 11, and 12.
10, 11, they could be addressed
And 12,
together.
yeah, 10, 11, and 12.
Yeah, I'm just suggesting that just to.
Right.
And I was going to potentially, I've already actually spoken to a couple department heads this morning about a few of these, so I'm good. I don't have anything additional to pull. Thank you.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Hernandez?
Nothing, Madam Chair.
Okay. So, I don't know if I'm pulling them for the same reasons that you are, Elia, but I just had some concerns for this department in general. So is Alan on the phone? So we could do 10, 11, and 12?
Madam Chair, if you don't.
I am on the phone. Can you hear me?
Yes. And so I guess my question is for item, if we could do them all at the same time, that'd be great. So item 10, I was looking at item 10, and that is a contract for eating disorders out of Burlingame. I understand it's a residential treatment facility, but $1,200 per day or $700 for a partial day for hospitalization, is that really the going rate for that type of service?
It is the going rate. There are very few eating disorder residential treatment centers, and we did shop around as much as we could with the limited choices we had. That was the best rate out of any of them. We used it for one other client previously. There is another client now, a different client, who is asking for this type of setting. We have a mandate to provide those services. In fact, on the other client, I actually went to fair hearing on that issue with Department of Healthcare Services. We lost, and we had to pay for these services, and we paid for them at this particular facility. So there's already some precedent on utilization of this home. So now we have another new case. So this will be a renewal with this facility, but for a new case.
That was my question, since it is a renewal, have you been satisfied with the services that you have received from them?
We haven't had any problems with it. We've been able to control utilization of the days, I think, within a fair amount. And the client that was treated there the first time did not ask to use the facility again, so I think it showed some benefit.
So I'll go ahead and step aside from, anybody else want to do 10?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I had a follow-up question. In the report, it's mentioned that well, you mentioned you shopped around and then the report says no RFP was issued. Can you explain that dynamic when you say shop around? And then it mentions it's a state Department of Healthcare Services contract. So can you elaborate on what you mean by shopping around and why there was actually no RFP?
Yeah, my staff will contact these that have used these types of facilities to find out the sources that are available. And they will search the internet as well for sources that are available, including the requirement that they have to be approved by Department of Healthcare Services. So they find the ones that are available, they look at the rates, they try to negotiate the best possible rate for the contract as part of contract negotiation. That's how the process works.
Alan,
I don't know if you heard me.
Yeah.
did you hear him? Did
You
hear
might
the
have gone
supervisor?
mute. So why no
Yeah.
RFP then?
Yeah, I just explained it. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So what I had explained, I guess you didn't hear it. Our staff will contact other counties. They will also search the list of licensed facilities with Department of Healthcare Services for this type of facility. They will contact the facilities. They'll look at the rates available, the bed availability, and then they will try to get the best deal they can with the available facility. And that's just part of the contract negotiation. That's
Yeah,
how
no,
it's done.
so the question again, why no RFP?
Well, there really aren't very many facilities to be able to get an RFP response. Plus, there's a timeliness issue. We have a client right now that is asking for these services and they have a need for it. The previous client that had asked for these services was pointing out that she had exacerbation without using these services and actually required inpatient hospitalization. So there's always a matter of some urgency when a client states that they have to have this level of facility.
Yeah, I guess my concern is that this seems to be the norm in this department, that we're just falling back on what we're used to without going out for officially, looking for the best possible outcome as far as financially and otherwise. So I guess I'm just a bit frustrated that this is just every time we have one of these contracts, it seems like it's the same story. That there just aren't a lot of services out there. We shopped around. I don't know what shopped around means, to be honest. To me, if you're going to shop around, put out an RFP. That's how you shop around in government. To me, I mean, otherwise we don't know. As a member of the public or as a supervisor, I don't really know precisely what's going on in that department without having an RFP. I don't trust this. We shopped around and looked on the internet rhetoric. Thank you.
Yeah, I can only assure you that there are basically a handful of eating disorder residential treatment facilities. So there really aren't very many to even choose from.
I kind of had the same question on item number 11, in that we're looking at the services so per year, it's $1,849,000, but yet the total contract for a multi-year is $5,547,000. That's a lot of money. So what, and I see it says substance use disorders. So is this an actual hospital? I think it's with the state of California, but is that exorbitant amount really valid? I mean,
well, it's money coming to us. It's revenue in. It's the state Medi-Cal and ODS project, Organized Drug Service Delivery Project contract. So the state is contracting with us to deliver Medi-Cal reimbursable services for substance abuse clients. They are going to pay us this revenue over the span of the contract. It's revenue in.
okay. Then I'm not gonna withdraw that one. Okay, so I'm okay with 11, as long as there's money in. 12. 12, I had a question on 12 in that, these are for phone appointments. We're looking at $100,000, 4 hours per week, times 52 weeks. That's 208 hours. So that's divided by 100,000 divided by 208 hours. That comes out to be $480.77 per hour. So is that what we pay for telepsychiatric services? Almost $500 per hour for telephone?
Yeah, this contract will be a contract for $286 per hour. It's bought in a minimum of 4-hour blocks. And this is with a Spanish-speaking psychiatrist who is working with our monolingual clients.
Have the 286 there in the margin, but when I do the calculation for 100,000 by the 52 weeks, that would be 208 hours. So that so how's your math? Because I just kind of calculated it. 208 hours times 286 only gives me 59,488, not 100.
The contract maximum is for 100,000. So there's a cap on how much that can ever be paid out. It is not likely, unless we increase the amount of hours, that the full amount will be paid. So, for example, last year we used $36,696 of this contract. It depends on how many clients we schedule in within the minimum of being able to purchase a minimum of 4-hour blocks per week.
Goes at a premium. Okay, I could withdraw my objections on 12 then also. Did we pull 13? No, okay. So we're looking at 10, 11, and 12. So, thank you, Alan. I appreciate your explanation. So what is the will of the board? Do you want to, we're not ready for you yet, but, okay, sorry. Let's go ahead and do these one at a time because I know I'm not going to say yes on at least one of them. So on item number 10, what is the will of the board for item number 10? I'm sorry, Supervisor Hernandez, I didn't even ask you. Neither you, Supervisor.
No questions, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right, so item number 10, thank you very much for saying that, because then it makes me feel bad or feel better that I ignored you. Okay, so item number 10, what is the will of the board in item number 10? Does that mean it dies for a lack of a motion?
I'll make a motion that we move forward item number 10 as written.
Okay, so we have a motion on the board. Do I have a second? Okay, so.
Wait, can I ask a question, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Of Alan. Alan, if we don't approve this, because I have concerns too that we never go out to an RFP, but if we don't approve this right now, what are the consequences?
Client may file a grievance because we have not consented to the treatment that she has requested.
Question? I'm sorry. I could look and determine it myself. A, is there a termination clause? And B, for the board, you could also do a motion to, as long as there's a termination clause, if you wanted to approve the contract and direct staff to go out to an RFP and report back at a certain time, if that was something the board was interested in.
So is that like a conditional approval?
Well, it's an approval with further direction.
So the RFP would be for a future contract, or I'm not following.
It could be for a future contract. I'm just checking the termination clause here.
And then Alan, since the date started July 1st, does this person already sought treatment where we're incurring an expense?
I believe they're currently currently just getting our outpatient treatments in lieu of getting the residential treatment that they requested.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go
The
ahead.
other option is that we vote on this and then come back with the request for an RFP, or I just feel like we're just continuing to go down the same rabbit hole here. And it's not being addressed, so.
Yeah, what I'd kind of like to see, and I know we're kind of getting off, I don't know if this is off topic, but Alan, I mean, there's a ton of these that come through with behavioral health, and I think it would be really helpful if we could see the entirety of the contracts that we're going outside the behavioral health department, and which ones we have done RFPs on, which ones we haven't, so we have a better sense of these. Because what happens is we get these in front of us. If we don't make a decision, then there's a problem. But I agree with the point that you've raised, Supervisor Kuzmicki, that seems to be a pattern of not going to get RFPs. And I understand there may be very limited resources, but nevertheless, that can't always be the answer. So I don't know.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not
Madam Chair.
going to support this.
It sounds like right now you have two supervisors that aren't going to support this. Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Hernandez.
I'll just make a broad statement. It's my understanding, and just knowing Alan and the services that he provides, and I've gone and visited. It's a lot of these services are specialty services. They're services that you cannot. It's not as simple as hiring a janitor that you can hire in-house, and ultimately these services come with certain regulations, or I'm sorry, the expectation to serve the public. So these funds are something that are specifically allocated. So it's not as simple as we can just do an RFP. I mean, to a certain extent, I'm assuming, and Alan actually can correct me if I'm wrong, you go out for a process and ultimately do the RFP process, you're spending time and money, and by default, you still end up with the same outcome, which is why they probably already have experience on who they're where the services are, who's going to provide the services and who they need to talk to make the decision and to expedite the process as is necessary for like clients like this person, whoever it is.
Well, if I may comment, you are correct. It is a specialty service. Eating disorders are rare, but they are serious. And when we're talking about people that engage in binge eating and then they purge, and they sometimes become anorexic to the point where they require inpatient hospitalizations. So we try to do our best and treat them at the lowest level. But at some point, they sometimes ask for residential treatment, and then we have to concede and provide that treatment. As I said, we've had one of these before. We went to fair hearing on it, and we lost that fair hearing. This will be our second case now in the last 2 years, and this person is asking for this level of treatment.
Madam Chair, just to follow briefly that the July 1st, I know we talked a little bit about timing, and it seems that we're on these contracts in particular, I feel like we're being held hostage. We had the other one with the faith-based thing where we talked about that we're already past the time, or we're at the time. We're bringing these contracts to us where basically, if we don't approve them, we're shooting ourselves in the foot. But if we do approve them, we're potentially shooting ourselves in the foot because we don't feel like the proper process is being followed to find the best and least expensive service. So that's why, to me, we have to send a message that you have to change your processes or you're not going to get your contracts approved. And just filling in, copying and pasting from agenda to agenda the same line to try to appease us is not going to work going forward, at least for me. I'm just very frustrated. It doesn't matter to me that these are federal tax dollars. They're tax dollars. It's our job to watch over them and to make sure that they're spent responsibly. And I don't feel like the process that's going on here in this particular department is responsible in the least, and therefore I'm not supporting this.
Okay, so I had a first from Supervisor Hernandez. Did I have a second somewhere? So I didn't have a second. It sounds like, according to the conversation, I agree wholeheartedly with Supervisor Kuzmicki, and so It dies?
Yeah, that fails and we move on.
Okay, so there's 10. 11, okay, so 11, I pulled that one, and I will go ahead and, I said I withdrew my motion, because that's money coming in, silly me. And so I will move that we adopt the resolution accepting the intergovernmental agreement number 21-10033 with the State Department of Healthcare Services Substance Use Disorder Program for the period of the state fiscal year 21, 22, 23, 24, and authorize the county behavioral health director to sign the agreement 21-10033. Okay, so do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, so we have a 4-0 on number 11. And then 12, I too pulled that one, and pulled back my, my withdrawal on that one, so, or my objections. So I'll go ahead and move that we approve item number 12, approve the contract renewal. But just please understand, Director Yamamoto, that we have some concerns about your renewal process, okay? But for today, item number 12, I will move that we approve contract renewal with Kingsview for telepsychiatric services for the term of July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2022, in the amount not to exceed $100,000.
But, Madam Chair, with the amendments made earlier during department head announcements, which was $286 versus the $275 that was documented, that was a typo.
Yes. Okay. So amended per staff recommendation. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
3, 1. Okay.
For the record, Supervisor Kuzmicki against.
Yes. Okay. And so that takes us to,
Madam Chair, we had item 16, I think you mentioned. We also have all the remaining items. I want to make sure that we have that for the record. Make sure
we haven't approved of yet?
No.
Shame on me. Okay, so then can we go ahead and approve the others and just kind of focus on 16 next? Okay, so.
Minus 16.
Minus 16.
22.
22 and 24.
Yes.
I'm so sorry, you guys. Can I get a motion on the consent items, all the items except for 16, 22, and 24, and we've already dealt with the other odd numbers.
I'll make that motion.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. Okay, so first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 So we have a 4-0, and thank you, CIO, for that clarification. Okay, so I just wanted to pull number 16 just to direct to the woman that called from Anthem Blue Cross. When I became supervisor-elect, I got into the conversation of why can't we have a better healthcare system for those individuals on Medi-Cal. And for those of you who aren't aware, if you are a Medi-Cal recipient, you can only use your Medi-Cal in San Benito County. It cannot be used anywhere else. And if you have the need for a same-day service to have your child, yourself, get into the clinics here locally, it's almost impossible unless you call the first 30 minutes, 40 minutes of the day. And so people have been forced to go to Hazel Hawkins Hospital to receive regular care, doctor's care, because they can't utilize the system as designed through the Anthem Blue Cross / Medi-Cal. So between Tracy Belton's department, the I'm sorry, brain fart, San Benito Health Foundation, and potentially doctors in the Monterey County area, that individuals that now presently have Medi-Cal will be able to be referred out to other areas outside of Hollister, so they'll be able to get their Medi-Cal treatment. So thank you very much for the woman from Anthem Blue Cross, but because there isn't any competition here locally, that's the reason why the county is moving to this other plan. So thank you for your phone call, but no thank you. So I have no other withdrawal or oppositions to that. So if no one else has any comment, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve. Anyone have any comment? Yes.
Madam Chair, my only comment would be, this item came before us initially way back, I think, in April, and then again in June, and then again in August. And there's been extensive discussion about it,
Yes.
presentation. This is the first we've heard from someone from, Blue Cross. So I just think it makes sense to go forward, and I've heard the same things that you're saying. So I am supportive of going forward with this. Thank you.
Okay. And is that a motion?
That's a motion, if
Okay.
you like.
I'll second that. Okay, so we have a first and a second. All in favor on item number 16?
Aye.
That's per staff recommendation.
Per staff recommend, do I have to go to public comment for this one? Or I did already.
did.
Okay. So sorry, Supervisor Cosmic. Okay, so one more time. All in favor?
Aye.
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 We got a 4-0 for item number 16. Okay, so that takes us to 22 and 24. And again, I know that Ms. Salinas had some concerns. I just wanted you to explain item number 22 and 24, just so that we can have a clear picture of exactly what's happening. For 22, am I correct in my assumption that the delays are costing the cost to continue to increase significantly?
So 22 is in regards to the replacement of Union Road Bridge. That's a significant project. It's going to total approximately $42 million, of which 90% of it is from the federal government through the state of California, and the county will be responsible for a 10% match. The Union Road Bridge replacement is on the approved list for the traffic impact fees, and that is where you have budgeted for that 10% match to come from. And that project is supposed to begin construction next year. Currently, the plans are at 95%. Now, this project has gone on for a long time to do the plans. It initially started in 2008, and then long about 2014, 2015, it got put on hold. It was restarted in 2018, and they've been working on it. The total contract at this point, without this amendment, is at $3.8 million. This amendment will take it up to 4.4-ish, which is not extreme considering the size of the project. The time it's taken to get the project completed is significant, but remember, we're building a significant bridge, so there's a lot of geotechnical, a lot of environmental rolled up in this. So this is a contract amendment for $600,000 to complete those plans, and then we will be done with this consultant, and we will be moving on with our new consultants that we did the RFP for recently, and we're working with Kimley Horn to take over the bridge program.
Okay, because I was looking at the numbers and I saw initially 2,832,890, and then over the course of the 18 years that it's been in the process, we're looking at 4,453,540. So I see how your 42 million, 10% is that 4.453.
This does predate me, but often with Caltrans projects, they have a master budget for the state, and they don't give you the whole amount in one shot to do all the work. So on one year, you'll get 200,000 of it. Another year, they'll have 800,000 of it. So if I was to guess, because this really predates me, they've been amending the contracts depending on the funding available from the state to get the work done over time.
All right, I just wanted the explanation. I wasn't objecting to it. I just wanted to hear that because all the numbers that were involved. So let's do 22 first, and then we'll go on to 24. So any other questions on 22 from the other supervisors?
No.
Okay. Supervisor Hernandez? No?
No questions, Madam Chair.
Okay. So then I'll go ahead, since I had pulled it, I'll go ahead to move to approve the amendment with the contract for the Briggs Cardosa Associates Incorporated to perform the additional scope of services for the Union Bridge Replacement Project and for the additional amount not to exceed $630,200, and approve a budget transfer adjustment in the amount of $630,000 from Caltrans reimbursement grant to and traffic impact fees to road construction costs. Do I need to read the rest? Okay. So that does require a 4/5 vote. So that was my motion. Per staff recommendation.
I'll second that.
Okay, we got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 So you have your 4-0, so congratulations on that one. And then 24, I just wanted you to explain that only because it has the landfill monies, and I just want to make sure that we're open and transparent to the community, so.
Yeah, no problem. So when we were doing the preliminary exploration work on Best Road, they discovered a gas line that even PG&E didn't know existed. As a result of that negotiations with PG&E to go ahead and complete the Best Road reconstruction, we're effectively going to need to pour a concrete cap over the entire length of that gas line. So we need to do a contract change order for this amount to complete that work. This work and all the work on Fairview and Best Road is being funded by the $1 per ton extra charge collected at the landfill that's deposited within the landfill enterprise in the road fund account. So this is landfill fees that is paying for that work.
Okay. Now, going back to the cement road on Best Road, now I know some of the residents, even though it's not my district, they had concerns about the vibration of the trucks that are going to be out there. Will the cement road alleviate some of that?
It's not a cement road, it's a cement cap over that pipe. The road is going to be a standard asphalt road.
Okay.
They're doing a full depth reconstruction, and PG&E engineered this, so yes, it will withstand all traffic.
Okay. Yeah, because I know currently, there are some concerns about the vibration that they're feeling with the heavy roads. But I tell them, welcome to my world. I live on 4th Street. So we feel the earthquakes, but we feel the roads even more so, the trucks on the road. Okay, I'm good with that. Any other concerns from any of the other board members on this item? No? Okay, then I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve and authorize the contract change order pursuant to the Public Contracts Code, Section 20136, Section C, in the amount not to exceed $220,000 for the construction of subgrade safety improvements at the Enterprise PWB 2002 Best Road Highway 25 to the Road Funds John Smith Landfill Road Improvement Division in the amount of $220,000, and approve the budget adjustment appropriation in the amount of $220,000 from the road funds John Smith to the fund balance. Okay, you have a second?
Second.
Okay, so I have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 We got a 4-0 on that one too. Good, you have your 4/5 vote on that one. Okay. Anything else?
Agenda items.
Okay, yes, where's that? Oh, I cut that page off, so let me go to,
Future.
so, future agenda items. So supervisors, it's been a long day. Has there been anything that we've forgotten for future agenda items?
Madam Chair. Yes, so we had a presentation, I guess it was 2 months back or so now, on bonding and, what we could potentially do. As far as projects go and interest rates being extremely low, I feel like if we're going to do some of these projects, now is the time to do it when the money is cheap. And so I would like to propose that we bring back an item on capital bonding and with a list of priorities and potential options for for bonding, potentially including facilities and roads and/or roads. And just wondering if there's a second
Thank you. I was going to say that too.
person that would support at least having that discussion, whether we want to send it to a committee and bring it back. I feel like we could go either way. To me, it's really, staff's going to have their recommendations either way. It's basically a priority list and whether we want to do certain projects, and if we do, how much is that going to essentially cost us, on an annual basis.
So,
Yeah, I'd support having that as a discussion item.
Great.
so we both Tiffany and Cosmicki then? Good. Any other future agenda items?
Madam Chair, I've got several that I'll just throw out there. None of these are necessarily of urgency. I spoke to Mike Chambliss about a couple of these. One of which I mentioned earlier. A lot going on with CSAs, and the RMA agency is working, diligently. I think from what Mike tells me, they'll have a full-blown report maybe in February, but I do think it would be helpful if we heard kind of an update on CSAs overall. We've heard a bit today on Cielo Vista and Stonegate, but there's other ones out there. So and I think Mike was suggesting maybe the first meeting in October, possibly, just as a suggestion, as a discussion item or a presentation, just as an update to us in the community. So that was one.
I'd support that.
Okay.
And then somewhat along the same lines, that we talk about this a lot, but and I know there's been a number of updates, but I'd like to kind of have a regular update. If we could have maybe a further update on county roads. It's a popular item among our constituents, and I think it's always helpful to get it out there, what's the latest and greatest on county roads. So
I'll support that one because, yes, the roads are in terrible condition.
and then this one, I believe, is probably coming. I'm not sure when, but I know that I brought this up. The RCRC is having this JPA for broadband. Is that scheduled already to be on a agenda item sometime soon?
So are you're referring to the RCRC item?
RCRC,
for the
where
broadband,
we
yeah.
have to
So,
approve.
yeah, I've had staff work with them, and the last we've heard that they'll be finalizing that or coming, we should have some information. As soon as we get that information, we can bring it back to your board. But I'll double check. I know there's an RCRC meeting coming up, so I'm sure it'll be a topic of conversation at that meeting, but we can bring it back. Whether it's just, there's no update, we can do that as well.
Well, I know that a couple of counties have already approved, the JPA, and so anyway.
Yeah, okay. Well, we can bring that back.
Okay.
I would support that too because it kind of runs along with the broadband update that we need. Okay.
And then lastly, this goes along with what we talked about earlier with Michelle, our lobbyist, and I don't know what the right timing is. There's probably going to be some work involved here, but we talked about putting together, getting some shovel-ready projects together by the first of the year, so that hopefully we can tap into some additional money from the state for the next year's budget. And so at some point, that should be on an agenda item, in my opinion. But again, I don't know what the timing is on that.
Yeah.
That would.
I would agree with that one too because I know that for the parks, that Assemblyman Rivas' office says to make sure that we are looking at our desires and wants October, November, December for the following year. And so I would agree.
As I mentioned earlier, we're working on a schedule to meet to go over all of our existing master plans that we have and potential projects that we have. As soon as we have a plan together and formulate kind of a strategic plan on how she's going to handle that, then we'll bring it back to your board for discussion, and there might be other things that may come up from your board that maybe we didn't think of. But that was kind of what we were planning to do. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Hernandez, do you have anything that you wanted to put on there?
Nothing, Madam Chair.
Okay. What I would like to see is a presentation from the food bank. Given that the unemployment has run out, I know that there is a huge demand on it, and I went there 2 weeks ago, kind of did a tour, and they just kind of wanted to share with the community what they're doing, their services, and what they're providing. And so they had asked for maybe like 15 minutes of, no more than 20 minutes of our time to do a presentation, and any kind of questions, answers, could wrap it up, within 15, 20 minutes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I don't know if you're aware, we did just allocate $25,000 to the food bank
No, I didn't. When did we do that?
through the COVID grant process.
Is that what you guys did with the economic?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. I'm sure they're going to love that. Well, they probably know it.
I think they're aware.
In fact, speaking of which, maybe there probably should be a presentation made by the Community Foundation United Way of what grants were made. I think.
Yeah.
we
If I
should do
may,
something.
Madam Chair,
Yes, please.
so I've been working with Gabriel Orozco, our budget officer, on bringing back the nonprofit, the allocations of the $120,000, plus we wanted to bring back a report on the nonprofit, so we can do that probably in the next couple of meetings. The plan was to bring that back September the 28th.
Oh, good.
That was our plan for the nonprofits, not the community foundation, but we can ask them to maybe dovetail that in as well. But we're just our internal that. Yeah. And then the other thing I had mentioned earlier, I apologize for this. There was the travel policy. That's also going to be
Yes.
coming as well back.
So Supervisor Hernandez, that was your item, the travel policy. That one will come back, okay?
Yes.
All right, and
Thank you.
I'll be the second one on that one. So, all right, so going back to the community foundation, that'll be great, because I know, again, over the weekend, I sat and spoke with Pauline Valdivia from the Jóvenes de Antaño, and they too received a nice, and she was just so pleased at the generosity, so thank you. Yeah, I look forward to that presentation. But I believe the food bank just kind of wanted to give this is what we do for the community, kind of they weren't asking for anything, so I'm glad they got something, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
There's consensus to bring the food bank back.
I don't know what
They just want to give a presentation on,
I think
the
they want-
services they provide.
I think they're looking for.
Well, if we just gave them some.
No, I
Yeah.
know. So that's up, I don't know. That's up to you guys if you want to have that conversation, but,
They're looking for additional money, is what you're saying?
Well, they might have been looking for this amount that I. Yeah, so.
they're aware of it.
Okay, well,
Okay.
they just wanted to have an informational
So
presentation.
it's the wishes of your board. Your board wants to have a presentation, we can have a presentation if your board wants it. Just need to get a second vote.
That's a
From
sure.
from the food bank specifically?
From the food bank.
From the
Yeah,
food bank
sure.
specifically, okay.
That's fine.
All right, I have nothing further.
All right.
Well then, I'll take a motion to entertain a motion to adjourn then.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
Right.
meeting adjourned.